Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy and Sabo become evil pirates? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The young mermaid stares at the man in front of her. He looks frustrated and anxious. Madame Shirley sighs and looks into her crystal ball. The king you fear so much will arrive soon. In just 1 year. Sengoku rubs his face in disgust and nods at the seer. Can't you tell me something about him? His face, his looks. His name? She denies. I only see a man. A man with a hat. Resigned by the lack of information, the fleet admiral nods and stands. Thank you for your help, Madame Shirley. She bites her lip as she watches the man leave. Unintentionally, she ends up expressing her thoughts out loud. There's someone who can give you what you need. She'll show you what you want to see. The old man turns around with his eyes wide open, full of surprise. Could you show me that man? The mermaid nods several times. However, she's capricious. And her ability works in strange ways. It can end up involving a lot of people. The man looks at her determinedly. Please, take me to her. This is very important. Madame Shirley nods with a sigh. She doesn't know why she's done this, but it's the right thing to do. She can't let a man rule the seas, men belong on land, despite Queen Otoheim's wishes. Flashes illuminate a dimly lit room. At first glance, it's a small room, unfurnished. As people begin to appear, the room seems to grow to accommodate them. What the? Demolo Black, a burly, dirty man, falls on his butt after colliding with something large. Looking up, his eyes bulge out of their sockets. What? Whitebeard doesn't give the insect he's stumbled upon a second glance. Instead, he keeps his sons at his side, carefully scanning for any threats. The pirate isn't too surprised by the sudden change of scenery. He's been through stranger things in the choppy waters of the Grand Line to be frightened by something like this. A little further away from him, however, there are some people who are starting to get disturbed. Not because they're cowards, but because they're starting to recognize some of the more prominent pirates, and this meeting doesn't look good at all. Doflamingo watches with a mixture of amusement and intrigue at the strange mix of people. No one attacks, but all are ready to pounce on each other. The Marines and pirates immediately separate. There are also some hooded figures, undoubtedly revolutionaries. There are possibly civilians as well. Please don't lose your cool, a voice commands. I know this may come as a surprise, but what brought you here isn't a threat. The people make way to see the fleet admiral of the navy addressing them all. He shows no fear of the pirate's stares, but instead looks into the eyes of anyone who dares to look back. Why are we here? Akainu asks, always to the point. The skill of an acquaintance has brought you here. Behind him, a violet-haired mermaid smiles wickedly. To prevent any surprises, I warn you from the outset that no fighting will be tolerated here. The person who brought you has the power to prevent it, and she will do so. I'm sorry if it bothers you, but this is absolutely necessary for the future of the world as we know it. And what could that be so important? Kizaru drawls. Sengoku doesn't look at any pirate when he answers. A few years ago, I asked a fortune teller to predict the arrival of a specific person on the seas. I recently asked her again, and her answer didn't change. Who is this person? Asks a Shichibukai, crocodile, with his arms crossed. The future pirate king. There's a collective gasp in response, but the din stops when the man continues. Whoever this person is, they're going to destabilize the world's balance, according to Madame Shirley's predictions. That can't happen, which is why we must erase this person before they start causing chaos. Have you sunk that low, Sengoku? Whitebeard roars. Whoever that person is, you can't foresee the future. Not me, he admits. That's why Lady Bessie brought us here. The mermaid greets. I am Bessie. I acquired the Miru Miru no Mi, which allows the user to see anything they wish, as well as show it to other people. When Sengoku-san offered me this job, I took it upon myself to see the world's future in advance. She hides a giggle behind her hand. All of you who have come this far are people who have crossed paths with the king at some point. And, of course, he is among us as well. With wide eyes, everyone looks around at the people around them. They're all looking for the future king. Kaido gloats, proclaiming himself the future king, while others follow suit. Bessie laughs again. I have to admit that everything I've seen is nothing short of interesting. Not just him, but his companions as well. I'll show you the crew that will reach the top and the man who will change the world. That's unfair. I don't want to see my trip before I take it, a boy grumbles under his breath, and the people around him turn to look at him mockingly. But hey, I'll forget about it, he shrugs. Generally speaking, most are excited about what's about to be revealed. Many know it's not them, they don't need a psychic or someone to show them the future to know. However, being there simply means they'll have the opportunity to meet the king, whether as allies or enemies. What they're about to see is a source of information they can store for the future. Therefore, Dragon approaches his faithful friend Ivankov, whom he hasn't seen since he was imprisoned, and observes closely. For others, this is the perfect opportunity to nip the evil in the bud. Akainu might jump for joy at the thought of his superior. Rayleigh crosses his arms, watching the strange gathering intently. Only a person who wants to see chaos would bring together so many dangerous people with opposing ideals. That, in fact, speaks volumes about what he's about to witness. Some sit in seats they know for sure weren't there moments before. Many are curious about the strange ability, and others covet it, but none of them can perform in front of such a large audience. What the hell do you think you're doing, brat? With a start, the entire room turns to look at the owner of that booming voice. Big Mom is surrounded by her faithful children, who are staring at their mother in priceless amazement. No wonder. Above Napoleon, the Yonku's hat, is a scrawny figure. He's a boy, and he observes everyone around him with casual interest. I'm shy with strangers, the hat murmurs. Excuse me, fat lady, he says, carelessly stroking the hat. Just let me find my brother or my grandfather. The comment received a variety of reactions, some more amusing than others. Among them, the laughter of Kaido and his faithful ally Doflamingo stands out. Others are a little more worried about the boy. Judging by Linlin's face, she seconds away from stabbing the brat on top of her. Luckily for the boy, a pair of twin screams redirects all attention. Luffy? Portgas Ace is the first to reach the Yonku's feet and looks at the boy as if he can't believe he's really there. The other, to the surprise of many, is Emperor Shanks. Unlike the first, this one doesn't run, but walks with his faithful men behind him. He looks at the pirate woman with resignation and a touch of amusement. Sorry, Big Mom, could you please give the child back? She doesn't seem very cooperative. Ace drops the pleasantries and lets out another scream. Luffy, you DMN idiot, get down from there. That woman is dangerous. The boy, Luffy, who had been distracted by curiously looking at Whitebeard, finally recognizes Fire Fist's presence. His eyes shine with excitement, and he leaps into the older Raven's arms. Ace. I found you, he shouts, ignoring all the attention he's receiving. Idiot. I found you, Ace punches him. What do you think you were doing? You could have been killed. Perospero's face next to his mother indicates that it is probably true. There are a lot of weird people here, and I got distracted, he bubbles happily and ignorantly. I saw a white bear talking to another guy, you know? Ace rolls his eyes fondly. After the scare, he really wants to get back to his crew to introduce his little brother. Big Mom seems to have another idea. She crouches down slightly and, with one hand, grabs the younger boy's body and squeezes. Luffy doesn't seem fazed by the strong grip. I could really kill you right now, she threatens with a smile. The boy doesn't look scared. He just tilts his head patiently. Shanks clears his throat and puts a smile on his face again, this time with a menacing tinge. Lin, he says in an aggressive tone. Put Luffy down. However, before the woman can even consider it, the boy screams. His head twitches, causing others to be frightened by the position of his neck, and when he finally sees Shanks, his face turns into one of terror. Without any help, he easily escapes from the Yonku's grasp and climbs onto the woman's shoulder to hide behind a lock of pink hair. Shanks, you bstrd, is what they hear, although they can only see his feet, which his hair doesn't quite cover. We made a promise, don't look at me. The redhead seems to be regretting all his life decisions as he lets out a chuckle and runs his only hand across his forehead. Listen, Luffy, I know we made a promise, but this doesn't really count. We've been brought here against our will, and from what I know, you haven't even started your journey yet, have you? The boy's face peeked out through the strands of hair, looking curiously up at the Emperor. The boys and I really want to see you, so why don't you come down here? That finally causes the boy to leave again, now without the danger of breaking a promise. Luffy smiles as he looks at the redhead with excitement. All right, Shanks, then he looks around again, taking in the faces. Hey, the old seagull. Old seagull, the fleet admiral squeals, offended, causing sniggers among the pirates and some marines. You said that many important people were gathered here, right? Ace and Shanks look at each other suspiciously. The latter nods. That's right, Luffy, and they're dangerous. Now. Perfect. Listen up, you bstrds, he puts his hands on his hips and raises his voice. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm going to be the Pirate King. People actually freeze at the little pirate wannabe scream. It's not bad enough that he shouted it in a room full of important pirates, but he's standing on the shoulder of one of the fiercest ones. Brat, shouts an older man's voice far away from the boy. A blond boy looks out from the group of hooded figures and feels a sense of déjà vu. Beside him, the leader of the revolutionary smiles. A pirate, huh? Go for it. Big Mom's ashen face is the signal that prompts another man to take action. He'd been watching the interaction between the mysterious boy and the other pirates with both amusement and curiosity, but as interesting as it is, he must rescue him as soon as possible. Gururara, you shameless brat. Whitebeard's giant hand grabs the boy's body and pulls him away from the furious woman. You've got nerve, huh? Luffy just smiles, unconcerned by the appearance of another powerful man. Hey, giant Asen, he greets with a gummy smile. Can you put me down? The Emperor lets out another laugh and complies with the request, but as soon as he does, a furious Ace lunges at the boy who climbs into the giant's arms once again. Change of plans, he yells. Ace wants to hit me, help me, Asen. Oyaji, put my stupid brother down, gasps Echo at the revelation of the two young men's relationship. Whitebeard himself raises an eyebrow, even more amused. You're always the same, Luffy. Just imagine yelling that over Big Mom. What do I care who's here? I've only told the truth. Ace sighs. He means he'll make his captain the Pirate King, but unlike his brother, he doesn't want to cause a bloodbath among the strongest. Sengoku narrows his eyes when he sees the boy. He quickly recognizes him as Garp's grandson, and the boy soon uses his D-type madness to gain everyone's attention. However, it's his hat that catches his eye. Almost instinctively, his gaze shifts to the mermaid, the only person who knows for sure what will happen in the future, and his mouth drops open when he sees the amused, yet affectionate look the woman gives the boy. This has to be a FING joke. A screen lights up. Many are startled for a moment until they realize what it really is. Why is this man so dangerous? The mermaid beside Sengoku never stops smiling. The future Pirate King set sail from one of the four blues with a simple boat and a barrel of apples. No dirty tricks, just growth through trial and error. The king is a fearsome person, but as you'll soon see, many hold him in high regard. Observe, analyze, and enjoy this opportunity. The screen lights up. Distorted laughter can be heard in the background. The foreground is of a man with jet black curls and a mask on his forehead. Admiral Akiji, exclaims a marine. The aforementioned leans forward with interest. I'm cold, says one of the voices in the background, laughing. Akiji stares impassively at whatever is happening on the screen. The voices appear to stop when they see Akiji sitting. You're just like, there's an awkward pause. Rash like a child and hard to understand. Another pause. At no point are the faces of the voices shown. I came here for that woman and to see you. Maybe I should kill you right now. Silence in response. Akiji looks at them. The government is ignoring them, but if we study their backgrounds, they're a dangerous group. Although they're few in number, so many villains gathered. They could become troublesome. This is due to the initial bounty placed on their crew, their numerous exploits, and the speed with which they've been gaining strength. His gaze becomes more menacing. For years I've fought criminals, but you terrify me. For an admiral to say that, says a captain as the image fades out. And from the context, we have to assume they're not yet known at all, another comments. Sengoku stares at Akiji wide-eyed, and the other admirals follow suit. His judgment isn't usually wrong. If he thought they were a threat from the start. Lady Bessie, Kizaru calls. Could you tell us something about what we just saw? I'm only showing what's necessary. I can't tell you whether the admiral confronted the pirates or not because I don't consider it important, she smiles. Although if what you want to know is about the pirates, at that point they'd been at sea for a few months. Seeing that everyone silently accepts this, the screen turns back on. The video is very noisy. You can hear cannons, gunshots, and shouts. The sound of a large-scale battle. Dracul Mihawk, the most powerful swordsman, appears running across an icy floor, ready to slash someone. A pair of swords stop him. Commander of Whitebeard's 5th Division, Mihawk acknowledges. Sword Flower, Vista. Nice to meet you, Takanomi, Mihawk. Isn't that Marineford in the background? Everyone who knows the place opens their eyes wide with recognition. Is that a war? A war between the government and the Whitebeard pirates? Everyone takes a moment to process the information. A battle of this magnitude would turn the world upside down regardless of the outcome. Why are we fighting? Marco asks the mermaid. She shrugs. I don't know. You'll find out in the future if I think it's necessary. Can you at least tell us who wins? Sengoku asks, not hiding his interest. To win, she repeats thoughtfully. Nobody wins. In a war, everyone loses, she reflects. Although I must admit that the war was simply the trigger for a whole bunch of events around the world. And he always ends up at the center of it all. What does that man have to do with the war between the government and Whitebeard? Sengoku asks again. Is he one of them? Marco notices how one of the members of the second division, Teach, puffs out his chest with anticipation and pride. Then it deflates when Sengoku gets a negative response. It's strange behavior, and he keeps it in his mind to share with his father later. He isn't, Bessie says. But he did get Whitebeard's protection in that war. Wow, Thatch whistles. For Oyaji to accept him. He must be incredible. Gururara, I can't wait to see more of this. Ace is still uneasy about the fact that they're watching a war. The video resumes. It's not a skill or some kind of trick, Mihawk thinks as he fights Vista. He turns everyone around him into his ally. Is that a thought? Someone asks with interest. I don't see his mouth moving. Bessie just gives a mysterious smile. The video shows feet clad only in flip-flops running across the ice. The image changes to a well-known revolutionary, Emporio Ivankov, saying words that none of them can hear. Then two Shichibukai appear, Jinbe and Boa Hancock. We see Marines and pirates, all fighting. Mihawk appears again, his yellow eyes looking somewhere with interest. This boy possesses the most terrifying power of all the seas. The revolutionaries too, shouts a Marine. Sengoku stares at the screen with wide eyes, but he's not the one speaking. You didn't say this war also involved us, says a voice in the background. Many turn around, but others, like Admiral Akainu, stand up suddenly, in disbelief. Dragon the revolutionary, the Admiral glares at the hooded man. I must eliminate evil. Sakazuki, stop. Sengoku orders without taking his eyes off the leader of the revolutionaries. We can't fight here. Bessie smiles calmly and looks at the world's greatest criminal. It doesn't involve you, no, she reports. It just became personal. Emporio Ivankov had his reasons for following this man to war. She pauses. Although, of course, that crew will become great allies for the revolution in the future, but not yet. However, Emporio Ivankov was declared dead years ago, having disappeared from Impel Down, Magellan refutes. Oh no, he's not dead, he's still in Impel Down, Bessie says. Until he arrives, of course. Are you implying that this man organized a mass breakout in Impel Down? When she doesn't respond, the Marines go wild. Pirates and revolutionaries are also surprised. The latter try to figure out what kind of situation could have led Ivankov to do such a thing. Dragon fixes his gaze on the two raven-haired brothers sitting next to Whitebeard. It's only a slim chance, but, regardless of the revolutionaries' crisis, the Marines are more than shaken. It's one thing to see Akiji and Mihawk recognize the danger this man poses, but it's quite another to see the powerful allies he will eventually have. And the Shichibukai were supporting him? Jinbe is understandable, but the pirate empress. The men stare at the beautiful pirate. She frowns and argues silently with her sisters. What kind of man is he? I want to see more, one of the revolutionaries says excitedly. And to fulfill his wish, the screen turns back on. A giant man appears drinking sake as if it were water. This time's protagonist leans in with interest as he sees himself on the screen. Kaido-sama, a man arrives, agitated. Behind him, two men drag a den mushi. Mama, someone laughs through the snail. Gosh, this only means trouble, someone mutters upon recognizing who is calling Kaido. In a change of scene, Big Mom appears in front of the snail. What do you want? Kaido asks angrily. It's about that brat, the woman smiles. He's on his way to you. Kaido frowns. So what? Listen, keep your hands off him. Ha! I'll go to the land of Wano to cut off his head. Is that some kind of joke? Kaido roars. I refuse. It has nothing to do with you, Big Mom challenges. I must cut off his head, or I'll continue to lose face. There's also something I must take back from him. What did that guy do to upset Big Mom? I don't mind. I think you owe me a big favor. A favor? I think you remember, don't you? Kaido looks at the other Yonko with annoyance at having to remind her of this incident. She simply smiles excitedly at what she sees on the screen. That was a long time ago. It's a lifelong debt. Kaido throws the sake bottle to the ground in fury. I have a bigger grudge against that brat. I'll be the one to kill him. If you come, I'll kill you, Lin. Huh? He also bothered Kaido? What did he do to make two Yonkas fight over him? Try it. I didn't call to ask for your opinion, it's a warning. I'll cut his head off. He then suggests, let's be friends. Like we used to be. He just proposed. An alliance. A man who can make two beasts join forces to destroy him. What a disaster. The entire room goes silent, and then everyone goes crazy. The Marines look as if it's the end of the world. Big Mom glances at Kaido. Wouldn't it be a convenient alliance to achieve their goals? Kaido seems to consider it. He must be a giant, argues a pirate. No one can face those two monsters without being one. But he probably has an Akuma no Mi, a marine replies with a frown. Besides, it doesn't matter if he's not a giant. He might as well just be a burly guy, right? Whitebeard clicks his teeth. Looks like this guy is quite the troublemaker. I wonder what he did to upset those two. Gururara. I wonder too, Shanks says, looking at the other emperors. Though it's a little frustrating that I'm the only one who doesn't show up, he grumbles. Don't worry, Shanks. I made a promise, so you'll be the last one I'll face. Whitebeard and the redhead stared at the young boy between them in surprise. His shout wasn't loud enough to reach the entire room, but both crews heard it perfectly. Shanks admits that with all the excitement and intrigue he had forgotten about Luffy for a moment. And then he realizes how foolish he's been. How could he have forgotten about Luffy? He looks at the screen and back at the boy. There's no doubt who could have annoyed so many people at once. But until that happens, Shanks won't miss the opportunity to make fun of the little anchor. Do you think you're that guy everyone's talking about? He mocks. As if you could be a pirate. Da ha ha ha. The crew echoes the captain's laughter, no doubt remembering how much Shanks enjoyed teasing the boy. Shanks, you bstrd. I trained so hard, now it's really true that my punches are like a gun. Huh? A gun, the redhead repeats in a bored tone. What's that reaction, moron? Da ha 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 ha. Whitebeard looks at Ace, who smiles softly watching the interaction of the redhead and the young man. You have an interesting brother, son, the older one smiles. Luffy's an idiot, Ace replies, returning his smile to his father. But don't even think about offering him a place on the crew. He'll turn you down. The Emperor nods, already aware of this fact. He doesn't seem like a man who lets himself be ruled by others, he says, staring at the familiar straw hat. How interesting. The room fills with murmurs and conversations as everyone waits for the action to begin. Some theorize about what they're about to see, while others seem downright bored with having to be here. Can't you just tell us who that man is? Akiji complains. That would be boring, the mermaid smiles. Besides, I'm sure they'll catch your attention. They're a unique crew, no doubt about it. Are you going to show us the whole crew? Izo of the Whitebeard Pirates asks, his eyes wide open. You don't have to worry, it's only 10. Marco coughs. 10, you mean 10 commanders, right? Bessie denies it. A crew of 10, 9, and their captain. This surprises everyone equally, and some of them begin to feel the excitement in their veins. Imagine how powerful a crew must be to reach the summit with only 10 people. Ace, however, shows unparalleled astonishment. His mouth opens and closes like a fish's as he stares at his distracted brother. What's wrong, Ace? Thatch asks with concern. A memory comes to mind. The number of times his brother has specified the number of nakamas he'll have is endless, and Ace can't stop replaying those moments in his mind. Could it be that he really? You have a funny little brother, Vista comments, oblivious to the young commander's inner turmoil. Why didn't we know you had a brother? I wanted to wait until it went out to sea, he admits. In case word got around and reached dangerous ears. Marco, at his side, nods understandingly as he looks at the boy chatting with Whitebeard like an old friend. Shanks stands at his side, looking at him fondly. Looks like you're not the only one who cares about him, he comments with a smile. Ace sighs. Shanks is his idol, no one has heard of that man as much as I have. That earns him a chuckle from the other commanders. Must be a special guy to get the attention of a bigwig, huh, Commander Ace? Ace nods at Teach. It's special, yes. Conversations begin to die when a Den Mushy projection turns on again. It's war again. Everyone bows as they see the battlefield, Marineford, in chaos. Admiral Akainu appears, facing two dark blurs. Nothing can be seen of the two, but they remain motionless. Akainu's arm fills with magma, aiming to attack the two without scruple. Unrecognizable screams are heard, and at the last second, someone steps in the way and stops the Admiral's fist, magma shooting out everywhere. Jinbe, one of the blurs shouts in a distorted voice. Is Jinbe, the Knight of the Sea? But her appearance isn't surprising. It's Bessie's words that make everyone's eyes turn to look at the fishman. Jinbe, helmsman and 10th member of the crew. Although he met his captain in Impel Down, he didn't join until a couple of years later. That leaves more questions than answers. The fishman can't hide his surprise and alternates between looking at the screen and the siren. But he's the captain of the Sun Pirates, someone shouts. How interesting, says Whitebeard. Jinbe turns to look at him, his eyes wide. Oyaji, he must be a wonderful man, he says. Look, Jinbe, let's go see the man who has earned your respect. Let's start with a level, says Big Mom, also looking interested between the fishman and the screen. Are we going to ignore that Jinbe was in Impel Down, a marine asks. I'm more worried about what's happening right now. It's war, isn't it? I won't let you lay a hand on him again. You're just postponing the inevitable, Jinbe. As a former 𝖯𝗍ਦੀતુ𝗂유투, you should know what I'm capable of. I'll be happy to offer my life in exchange for a little time. I've always been ready to die. Both Akainu and Jinbe struggle. Even though he's not at the admiral's level, Jinbe isn't willing to give in. The magma continues to spread everywhere, and the fishman bravely endures it. The scene ends. What? You can't just leave him like that, complains a whitebeard pirate. What strength, exclaims a marine, still shocked by what he just saw. Having someone like that on the crew. How the hell did the captain manage to convince a 𝖯tédytu𝗂유투? Jinbe looks just as lost. Izo strokes his shoulder. Just watch. However, the war didn't seem to be going very well, and if I joined another crew? Jinbe, this isn't the time to think about that, Whitebeard orders, even though he understands what it might mean. The future is the future, there's no point in thinking about it now. Jinbe. Sengoku stares at the fishman, cold sweat running down his body. The first member has just appeared, and he's already a big problem. The screen lights up again, this time showing a clearing with many blurs. One of them is lying on the ground, and despite the little that can be seen thanks to the dark blur, blood is gushing out of him. I can stop the bleeding, but he's lost a lot of blood, a voice says. He's the only one in the gang with type F blood, another complains. Nah, Ace. What blood type am I? The older Raven recalls the time the boy was almost mauled by a bear and Dogra gave him a blood transfusion. F. I knew it. Luffy exclaims excitedly. Ace's eyes widen and he exchanges a glance with Shanks. Whitebeard also looks a little incredulous and lets out a low chuckle. There must be a donor in the square. Someone. Does anyone have type F blood? We need blood. Is there a donor? The spectators immediately discover the problem. The plaza they're in is packed with people, yet all of them are fishmen. Dad, you're type F, aren't you? A child says innocently. No. Well. One of the blurs realizes. It's against the law to donate blood to humans in this country. What stupid law is that? It's horrible. The fishmen on screen look remorseful. The audience, on the other hand, groans. Stupid? 𝖯orszá seethes. Why would we give our blood to lesser beings like you? The orange-haired girl sitting next to her sister shifts restlessly in her seat. Jinbe glares at 𝖯orszá. We are not superior, 𝖯orszá. How can you? A voice from the screen interrupts them. It's the mermaid princess, 𝖯irahoshi, sitting next to the group of blurs, crying while placing a hand on her chest. My blood isn't type F, but it's also red, she screams. Does that make any sense? Everyone looks shocked by the giant mermaid's words. 𝖯irahoshi, her father says in surprise. Princessa 𝖯irahoshi. The pirates continue to scream desperately to find someone who can save their captain until someone arrives at the square. Use my blood, Jinbe says. I'm type F, take all you need. Jinbe, they shout with joy. But the law. I am a pirate, he answers simply. Boss. I'm so glad, the fishmen cry in relief. Thank you. Why? Why do the fishmen look so relieved to save a human? Jinbe, you. Okay, Majesty. What's the problem, says the king. That old law is a curse, Jinbe lies down next to the bloody blur, the captain, and the transfusion begins. Everyone in the plaza, fishmen and humans, pirates and civilians, princes and princesses, watches with nervous attention as the fishman's blood travels through a tube into a human body. It doesn't matter if you hurt someone, says Bessie's voice. Or if someone hurts you. There will always be red blood spilled. And no matter how difficult the path seems, it will make its way through that thin tube, she pauses. And even though the fear of the unknown and the differences between races can easily cause fights, there will always be a path that leads us to the sun. 𝖯𝖻dytu𝗂유투, a sobbing voice screams, startling everyone. Those closest to the strange thong-wearing pervert give him dirty looks. Princess 𝖯irahoshi also releases giant drops of salt water while the princes try to calm her so that it doesn't flood the room. In the background, one of the hooded girls quickly tries to wipe away her tears. Koala, a blonde man, approaches her and hugs her. Sabo-kun, I'm really happy about this, she says in a tearful whisper. Whoever that person is, he's changed history, you know? What many have tried to do. He'll succeed. Despite the sadness in his friend's voice, Sabo smiles. Yeah, I want to meet him too, he whispers. Nami, the girl with a tattoo of the 𝖯orszá pirates on her arm, looks at her sister uncertainly. She hates merfolk and pirates, yet everything that's been shown to her puzzles her. Now I really want to meet him, Namor comments, looking at the now black screen. I'm going to have to talk to this guy before he steals my children, Whitebeard mutters under his breath. Oyaji, the pirates scream like children. That guy is really cool, Luffy says as an afterthought. I like him a lot. Jinbe is great, right? Ace says. He's really strong, we once fought for 5 days straight. Luffy gasps in surprise. 5 days? That's tough, then it occurs to him. Why did you fight him? Was he bad? Ace laughs, embarrassed. No, it's just. Your brother wanted to kill me, Whitebeard replies gently. That's why Jinbe confronted him. Ace, why did you want to kill the old man, he asks, his head tilted to the side. You know, he's. And I wanted. Marco decides to save him. Ace is really stubborn. He tried to kill him every day for a long time until he became one of us. Ah, the boy exclaims, finally understanding. Then he turns to the giant man and gives him a thumbs up. Don't worry, Asen. Ace tried to kill me too when we first met. Some commanders look at him curiously, but no one asks about it. Ace looks increasingly embarrassed, and Whitebeard laughs. Gururarara. Did he do that? Well, it seems that's how the best relationships start. They both laugh, to Ace's misfortune, who only hits his brother and complains to his captain with blushing cheeks. The screen lighting up is the only thing that saves him from embarrassment. The first to appear is Big Mom in all her splendor, looking quite angry. In front of her is Jinbe, also very serious. I thought you gave up leaving my crew. Jinbe in Big Mom's crew? Oyaji, many commanders look at their father. The Yonko relishes her moment of victory over Shirohige, but she soon realizes the meaning of the words coming out of her mouth on screen. Even though she has acquired Jinbe as a subordinate, he has the audacity to try to leave her crew. But you're defending the boy who smashed the cake, he says furiously. I take that as complete mutiny. Are you okay with that, Jinbe? Yes, I agree with that. She smiles, though she doesn't look happy. You've got guts. I want to leave your crew and join them. Big Mom glares daggers at the fishman. This is going to be a headline, Morgan says in the background. Former Shichibukai Jinbe is joining that crew. Ugh, it's really bothering me that they never mention the crew's name, a marine snorts. That would be boring, wouldn't it? Bessie says with a giggle. Big Mom smiles. Well, do whatever you want after you leave. But I need you to pay the price for leaving the crew. You don't want to live a life full of shame, do you? That's right. If you promise not to harm anyone else, I'm happy to give you as much of my life as you want. Ha, a distorted voice exclaims in the background. What are you talking about, Jinbe? You can't join my crew if you die. I love taking people's lives, the Yonko smiles. You'd rather die than stay where you don't want to be. I won't feel sorry for you. Here we go again. Morgan says. Soul Pocus. The Morgans who observes everything from the outside never stops jotting things down in his notebook. If I'm there, it's because Big Mom threw a really big tea party, he mutters to himself as he types. And that crew ruined the party and the cake. And then. The pirate uses her power. Stay or live. Live. Jinbe shouts. Nothing happens. Jinbe's gaze is determined. Big Mom's children look astonished. Stay or live, he repeats. Nothing happened. It can't be true, he's not afraid of Mom. Of course not, the fishman then speaks. I'm going to be part of the crew of the man who will become the Pirate King, he says with conviction. There's no point in me being afraid of a mere Yonko. Amazing, Jinbe. Atmos gasps. Just like that? The fishman shrugs. I don't know either. What a great man, Vista nods. To make you say those confident words about someone other than Oyaji. Big Mom doesn't seem happy about the revelation of all the chaos that Pirate Captain and his crew seem to be causing in Whole Cake. As soon as I know who the captain is, I'll eliminate him, she decides. Oyaji, I wouldn't leave your crew, Jinbe says. I know, the older man smiles. Everything comes to an end, he muses. But Oyaji, Marco doesn't seem happy with his father's quick acceptance. If we can help it. There's nothing to be avoided, son. Eras begin, then end, to usher in a new one. If my death ushers in a new tide, he looks at Jinbe proudly. I'll be proud to welcome her with open arms. Whitebeard isn't shouting, but the deathly silence of the room makes his voice reach everyone. Some pirates perk up at the mention of the old man's death, and all the Marines do too. Many are already savoring this new era. Then Sengoku realizes. If Whitebeard died, will die at the hands of the government, marking the end of his era. The beginning of the next has also been brought about by them. It's all part of a domino effect, and it's they, the government, who foolishly pushed the first piece. The piece that marks the beginning of its end. Even if the revelation that something would happen to the man he respects so much left him feeling uneasy, Jinbe is inevitably eager to meet his future crew. He looks around the room with interest. His gaze unconsciously lingers on the human girl near Arlong. She's sitting with a blue-haired girl and casting fearful glances at the nearest fishmen. What will the others be like? Thatch asks. From what we understand, they're not fishmen. Are there any giants? I think they'll be weird, Shanks says with a smile. Their captain must be extravagant. Shanks, you idiot, Luffy mutters with a pout. I hope they show the musician soon. Why the hell would they have a musician? Ace asks. Every pirate crew should have a musician. Luffy and Shanks exclaim simultaneously. How ridiculous. The Emperor gives the Raven a dirty look, and Luffy imitates him. Ace sighs at how silly his brother's idol is and then smiles fondly. He's missed the little rubber man a lot and can't help but show his affectionate side. Luffy just lets out a delighted chuckle when his brother pulls him into a bear hug. Ace was never the most affectionate, so having all the attention and pampering from his older brother makes him very happy. The action finally begins. A voice fills the room even before the screen turns on. I'm not a beast hunting a rabbit. It's a great surprise to see a close-up of Dracula Mihawk once again. He leans forward with interest. Unfortunately, I don't carry anything smaller than this, he mocks, waving his knife. Another man's face appears. Don't be sorry when I kill you, he growls, a sword between his teeth. The pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, Bessie's voice purrs. The first mate, a born swordsman. Those near him move to get a better look. He himself shows surprise but quickly recovers, staring at the screen in disbelief at seeing himself facing the greatest swordsman in the world. Aniki, two men shout in surprise. They call him a demon in the East Blue, a marine comments, still staring at the boy. Someone from the East Blue, the weakest sea, Big Mom mocks. Are you holding a sword with your mouth? Izo asks to no one in particular. Wait, are you telling me he was a pirate hunter and became a member of the Pirate King's gang? Moji, one of Buggy's pirates, blinks. Isn't anyone going to say anything about that? Jinbe just stares at his future vice-captain with a frown. Zoro moves forward to meet his rival. Frog in the Well discovers greatness in the world, the adult mocks again. The green-haired one shows off his three-sword style as he jumps on the Shichibukai. Oni, Giri, their swords clash against the tip of Mihawk's knife. Some whistle in surprise. The swordsmen in the room show clear interest in Santorio's unusual style while admiring the elder's strength and skill. Eyes wide open, Zoro attacks the man again. Mihawk's knife effortlessly deflects each and every one of his attacks, sending the younger man flying. Undeterred, he gets back on his feet to attack. What a fierce swordsmanship, Mihawk comments without flinching. He's weak, Daz Bones opines, focusing more on the Shichibukai than the green-haired one. However, his style is quite unusual, Vista says aloud. And his determination. What a dangerous aura. Zoro ignores the criticism and trembles with excitement as he watches the ridiculous fight. He unconsciously runs his fingertips over the sheaths of his swords. Adrenaline courses through his body. What are you carrying? What makes you crave power, weakling? The shock makes him fall again. As soon as he hits the ground, he gets up and takes a new position. Tora. Gari. He lunges forward and the expert swordsman's knife plunges into his chest, dyeing his white shirt bright red. Some people gasp. Most watch in silence. Blood drips onto the splintered wooden planks of what appears to be the remains of a ship. Will you let him pierce your heart? Mihawk asks calmly. Why don't you back off? Many had thought the attack had ended the young man's life. Clearly, that assumption is wrong, which makes Mihawks question the next thing on their minds. I don't know, the young man replies, blood trickling down his jaw. But if I back out now, I feel like things from the past, like oaths and promises, will be lost, and I won't be able to return to where I am now. Yes, the dark-haired man says seriously. That's defeat. So, all the more reason not to retire. Even if you die? Zoro smiles. I'd rather die. Shanks resists the urge to stand up and applaud the boy's bravery. Vista nods approvingly. It is Mihawk who can't help but express his thoughts out loud. What a strong heart, he says, staring at Zoro. So you choose death over defeat. Zoro doesn't look back at the swordsman. He's too focused on the image. The knife is withdrawn from the green-haired man's skin. Brat, tell me your name, Mihawk asks. Zoro, he moves his swords in preparation for an attack. Roronoa Zoro. I'll remember, the other promises. I haven't seen someone like you in a while. He hangs the knife across his chest, his hand flying behind his back to grasp the infamous Kakuto Yoru. As a courtesy, I will attack you with the strongest black sword in the world. They both stand still for a few seconds. Mihawk waits patiently for Zoro to leave, but the gleam in his eyes shows no fear. He lunges at the young man, his sword brandished. Die. Santoryu Ugi, Mihawk's eyes widen as he watches the attack. Sanzen Sekai. With the clash, 2 of the 3 swords fracture. Blood runs like rivers of sweat down the younger swordsman's body. Zoro sheaths his last sword and turns around, embracing death. What? Mihawk is surprised. Zoro smiles. Scars on the back are a disgrace to a swordsman. The swordsmen whistle in admiration, no longer able to contain the excitement that the fight is causing. The Mihawk on screen also smiles. Admirable, he says before slashing the younger man's torso. Mihawk stands up and gives a short clap. This time, Zoro turns to look at him. Do not rush your death, young comrade, he urges. Zoro falls into the sea and a dark blur passes by Mihawk. It must be someone who can't be revealed yet, a marine muses with disappointment. The captain, possibly. Are you the young swordsman's nakama? The Shichibukai asks. Thank you for looking after him. Don't worry, that man will live. Sure enough, 2 people pull Zoro out of the water. He's breathing and coughing up blood, alive. Another dark blur helps him climb into the boat. It's not your time to die yet. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Grow stronger, no matter how long it takes, I will wait for you in my most powerful form. Surpass my sword. He raises his voice. Surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Impressive, Kikunajo murmurs, followed by an agreement from Kinemon. Kid, Mihawk turns to the blur. What's your goal? With a slightly distorted voice, the man, a boy, answers, Pirate King. It's a little surprising to hear such a statement in that same room, when they all know they're there because it's really going to happen. Can you hear me? The swordsman calls to his captain. Yeah. Roronoa trembles. His sword points to the sky. Forgive me for worrying you. If I don't become the greatest swordsman in the world, you'd be in for a dilemma, wouldn't you? He stops and coughs up blood, but despite his companion's insistence that he stop, he continues. I will never lose again, he cries through blood and tears. Until I defeat him and become the greatest swordsman. I will never be defeated again. A shiver of emotion runs through the silent room. Any problem with that? Pirate King? The blur laughs. None. The image darkens. The silence begins to shift until applause begins. There aren't many of them, with the pirates too proud and the marines resentful, and few dare to acknowledge their admiration out loud. Nevertheless, the action is truly moving. So this is another of the larger crew members. It's been amazing, Jinbe nods respectfully. Luffy is literally vibrating. Marco raises an eyebrow at Ace, who shrugs and asks. Is he? The boy looks at him with a strange gleam in his eyes and sighs. I've never seen anything so impressive. I'm really excited to meet him. Whitebeard hides his smile. For a while now, the boy has been speaking simply as if it were already clear that he would cross paths with the young swordsman. He notices his son's uncertainty and amusement at the boy's declaration. The new generation is promising. Sengoku, Kaido's voice echoes in the room. What do you plan to do with the rest of the crew when you discover their captain? The man sighs ruefully. As long as they don't become a problem in the future, I'll let them live. I only care about the captain. Shanks snorts. Kaido smiles at Zoro, who pointedly ignores him in favor of yawning and lazily scratching his belly. Before they can continue commenting on the exciting exchange, the screen flashes again. The swordsman is tied to a post, his clothes and body dirty, and he looks tired. He's looking to his left in great disbelief. Who the hell are you? He asks in astonishment. Even distorted, the voice sounds cheerful and playful. The man who will become the Pirate King. That's the moment he meets his captain, someone exclaims. Zoro leans forward with obvious interest. He's genuinely eager to know what that man did to convince him to become a ruffian. How interesting. Shanks comments with a smile. We'll get to see what the future Pirate King did to recruit his first mate, he says, his voice filled with amusement, echoing, in fact, the thoughts of most of those present. Become the Pirate King? Zoro snorts. Do you know what you're saying? The king of the pirates is the king of the pirates, the other answers matter-of-factly. What else could it mean? A full shot of the scene is shown. Zoro and the Dark Blur, the owner of the voice, are in a vacant lot. Next to the cross is a chubby boy with pink hair. To his left, a group of naval officers and their captain, Axeman Morgan. Kobe lets out a high-pitched squeal and shrinks in place. What the hell is he doing there? Isn't that Kobe? Mutters Pepoko, one of Alvida's pirates. Kobe, the captain roars. Meanwhile, Haruta frowns deeply. What is it? Marco asks, noticing the commander's confusion. That blur is supposed to be the captain, right? The question is directed at Bessie. The mermaid nods with a smile. Don't you think he's, too small? The entire room leans forward to get a better look at the blur. All theories of giants or exotic beings are shattered when all they see is a short figure. Even if the blur above the person doesn't allow them to study it in depth, you can almost see how thin it is. What a disappointment, many think. Some even begin to believe the mermaid and the fleet admiral are playing a trick on them. The blur stands right in front of Zoro. He holds out 3 swords. Here's your sword. Which one is it? Since I didn't know, I brought all 3. All 3 are mine. 𝖯𝗂ЛਦੀЛ. The blur hums. You'll accept them, won't you? But before you fight alongside me, you'll have to make a choice. Die right here at the hands of the Marines, or come with me. Which would you prefer? Everyone blinks. Are you blackmailing him? You're a JRK. Shanks laughs. Zoro slaps his palm against his forehead, almost in disbelief. Zoro smiles. You must be the devil's son. Fine, instead of falling here, I'll become a pirate. Great, the voice cheers. You'll be my nakama. Great. Yahoo! I'll join you, so untie me, the other scolds. The Marines lose their cool and begin running, weapons brandished, toward the 2 pirates and the boy. Roronoa is seen losing his temper and demanding his new captain give him his swords. It happens too fast. In the blink of an eye, Zoro stops at least 10 men with his 3 swords. Make one move and you're dead, he threatens. The Marines whimper in fear at the swordsman's words. Sengoku rubs his face in embarrassment at the soldier's attitude while many pirates sneer. Zoro's stance doesn't change. His unsheathed swords clash with those of the Marines as he stares straight at what appears to be his captain. I've vowed to become a pirate. Since I refused to join the Navy, I've become a wanted man. However, I'll warn you of one thing. I will always follow my own ambitions, he declares. Ambitions? The other asks. I will become the greatest swordsman in the world. If I am ever forced to abandon my ambitions, his gaze turns menacing. Your life will end under my sword. The first thing he does is threaten the captain, is the thought running through everyone's heads. The pirates look at the swordsman disapprovingly. Not many would think of doing such a thing. The world's greatest swordsman? Sounds great, the captain replies, unfazed. As the nakama of the pirate king, I wouldn't expect anything less. The screen turns off. Honestly? The captain seems like a bit of an idiot, Doflamingo laughs. What do you think? Shanks asks, turning to Whitebeard and his comrades. It's not right, Jinbe admits. A man forced to join a crew. There's no way to build trust and loyalty between them. That's not entirely true, Ace interrupts. I mean, Oyaji kidnapped me. Whitebeard and his commanders laugh at the young man's words. True, says the strongest man in the world. It only remains to be seen what the captain is like and if he can win that boy's loyalty. The redhead nods, glancing sideways at the green-haired swordsman. The man is quite calm, not bothered at all by the whispers of the people around him. He seems much more concerned with getting rid of the boy, who is chattering happily and pointing at his swords with interest. Oh, Shanks sighs, recognizing who the boy is. How could he not have noticed the child slipping through his fingers? Ace, you'd better not leave Luffy loose for too long. He doesn't need any more enemies than he's already made. The boy's freckled face turns, eyes wide, to the empty seat next to him. Luffy, he growls. Meanwhile, with Zoro and Luffy. And do you like alligator meat too? I guess, he shrugs. Great. It's my favorite. Although my grandfather once brought me sea king meat, it was great. Zoro yawns tiredly. Who the hell is that guy? Although I was eaten by a crocodile once, the boy next to him continues to stammer. It wasn't just a one-time thing, a voice chimes in. They both look up to see Fire Fist Ace. He bows slightly to the swordsman. I'm sorry for any inconvenience my silly little brother may have caused. And he drags the straw hat boy back like he's a kitten. Zoro yawns again and intends to have a good night's sleep until the screen comes back on. He clicks his teeth and watches. Zoro breathes heavily. His bloody face transforms into a peaceful one. I understand, I'll let you take a head. The place they are now in is completely destroyed. There's debris everywhere, and even some bodies can be recognized. Roronoa Zoro finds himself facing another Shichibukai, this time Bartholomew Kuma. The boy bows. But in return, please take my head. The scene, devoid of context, leaves everyone breathless. It's one thing to see a boy willing to die for his dream, but it's quite another to offer his head for someone else's. Especially after what he said last time. What the? I beg you. I'm not that famous yet, his determined eyes glare at the enemy. But this is the head of the man who will become the greatest swordsman in the world. That should be enough. Nobody breathes. You have great ambition, Kuma's voice finally says. Even so. Do you wish to take this man's place and go to your death? I see no other way to save my nakama. If you cannot protect your captain, your ambition is useless. What loyalty, Haruta praises. And to think that just a few minutes ago we were criticizing the boy. Kaido looks at Zoro with more interest. I really have a lot of questions regarding what's going on, Momonga comments, touching his mustache. He is the man who will become the king of the pirates, he declares with conviction. A blur staggers. Wait, you DMN-BSTRD. Everyone is startled by the unexpected appearance of another nakama. Zoro looks very surprised. The other man says, what happens if you die? What about your dream, idiot? The figure reveals itself. It's a man about the same age as Zoro, with blonde bangs covering one eye. He has a curly eyebrow and is wearing a completely tattered suit. His name isn't revealed, but his appearance does get a reaction. Reiju gasps as she recognizes her brother. Big Mom looks at her and voices her thoughts aloud. A Vinsmoke, she acknowledges with a frown. The same man, Sanji, stares wide-eyed at his battered figure and then looks at his father figure, as if he could give him some explanation. Zeph also looks in amazement but quickly recovers and looks at the boy with a strange expression, somewhere between pride and anxiety. So you'll finally get out of my sight, eggplant. Sanji shakes his head in confusion before looking back at the screen. Hey, big guy, Sanji says, ignoring Zoro's complaint behind him. Take my life instead of this Marimo's. He looks as if he can barely stand, but his stance doesn't waver. The Navy doesn't consider me much of a threat yet. But in the end, the one who will cause the most trouble for this crew. It'll be me, Blackleg Sanji. You. Both Sanji and Zoro's breathing is erratic and labored. If either of them were to fall now, they'd never be able to get back up. Now. Do it, the blonde man orders. I'll let you take my life. His body begins to shake with exhaustion. We're more than prepared to give our lives if necessary. Make this a glorious death. While Zoro has shown immense courage from what they've seen of him, Sanji is no slouch. His words cause those around him to stare at the blonde with wide eyes. Hey, he calls Zoro's attention. Tell everyone. To have a safe trip. Sorry, but you're going to have to find another cook. Someone lets out a scream as, out of nowhere, everyone sees the hilt of Zoro's sword strike the young blonde's side. Sanji turns with what little strength he has left and leans on Zoro's shoulder. Unfortunate. His strength finally running out, Sanji falls. He struck his nakama. To sacrifice himself. As if nothing had happened, Zoro sighs, removes his 3 swords and leaves them on the ground. This is my last wish, he says, his breathing uneven. Kuma, who had been watching peacefully until now, lets out a sigh of resignation. If I were to lay a hand on your captain after this, I would fall into disgrace. Some unconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. I owe you. Kuma moves and grabs one of the blots from the floor. You can believe me, I'll keep my promise, he says. But in return, I'll show you what hell looks like. From the dark blur emerges a strange bubble with reddish shadows. Zoro opens his eyes. What I just repelled from your body is your pain and your fatigue. This is all the accumulated pain from your fight against Oz and Moria. Gecko Moria, who had been observing the rubble with appreciation, squirms, looking at Zoro. BSTRDS, what were you doing on my territory? Doflamingo laughs. Isn't it obvious? You've been dethroned. How pathetic. Moria grunts. If your wish is to take his place, Kuma continues. Then, naturally, you must take all of this. However, if someone as close to death as you takes all of this, it's impossible for them to survive. You will die. Of course he will, Marco interrupts indignantly. The captain fought a Shichibukai. If he's unconscious, I can imagine how much pain his body must be in. Of course he'll die. He himself said he wouldn't let his captain stand in the way of his dream. Jozu murmurs. But he'll take it, Luffy states without hesitation. He'll take it, Whitebeard repeats with a smile. Check it out for yourself. A small ball of the captain's pain floats down to Zoro's chest. The effect is immediate, his body writhes in pain and he screams like a madman. Recover your breathing by lying on the floor. What did you think? Kuma asks. Please, Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, trembles with fear. Please find another solution. Let me change places, the young man asks. I'm increasingly impressed, Kizaru confesses, still staring at the screen. Not just by Jinbe, by this Roronoa, or by that one. What kind of captain must this man be to command such loyalty? The answer comes from Akiji, a dangerous one, no doubt about it. The screen goes dark. When it clears up again, Sanji reappears. He's desperately searching for Zoro. There's no way he's in one piece. Where could he have gone? He stops when, out of the corner of his eye, he sees a familiar figure. He blinks at Zoro, who's standing in the middle of a clearing. There he is, he leans closer. Don't scare me like that. Where has that Shichibukai gone? He gasps at the sight. Zoro is covered in blood, with wounds all over his body, and the ground beneath his feet has turned red. Sanji yells curses and demands answers. Zoro just says, nothing happened. Are you an idiot? A pink-haired girl asks immediately after the screen goes dark. Jewelry Bonnie knows she's not the one who'll rise to the top. It's been made clear on more than one occasion that the captain is a man. However, her curiosity about the crew has been intense since the moment the fleet admiral explained why they'd been brought here. Now, however, you wonder what kind of idiot would recruit a pair of suicide bombers. Isn't that a waste? You must be an idiot, she repeats. You have a dream, why are you wasting it like this? Roronoa Zoro gives him a strange look. He speaks. Don't look at me, woman. I don't have a captain yet, so I couldn't possibly know what my future self feels, he replies simply. However, if there's someone worthwhile enough to make me fall on my knees for them, I want to meet them, he smiles. You seem to have accepted it easily, Jinbe says with his arms crossed, looking at Zoro with interest. It's not a question of whether I accept it or not. Whether the captain's identity is revealed or not, our destinies will eventually cross. That's when I'll decide whether to continue this. Whoever my captain is will have to earn my respect again. When he does, I won't be ashamed to call myself a pirate. You'll make a good vice-captain, says Ben Beckman standing next to his own captain. Zoro nods at the man and narrows his eyes. Behind the redhead and the man who just spoke, the boy in the straw hat is staring at him. When he catches Zoro's eye, he seems more than pleased. The boy winks at him, gives him a thumbs up, and shows him a fist. It's obvious Zoro doesn't understand his actions because the boy lets out a bubbly laugh when he sees his face. Then he whispers. Zoro can read his lips. I'll find you, the straw hat boy promises silently. Then he turns around and shouts to no one in particular, that was great. Now can we see the cook? The guy with the weird eyebrow from earlier. I want to see him, that's great. Was that the cook? Thatch asks, standing nearby, interested. If Luffy says so, it was. If it's ever been mentioned, trust Luffy to be the only one who remembers it, Ace laughs. Cook! Cook! Luffy sings excitedly. The cook is that pathetic idiot who was attacked by his own nakama, Vinsmoke Yanji laughs with his brothers and then spits out, Sanji. Silence, brat, an old woman sitting next to a small animal, Dr. Kureha, speaks. When you have the courage to do what that child did, then you can speak. Yanji grits his teeth, cursing the witch's audacity. Ichiji puts a hand on his arm to stop him. Let's go see it, he orders. Besides, he wouldn't be so pathetic if he's the Pirate King's cook, a green-haired boy, Bartolomeo, mutters to himself, paying close attention to the strange group of people that is forming. Oyaji, Marco calls. What do you think about all this? Whitebeard smiles at his son. I can't wait to see more of this crew, he admits. Not only to see the members of this very special group, but to see the chaos they've created. A tall, muscular man with light hair is depicted. His clothing and aura convey an air of omnipotence. He holds a golden staff and carries a bow with 4 tomo drums on his back. It's too late for you to be rescued, the man looks at a dark blur on the ground with contempt. Electricity gathers around him. I knew it had to be somewhere, Crocodile says, looking at the man with interest. It's an electricity lodge. Goro Goro no Mi, some turn to look at the same man on the screen, who sits back in his seat with a haughty look. I am Enel, the god of Skypiea. Skypiea, a marine asks. The island of the sky, Enel announces. Does that exist? I don't know, although I do know that gods don't exist, Nico Robin answers with a smile next to Crocodile. Sengoku tenses up at the sight and sighs in exhaustion at not being able to do anything. They exist, Enel says calmly. This will prove it. I am an invincible god. Vinsmoke Sanji, Black Leg, the Pirate King's cook, Bessie says. Still in disbelief, Sanji doesn't react to the beautiful mermaid calling his name. His mind races, trying to understand why she would leave the Baratai and board a pirate ship. The captain must actually be a pretty girl, right? That's the only explanation. A man appears at Sanji. He kicks the blob off the ground and faces the attack, taking the impact. Thor! Oh my god, an orange-haired girl shouts from her seat. He's so powerful. Oh, what a pretty little Melarine. Sanji inadvertently slides closer to the girl. Would you like to go on a date with this gentleman? Are you stupid? Ignoring the girl's screams, many are equally astonished. The lodges are strong, but one like that could be truly invincible. Enel laughs. So they jumped, he says, apparently referring to one or more of the undisclosed nakama in the crew. It seems they still don't understand the range of my attack. Using methods like that, they'll never escape. Then the self-proclaimed god realizes something. To his left, Sanji stands. He's alive. Vista exclaims in amazement. Of course he is, a-hole, Izo rolls his eyes. Why would they show us a pirate dying? These people are supposed to be a threat. If they were going to die easily, all this wouldn't be necessary. Some people hum along in agreement. Truth be told, it's easy to forget why they're there every time something new pops up on the screen. Hey God. I have something to tell you. He pauses, then takes out a cigarette and puts it in his mouth. No, before that. Sorry, he takes a drag. I wanted some light in my cigarette. He's crazy. Doflamingo laughs. He can't even stand up. Again, Vinsmoke Niji complains. The Thunder user hums. Did you want something else? Yes, he replies. Get ready to cry. Immediately after this, his body gives way and he falls to the ground. Wow, Trafalgar Law grimaces. I thought you'd do something interesting. How ridiculous, Yanji laughs. No, says Marco. Look. Something explodes, and the ship, which they now see is flying, begins to descend. Enel opens his eyes and looks back at the cook lying on the ground. Insolent mortal. You. BSTRD. What have you done to my ark? The screen turns off. I see, Crocodile says. He prepared to receive the attack from his comrades, but he wasn't worried because before that he was destroying the ship. Very stupid, if you ask me, says Captain Hina. But smart, Smoker admits at his side. Either way, I doubt he made it out alive, Enel gloats. I'm invincible, he repeats. You're such a pain, Luffy complains from his seat. Can't you just shut up? I could kick your butt. Some giggle at the child's cheekiness. Idiot, haven't you seen the extent of his power, says a pirate. Shut up, kid, Jozu puts an arm on Luffy's chest. What this guy says is true. It's an incredibly powerful ability. Ace opens his mouth to scold his brother, but then his jaw snaps shut. He then lets out a chuckle, earning strange looks from Thatch and Izo. Hey, mermaid, she calls to Bessie. Can't you just let them fight for a little while? The corners of her eyes narrow as she stifles a laugh. It wouldn't be wise, she says, though she seems to want just the opposite. So you can? Bessie shrugs. All right, Ace says. He grabs his brother by the arm and, out of nowhere, throws him straight at the man. There he goes. HUH, his nakamas shout, thinking Ace has gone crazy. Ha! What the hell are you doing, ACE, brat? Shouts the voice of a familiar vice admiral who pushes many of his men trying to get to the boy who just flew away. Many are frightened. Sengoku shouts at the mermaid. Lady Bessie, why don't you stop them? She just smiles. Thor. Pirates, marines, and everyone within range of the attack bolt away. The last thing they see before the light blinds the room is the gaunt figure of the boy facing the lightning bolt. When they open their eyes again, they see Enel standing with his cane in one hand. The boy stands in front of him, blinking, his head tilted to one side. I'm impressed you were able to dodge it, the god praises. Roku sen man volt. The light goes out again and the boy is still standing there blinking in ignorance. Garp's voice startles those closest to him. I forgot, lightning doesn't affect Luffy, he says, brushing his concern aside and picking his nose. Why not? Asks Eustace Kid, looking on with interest. Well, everyone watches as Luffy reaches back and punches the man. Luffy is made of rubber. The last thing you see on Enel's face before he flies away is a look of absolute astonishment. Rubber, everyone thinks. How could such a useless fruit exist? Many users thank the heavens for not having found that fruit. Luffy smiles. See, he says to no one in particular. Oh, hello, Grandpa, he smiles at Garp. Hey, Grandpa? Come here, Luffy, I'm going to give you a love fist. No way, my head will hurt, he complains. Is that your grandson, Garp? Another vice admiral asks. Yeah, come on, Luffy. I'll introduce you to my coworkers. He looks at the Marines. My grandson's going to be the best Marine. Wahahaha. No, wait, isn't that the boy who screamed earlier? Stupid Grandpa. Luffy squeals. I'm not going to become a Marine, I'm going to be the Pirate King. Vice Admiral Garp has a grandson. Vice Admiral Garp's grandson wants to be a pirate. No, more importantly, who is Vice Admiral Garp's son? Love fist, the man shouts in the background as he hits his grandson. The boy's brother runs to his aid while cursing the old man. One of the hooded figures in the background rubs his head. Huh? The young man beside him looks at him. Are you all right, Dragon-san? Yes, yes. Sengoku cleared his throat. So, if it's all over, could we go on? Ace hugs his brother and drags him as far away from his grandfather as possible. A handful of Marines, still shocked by the revelation, keep a close eye on them. The screen turns on. And this? Are you still alive? Sanji rises from the rubble, holding his injured shoulder. In front of him is a werewolf Zoan user. That's me. Many people blink at the man who jumps out of his seat with a shout. Califa, a blonde woman next to him, coughs. You're part of a secret agency, 𝖯𝗂Л, you can't just go around revealing things like, he gestures to the screen. You know? That's right, this is classified information. 𝖯RLdyl shouts nervously and looks at the siren. Woman, turn off the screen right now. Sorry, she smiles, then looks at her audience. CP9 is a secret agency of 𝖯RL. I can't reveal its objectives, but, she looks back at 𝖯RLdyl. There's no reason for secrecy, we're on a first-come, first-served basis. 𝖯RLdyl gapes at the mermaid's brazenness. I'm not running away, his eyes flash with determination. I'm not going to be killed, he gives her a dangerous smile. And I'm not going to forgive you. Forgive me. He throws his head back and laughs. Is it because of that woman? Those kinds of feelings are unnecessary in combat. If you have time to feel sorry for that stupid, desperate woman, you should think of a way to get out of here alive. Oh, the 𝖯RLdyl cooks exclaim simultaneously. So he's fighting for a woman, they nod as if it all makes sense. Sanji gets distracted thinking about what kind of pretty lady might need his help. I'll be a pirate, he decides to himself, vowing to save that young lady who needs his help. Be careful what you say, he threatens. When I get angry, my blood runs hot. You shouldn't even try, you have no chance of winning this battle. What you should do is prepare yourself for the pain you're going to receive now. If this isn't enough for you. Tekai tempo matenru. Sanji takes the attack and is knocked back. He gets up without any difficulty. If you're going to laugh, now's a good time to do it. Then it starts spinning like a top. I'm so dizzy. Luffy complains, steaming from his ears. 𝖯RL blinks as if he finds it ridiculous. I don't know why you're turning like that, but, he prepares to attack. The blonde stops and the werewolf's eyes widen. How? Has your leg turned red? Sure enough, when it stops spinning, Sanji's leg appears on fire. On fire. On fire? On fire, exclaims a very high-pitched voice, and a small, furry thing starts running around. He needs a doctor. Someone call a doctor. What the devil? Kureha picks Chopper up off the ground before he can attract any more attention. How is it possible that fire comes out of his leg? La Mera Mera, some eyes turn to Ace. I didn't die, that guy doesn't have my Akuma no Mi, the dark-haired man complains, shooting fiery glances at everyone. Oh, Ace, can you make a fire? The boy smiles. I'll show you when we get out of here. It's not an Akuma no Mi, Marco says, looking at the screen. The fire isn't real. Her leg has turned red due to the friction from the rotation, and it feels like fire. Devil leg. The boy's leg hits the werewolf's torso. Burn. It's a power similar to that of a devil. 𝖯RL is thrown back by the attack and writhes in pain. It looks painful, 𝖯RL shifts uncomfortably in his seat. You deserve it, Kamidori laughs. I'm burning up. The Tekai was useless. What the hell is that kick? 𝖯RL watches as Sanji lunges at him to hit him again and grins. Idiot, jumping into the air when facing a Rokushiki user is suicide. Diable jam, first chopped. The werewolf shoots upward to easily avoid the kick. You're truly an idiot. By acting so arrogantly, you've given me the victory in this fight. I've already won. He launches himself into a Geku attack, sinking his claws into the man's stomach. Oh no. So you were able to stop one of my hands. I feel sorry for you. If you had thrown another kick you could have stopped all the Shurgon. No, I had no choice, since the last kick is to finish you off. Everyone watches in slow motion as the young man's fiery leg slams into the werewolf's face, sending him slamming to the ground. 𝖯RL is knocked unconscious before Sanji even hits the ground. Cooking is a gift from the gods. Spikes are a gift from the devil. Looks like it was a bit spicy for you. Super cool, the thong-wearing pervert shouts, once again scaring the people closest to him. Well, that was good, a marine says quietly. I mean, did you hear the last thing he said? A cook from headquarters nods. Yes, it was great. Isn't he supposed to be the cook? Asks a whitebeard. Pirate. Every member of a crew should know how to fight, but... I understand what you're saying, Thatch replies. His crew is organized by division. The 4th division is made up of cooks, and while they're not useless in battle, they're among the least likely to fight if the choice were to be made. Sanji stares at the screen, eyes wide open. It seems quite incredible that he'll ever be able to fight at that level. Then he looks at the merman and the swordsman. He wonders what it means to be on a crew. No, more importantly, what does it mean to be on the crew of the future Pirate King? His attention turns back to the screen. The screen shows the deck of a ship. In the background are sacks of flour and a cleaning barrel. The door opens, and a large man comes out with a badly wounded man and drops him carelessly to the ground. Get out of here, please. It's me, says Patty. And that's the 𝖯RLdyl, Karn murmurs at his side. Commander Jin, it's you, one of Don Krieg's pirates says in awe and fear. The aforementioned looks at the screen and then looks at his captain, whose entire face is stained with anger. The door closes behind Patty and Jin's body rolls onto his stomach. Sheet, he groans heavily. That guy. It didn't have to happen like that. Upstairs, a dark shadow looms over the railing. When he speaks, the audience recognizes him as the captain. Hey, you're hungry, aren't you? He says in his usual cheerful tone. Shut up. I'm not. I'm hungry, he complains, even though his stomach is growling loudly. The door opens again. Sanji comes out with a plate of food and a glass of water and places it in front of the hungry pirate. Then he sits on the ground with his back against the railing. Eat, he orders. Shut up. Get out of here. Even if I'm miserable, I'll never accept pity from others. Get this out of my sight. Don't be stubborn and eat, he takes a drag on his cigarette. For me, anyone who's hungry is a customer. Sorry. I'm not a customer, his stomach growls again. Sanji sighs and looks up at the sky. The great ocean is cruel, isn't it? This ocean is terrible if there's no water or food to eat. It's terrible. There's no one, besides me, who better understands how someone so hungry feels. He looks at the pirate. I don't care if you die for your pride, but if you eat, you'll be able to see what tomorrow holds. Many nod at Sanji's words, recognizing him as someone who hasn't had anything to eat in the past. These are difficult memories, but at the same time, it's thanks to those events that he's now a man worthy of calling himself a cook, one who can appreciate food more than anyone. This seems to convince Jin. He swallows, sits with his back to the cook, and begins to wolf down his food desperately. How delicious. It's delicious, she says between bites and tears. I thought I was going to die. That no one would help me, she sobs. It's the first time I've eaten something so delicious. Sanji smiles. It's pretty tasty, isn't it? It's not possible, aren't pirates supposed to be scary and evil? Kobe mumbles, not understanding the future pirate's kindness. Boy. There's a lot wrong with that thinking, Whitey Bay replies, glancing sideways at the chubby boy. The dark blur bursts out laughing and squeals, all right, I found my cook. It was good, huh? Glad you got fed? He laughs again. You almost died. How heartless, someone mutters. Hey, cook, he calls, jumping down, startling the other two. Would you like to be my nakama? You'll be the cook for my crew. I refuse, Sanji says bluntly. Besides, there's a reason I have to work here. Zeph watches his little one out of the corner of his eye. Sanji, meanwhile, wonders why he abandoned the old man if he knew how much he owed him. No. I refuse, the captain shouts. Sanji is surprised when the blur gets very close to his face. What are you refusing? I refuse to let you refuse, he replies simply. Dahahaha, Shanks slaps his knee with his one hand. That BSTRD is wonderful. Don't call me a BSTRD, stupid. Luffy says, shoving the older boy. I wasn't talking about you, a-hole. Huh? Is it over already? Yasopp complains. I wanted to see how I'd end up convincing this guy. She probably blackmailed him too, Fasa laughs. Can you imagine if the remaining crew members joined in like this too? What the hell? They're some freaking weirdos. However, this Sanji will also eventually swear loyalty to the captain, says Ben Beckman calmly. He tried to sacrifice himself for his captain and crew, just like the first mate. Many nod at the memory. Actually, a vice admiral looks at the cook and then at the swordsman. Aren't they a bit young? Maybe the rest will be adults, like Jinbe, another shrugs. Hey, kid. Sanji looks at the man with the pompadour who has approached him and raises an eyebrow. I'm Thatch, head cook for the Whitebeard Pirates, he smiles kindly. That was amazing, you know. I know you're not a pirate yet, but I'd like to trade some recipes, cook to cook. That rice looked delicious, he gestures to the group of pirates, which includes 2 emperors. You might as well chat with Jinbe a bit. Sanji's expression brightens at the prospect of talking to a chef who has traveled the world and exchanging recipes and tips. Besides, although he's still not entirely sure of his future status as a pirate, Sanji can't help but want to ask his future nakama about their tastes and eating habits. He hesitates a bit until Zeph gives him a gentle nudge. Go on, eggplant. When there's a price on your head, you won't be able to stay in my restaurant. Don't cause any more trouble. Sanji frowns to avoid smiling and follows Thatch, unintimidated by the presence of the powerful pirates. You're great, kid, some of the Whitebeard pirates praise. Yes, squeals the boy in the straw hat. Your food looks delicious, I'd love to try it. Ace nods, thinking the same thing. Sanji smiles at them. If you're ever hungry and pass by the Baratai, come eat. It's on the house. Yahoo! Exclama Luffy. First officer, Haruta calls to the green-haired swordsman. Aren't you joining? He points to his two future companions. Zoro, who seemed to have been napping, opened one eye to look at the commander. Why would I go near a group of idiots like you? Idiots. The Whitebeard pirates are truly offended. Their captain, on the other hand, can't help but laugh at the brash young men who don't fear him or his sons. Guararara. These brats. He gives a smile to the swordsman and then looks at his first commander. Marco shakes his head, giving him his own smile, then looks at Zoro. You're not a pirate yet, but a vice-captain's duty is to keep his crew safe while the captain is away. Right now. Well, it's not officially your duty because your crew doesn't exist yet, but are you going to leave your crew unsupervised among pirates as dangerous as us? Zoro is affected by those words. Still, he doesn't give in. It's the Pirate King's crew, he mocks. If they can't protect themselves, they're not worthy to sail on that ship. Right, the Phoenix nods. That means you don't mind the crew's reputation being tarnished by their attitude, right? The swordsman looks where Marco is pointing, his eyelid twitching at the sight. Sanji is flirting with all the nurses on Whitebeard's ship, dancing embarrassingly with his heart-shaped eyes. Zoro draws his sword and within seconds is at Sanji's neck. Sanji wastes no time, raising a leg to kick the swordsman. Stop, Arrow Cook, you're embarrassing. Huh? And who are you to give me orders, Marimo? These two. Aren't they supposed to be partners? Shishishi, Luffy laughs, clapping his hands. How fun. Sengoku rubs the bridge of his nose. What he's trying to figure out is who the captain is. He doesn't need people to start admiring pirates or making friends with each other. He looks at the smiling mermaid and wonders, whose side is she on? Next will be a pretty lady, says Sanji, imagining a pretty girl in a pirate outfit. It's possible there aren't any girls, Sanji. Thatch puts a comforting hand on his shoulder. For example, on our crew, girls are only in the infirmary, he points to the nurses. And on Akagami's, there aren't any. The blonde man turns to look at the other cook, his eyes wide open. No girls? Goodbye, guys. Sanji waves goodbye to Jinbe and the rest of the pirates surrounding him. The pirate life has been nice, but it's not for me. Hey! Come back here, some pirates shout. Jinbe sighs. There are still 7 members left, Sanji-kun. I think there'll be a girl. The captain doesn't seem to mind variety, he points to himself. Sanji returns dancing and singing Melarine, leaving the Whitebeard pirates even more puzzled by the peculiar group that is gathering around them. Could it be the musician? Luffy asks, as dreamily as Sanji. Forget the musician already. Ace scolds. The screen finally turns on. 2 men lie on the floor of what appears to be some kind of factory. Doflamingo frowns. It couldn't be. Right? No one can continue anymore, a young girl says with concern. A group of extremely small beings appear running. Fraland. I know you can dodge it, Fraland, says one of the group of dwarfs. What are those little things? A man asks curiously. It's the fairies of Dressrosa, says Gats, the commentator for the Coritha Coliseum, looking at the screen with interest. We are the Tontata tribe, says Leo, the captain of the Tontata pirates. How cute, says a blue-haired girl. That's no compliment to a warrior. The girl smiles at him apologetically. You've already received the same attack 30 times. Why? The face of one of the wrestlers finally appears. He's a man with a jagged chin, a metal nose, and blue hair molded into a barrel shape. His eyes are hidden beneath black sunglasses. When he stands, his body is revealed unevenly. His shoulders are impossibly broad, and his slender legs are bare. Although his torso is covered with an elegant suit, underneath he wears only a G-string. Frankie Aniki, the Frankie family exclaims in surprise. Isn't she a pretty lady, cries Sanji. A pervert, mutters an orange-haired girl. Those closest to the man blink a couple of times before looking at the blue-haired man, who has gone through a box of tissues by himself during the time they've been there. What the hell is? Cyborg Iron Man Frankie, crew carpenter, introduces Bessie. Is it a cyborg? Some exclaim excitedly. Me, a blue-haired man asks in surprise. The most excited ones immediately go out when they see this Frankie. You're not a cyborg, they murmur in disappointment. Of course I am, you morons, the man shouts. But I'm not as super as I am there, he muses, studying his body on the screen. Yes. Sir also received the same blow 30 times. Why? When someone offers you a drink at a bar, if you're a man, you can't push your glass away. What? So you're? This guy is very assertive, so I won't back away from his blows. I'll take them all and win in the end. That's my strong style. That's stupid, mutters Trafalgar Law. Is the crew getting a little strange or is it just me? Jozu asks almost in a whisper. I know you're worried, but this is a manly fight. Watch. I'll win no matter what. I won't let you become slaves again. 𝖯RΛΔ, they shout excitedly. The Tontatas echo with their own cries of 𝖯RЛΔ, moved by the man's good heart. The other man stands up. It's Mr. Pink, a man wearing baby clothes who sails under Doflamingo's command. You get me drunker than a cheap bar, the man says. I won't forget what you said. What a ridiculous man, someone murmurs upon seeing the man in costume. Doflamingo stands up, always ready to defend his family. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Bessie sends him a warning. The king of Dressrosa pauses with a menacing look and then sits back down. This time, his gaze shifts to Frankie. Dressrosa is my territory, what the hell are you doing there? Gecko Moria, still angry that his territory was also destroyed, growls spitefully. Isn't it obvious? He repeats the same words as the other 𝖶𝖺té디તુ𝗂유투. You've been dethroned. How pathetic. Doflamingo smiles. As soon as they get out of there, he's going to start killing people, and that idiot will be the first. Mr. Pink and Frankie face each other, both with respectful looks under their respective sunglasses. I'm not that young anymore, Senor admits. So I'll finish with my next attack. The man moves quite far away from his target and takes his stance before diving to the ground as if it were a swimming pool. While swimming across the pavement with his fruits ability, he continues talking to his opponent. You said you'd take all my attacks. If you're a man, take this. And try to stay alive. Senor lunges at Frankie, grabbing his waist and dragging him across the ground, crossing the factory exit and across a large, already destroyed area. If you can get back up, I'll lose. I'll take your final attack with my whole body. These two are crazy, someone complains. So, why the hell doesn't he dodge? Frankie smiles. Very good. The pirate Don Quixote continues swimming along the ground and, when he comes across a large tower, he swims up the wall and, subsequently, the tower itself. What are you going to do? Asks a Tontata with concern. Open-mouthed, they watch Lord launch himself onto the top of the tower and fly upwards. Birdcage, 𝖯RЛDIL admits with horror as she sees the thread surrounding Dressrosa in the background. Doflamingo calms down. No one could escape the birdcage, that's the end of that stupid crew. Unfortunately the weather isn't great today, but if I keep climbing like this, I'll be able to see Russian. Russian, the cyborg asks. Yes. I also have a son named Gimlet. Frankie turns around in the air, still with his waist trapped in the other's arms. But unfortunately, gravity persists. I can't keep flying, Senor murmurs. Hey, what are you talking about? They begin to descend. Cyborg, your back is made of flesh and blood, right? The blue-haired man is surprised. Idiot, you knew and. Stop talking or you'll bite your tongue. They're coming down too fast, someone shouts. They won't survive the impact. The man in the costume, yes, he can swim on pavement, another recalls. But the cyborg. Out of the country. Nyanyan suplex. Baby buster. The impact is brutal, the ground shakes. Senor climbs off the pavement with his arms crossed, satisfied, and looks at the crater that has formed. Frankie's figure lies collapsed on the ground, dusty with the rubble reduced to nothing. Oh, some lament. Of course, Doflamingo gloats. No one can escape the Don Quixote family. Crocodile snorts and the raven girl next to him, Nico Robin, laughs softly. If I may. She begins. I had a feeling your man would fall. After all, we've already seen the captain of this crew do something to upset Kaido, and it's no secret how important the Joker is to this emperor. Doflamingo opens his eyes. It's not possible. The Tontatas weep for their friend while the girls cheer for Senor Pink's victory. The latter, bloodied and wounded, turns his back on his unconscious rival to walk away. He stops when he hears the movement of debris behind him and the astonished gasps of his spectators. You gave me your word, so now it's my turn. Frankie stands up. His sunglasses are gone, revealing one of his glowing red orbs. Senor turns around, showing no surprise. You caught me. Frankie pushes off and his bare feet begin to run towards the man. Frankie iron boxing. The cyborg unleashes a barrage of punches at his immobile foe and ends up knocking him down with a final blow. The 𝖶𝖺té디તુ𝗂유투 turns red with fury upon seeing Senor Pink defeated right next to the Smile Factory. The devil girl was right. DMN. Sir, the girls shout while the Tontata shout, 𝖯RЛDIL. Frankie approaches his rival and crouches down to be at his level. That's ridiculous, why are you crying? He wipes the tears from her face. Brother. The screen goes black, leaving many dismayed by the manly battle they had the pleasure of witnessing. How manly. That was awesome, the cyborg exclaims, tears streaming down his face. Frankie Aniki, exclaims Jamais of the Frankie family. How did you get such a great body? Don't know. And why did you become a pirate? Mozu and Kiwi ask simultaneously. Frankie thinks. No. I don't know, he clicks his teeth. I don't like pirates. Sanji watches him for a moment before answering. I don't understand why he would go out to sea either, he admits. I don't even know if I believe all this. For all we know, it could all be a setup. He removes his cigar from his lips. But if it's real, then I'll accept it. I wouldn't go out to sea without thinking twice. It's clear I followed my captain to fulfill my dream. I think the same, Jinbe nods from his seat. We'll have time to judge our decisions and our future captain when we meet him. Anyway, Zoro yawns, drawing everyone's attention. No matter which man I decide to follow, I will always follow my own ambitions. If I am ever forced to abandon my dream, I will force that man to commit seppuku. How scary, many think at the man's words. The screen turns on again. They're back on Fishman Island, though the scene appears to be the one before Jinbe donated his blood to the captain. The plaza is filled with fishmen who, unlike the previous ones, don't seem very friendly. Soldier Dock System, Channel 4. Frankie's voice chimes in. From what appears to be a ship, a hatch opens and Frankie drives out. Is it a motorcycle? Pirates, Marines, and revolutionaries alike gawk at what is apparently called the 𝖯R𝖾. It's a three-wheeled motorcycle with the armored head of a rhinoceros. Amazing! A cyborg bike. Luffy cries excitedly. Amazing! A cyborg, one of the distorted voices on the screen screams almost simultaneously. Frankie makes his way smoothly through the enemies with his new acquisition. But weren't you the carpenter? Asks a pirate with a red nose like a clown, Buggy, in amazement. Frankie smiles haughtily but never stops looking at the artwork on the screen. Well, my ship is going to be the best ship in the world, of course I'd have babies like that. Join my crew, please. Luffy bounces with excitement, trying to get closer to the cyborg. Ace and Marco do their best to keep the boy's rubbery body in his seat. You have to be my nakama. The cyborg gives him a strange look, then smiles. Looks like someone else has already recruited me, he sighs. But that doesn't mean anything. If I'm going to be a pirate, I need a super captain. I'll leave the crew if I'm not happy with that person. I wish you'd let her go. Luffy cries. But just a few seconds ago I was convinced he was the captain, Ace says in frustration. When a fishman tries to rush Frankie, a cannon fires at him. Frankie smiles as the screen shows a rather large silhouette. When the smoke clears, it reveals nothing less than a tank. Channel 5. Braccio Tank 5, Dice Frankie. Sugoi. The rest of the room, the vast majority, also put their pride aside to join the worship cyborg Frankie's side. With 𝖯RL4 and Braccio Tank 5, the enemies don't last long. The blobs, still unknown crew members, also seem to be more focused on admiring Frankie's constructions than actually fighting, judging by their excited cries and Zoro's indignant shout of, "Hey, you! Fight!" The background changes. Both the motorcycle and the tank suddenly appear, haphazardly dumped in a hole in the ground. "You bstrd!" Frankie shouts. "I'll never totally forgive you. You guys get out of here." 3 blobs fly out of the hole, not without shouting their complaints to the cyborg. "This will be a one-person vehicle," Frankie says. "Let's start the transformation." Transformation? Luffy gulps and leans closer to look at the screen. 𝖯RL4. The motorcycle powers up and flies toward the pirate, its parts beginning to fall into place. "Stand by." Cheers of excitement ring out. "That's not all, Braccio Tank 5. Assemble." Luffy's mouth is watering. Ace, beside him, has also given into emotion, his wide eyes staring at the screen. Iron Pirate. Frankie Shogun. The fusion of the two vehicles has given rise to, nothing more and nothing less, a robot. "I think I just had an orgasm," Eustace Kid says, causing his nakamas to laugh. "Oyaji, can we keep the carpenter?" Haruta makes puppy dog eyes at his captain, Ace nods approvingly. "That's so DMN cool. Why haven't the Marines found this before?" complains Vice Admiral Bastille. "Men," Nami rolls her eyes. "I think it's great," Nojiko laughs at his side. Dragon-san. "This man would fit in well with the revolutionaries." Koala and his blonde friend squeal simultaneously. Luffy frowns at the number of people who want that cool guy. Luffy is going to be the king of the pirates, he needs Frankie on his crew. When his friends and the galley law carpenters kick him out, Frankie hesitantly approaches the group of whitebeard pirates his future nakama have infiltrated. One of the pirates grabs his arm. "Oyaji. We got it, it's ours." Sanji and Zoro beat the poor pirate and glare at the rest of those who want to take the blue-haired boy. "Until our captain shows up, the cyborg is ours," Zoro growls. "Stop trying to look cool, you also want to join the fight over who gets Frankie, right?" Luffy says in an amused tone. "No," he replies, blushing. "Whatever," Jinbe sighs at everyone's nonsense. "Welcome aboard, Frankie-san." Super likewise. The room continues to chatter excitedly at the robot's transformation. Bessie smiles to herself. It seems no one has been paying enough attention, everyone was too focused on the transformation to notice that small detail. On the robot's chest is a Jolly Roger. With a straw hat. No one expected the screen to turn back on so soon, so many are startled and stop singing their praises about cyborgs and robots. Frankie appears. He has the same appearance as the one off-screen, looking more human than robotic. He shows some old papers to the CP9 guy, 𝖯_Dam. The CP9 members are curious to reappear. They're also quite annoyed because every time they appear, they run the risk of more classified information being leaked. The screen shows Frankie again and focuses on the papers. They have the word Pluto written on the cover. Crocodile flinches. Sengoku's eyes widen. Even Whitebeard and Shanks are on guard. They all know what those papers are. He has them. 𝖯exclaims in surprise. The plans for the ancient weapon, Pluto? 𝖯_Dam looks incredulous. Frankie smiles. The same ones. Do you want to check them out? He flips through the pages. Lucci, Kaku. What do you think? Lucci? Kaku, Polly looks a little confused seeing his teammates there. Now that we know where the Pluto plans are, we don't need to keep up this charade, 𝖯sighs. We are CP9. The Galila carpenters look quite surprised. Iceberg never takes his eyes off the screen. The cyborg shows some pages of the ancient weapon's blueprints. Both Lucci and Kaku look slightly disturbed when they see what's written on them. I don't think so, but have you had them hidden inside your own body this whole time? Kaku asks, trying to appear calm. CP9 stands up. So do the admirals. Crocodile is about to use his ability, Doflamingo licks his lips. Sengoku points at Frankie. Reading those plans is a crime. We have to. Sengoku-san, Bessie's voice echoes throughout the room. Have you forgotten? You are not allowed to harm anyone in this room. Everyone sits back, as if forced by an extra weight. Shanks puts away his sword, Whitebeard loosens his grip on his bisto. Neither of them lets their guard down. Are they the real ones? 𝖯_Dam asks. Then give them to me. Give them to me. Frankie turns his gaze to the blur next to 𝖯_Dam. No one had noticed him, a crew member. I see you can't trust rumors. During the time we've been in this den, I've realized that you're not a demon capable of using weapons for evil. He clenches the papers a little. The reason the carpenters of Water 7 passed down the plans from generation to generation wasn't because we wished to build this weapon. This is, in fact, quite revealing. According to Frankie, there's also a demon known to the world on the crew. Regardless of who he's referring to, it only spells bad news. Nico Robin flinches a little. What if it's her? No, more importantly, does she want to be her? Hey, 𝖯_Dam. Tom-san and Iceberg tried to protect you with their lives. That's Tom's boy, Rayleigh murmurs with a smile as he finally recognizes the young carpenter, remembering having met him a couple of times over 20 years ago. Give them to me at once. In case the ancient weapon fell into the hands of an idiot like you. Then we would need a weapon capable of countering her, that was the wish of its designer. Clearly, if she uses it there is no danger of her reviving the ancient weapon. Even if that is not her intention, as long as there is a possibility that she did, she would still be a dangerous woman. Who is that woman? Asks an interested young Marine, ignoring the tension in the room. Crocodile glances at Robin. Robin just cowers away to avoid attracting more attention, unsure of what to think. But she has nakama that won't waver even when looking death in the face. That's why I'm going to bet on them. Right now, if I have the chance to fulfill her designer's dream, then there's only one thing I can do. Stop all this chatter and give them to me already, 𝖯_Dam orders. Frankie raises the arm holding the papers a little higher and takes a breath. When he exhales, an unexpected breath of fire scorches the plans to ash. No! 𝖯shouts. 𝖯_Dam stands there, eyes wide open, snot dripping from his nose, as he watches the orange fire lick the old leaves clean. When he finally reacts, it's too late. What are you doing? He tries to retrieve a piece of paper. You bastard. I'll kill you. The plans that were created to oppose the power were also sought by the government, Frankie says with a smile. Actually, the existence of this thing was a secret, it was supposed to be destroyed once revealed. Now, there's no power to resist the ancient weapon. If she revives them now, it'll be the end of the world. But if they win, a group of blurs appears. Among them are Zoro and Sanji. You'll have achieved absolutely nothing. Personally, I'm betting on their victory. He's burned the plans of Pluto. 𝖯_Dam exclaims in horror. Some people are still unsure of exactly what this ancient weapon is that has everyone so nervous. So, everyone mentally thanks when the typical idiot on duty asks the question. What is Pluno's Luffy asks, tilting his head. Frankie sighs. Pluto, he corrects. It's one of the 3 ancestral weapons, which are weapons of mass destruction built during the Void Century. No one should have these weapons in their possession, though, as you see, he points to 𝖯. There are a lot of guys trying to get their hands on them. Luffy blinks a couple of times. He ends up bumping his fist into his palm in understanding. It's a mystery, he deduces. Ace, beside him, laughs. That's all you're going to get from Luffy. Don't try to make him understand. Marco rubs the bridge of his nose, realizing that his fire brother is also unable to grasp the tension in the room. Why don't you just burn those papers? Luffy asks. Those who have spent years searching for information about Pluto's location stare at the boy in the straw hat in horror. If it weren't for the fact that the boy is sitting comfortably between 2 of the most powerful men in the world, they would have already moved in to strangle him. Frankie hesitates. Future me decided to burn them because I trusted my future crew. He gestures vaguely toward Jinbe, Sanji, and Zoro. But I haven't met them yet. Luffy tilts his head, not understanding. What does it matter if you're not Nakama yet? We're all together here, we're friends, right? No offense, Commander Ace's little brother, you have a completely wrong view of the world, Teach mocks. Just because we're all here doesn't mean we're all friends. We're pirates. Some of his comrades nod in agreement with the words of the 2nd Division pirate. Didn't you see it? Luffy asks, frowning, pointing at the crew forming up. When the seagull guy used to threaten him, they had a dangerous aura. Frankie blinks from the straw hat boy to his future crew. Among people as powerful as Akagami and Whitebeard, he hadn't noticed that Zoro's hand never left the hilt of his sword, that Jinbe is getting closer, or that Sanji is sending menacing glances at everyone. You're not Nakama yet, the boy in the hat continues. But they'll help you if you want to destroy those papers. Frankie looks at the boy. His coal-black eyes are so sincere that they serve as reinforcement to his already convincing words. Based on what he's seen of the boy so far, he's a nobody who doesn't truly understand the extent of the danger posed by ancient weapons or the people around them. Even knowing his ignorance, Frankie can't help but feel he can trust the boy's words. Without taking his eyes off Luffy, Frankie nods and opens a compartment in his stomach. He chuckles as he sees the Ebony brothers' eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. He turns slightly to see his future Nakama. They give him a nod. Without warning, Frankie copies his future self and spits out a mouthful of fire, reducing the papers to ash. Luffy cheers. Some people aren't so happy. 𝖯melts into his seat, too weak to scream again. Crocodile slams a seat hard, sending a poor pirate flying. Shanks laughs, releasing all the tension, and ruffles Luffy's hair with a mixture of rudeness and affection. You're a busybody, he says, then looks at Frankie. Even if you burn them, people will still be after you. But he has his Nakama. Luffy exclaims, then has an idea. Hey, if you join my crew, I'll protect you. This causes another wave of laughter from the red-haired emperor, who begins to mercilessly mock the younger one. Whitebeard, after sending murderous glares to everyone who has tried to get close to Frankie, joins in with his signature laugh. But Sengoku isn't laughing. As he stares at Frankie over the remains of the plans for an ancient weapon, his mind races. The Pirate King's crew not only has a Shichibukai, but of the 4 members who have appeared, one of them has knowledge of Pluto. He can think of 1,000 things that could make the situation worse, but his gaze always ends up on the same person. Nico Robin. He realizes why Bessie hasn't simply shown him to the captain. The situation is undoubtedly becoming increasingly dangerous. Another Nakama. Come on. Luffy is so excited, Usopp laughs. Well, these pirates are their rivals after all, Lucky laughs. Ben frowns at his 2 friends and then sighs. Being an intelligent man is a nightmare when you're surrounded by idiots. The screen turns on. I can't believe this. The whole country was devastated by the poison gas, Sanji says, turning to look at someone. Chopper, can't we do anything? It shows a small animal wearing a rugby helmet with antlers sticking out. It has very round eyes and a blue nose. What the hell is that? How cute! Izo squeals, echoed by the nurses in his crew. It's the furry thing that was screaming for a doctor's help when we saw the Vinsmoke boy. Sanji bristles when he hears the man call him Vinsmoke boy. It must be the pet. What a cute pet! Tony Chopper, cotton candy lover, Bessie says. Crew doctor. Is it the doctor? Many shout. Chopper's eyes widen and he freezes, like a deer in headlights. Kureha looks at the little boy with something that definitely isn't affection, it isn't, and kicks the reindeer toward the group of his so-called crew members. Chopper lets out a high-pitched squeal as he collides with Whitebeard's hard body. The Emperor gives him a smile that, honestly, terrifies the little animal. His best idea is to hide behind a couple of chairs to the right of the whole group. Do you know? He's hiding backwards. Ace mutters, blinking to his left, surprised to see an empty seat. Hey, where's Lou? Meet. Oh sheet. A drooling Luffy begins chasing the little reindeer as they end up circling each other. Stop, kid, Sanji grabs Luffy's arm. The Whitebeard pirates around him breathe a sigh of relief. The little reindeer has nakamas to save him. It tastes better when you cook it. If you let it marinate in the pot for 3 hours, it becomes nice and tender. He wants to eat it too, they shout. That's it, 𝖯આ, Marco says, making an indignant gesture with his hands. I don't think I want to see any more. This is getting murky. Come on, Marco, Haruta nudges him. What could be worse than what we've already seen? It's not like they're going to have a dead person on the ship like a zombie or something. They both stop to think, remembering that when they saw Zoro with Bartholomew Kuma, the crew was in Moria territory. Let's just leave it like that, sighs the blonde. When Ace hits Luffy and drags him back to his spot, Chopper takes cover behind Jinbe and looks at the screen curiously. Chopper sniffs. Considering the smell of the gas, it definitely has a nerve agent as an ingredient. There are other smells I don't recognize. Isn't anyone going to comment on a talking reindeer? A marine asks, almost going crazy. Kid, a pirate from the Don Quixote family, looks at him as if he were stupid. You're in a room with fishmen, mermaids, giants, dwarves, and minks, he points to the latter, who are gathered in a corner, frowning at the screen. If a talking reindeer scares you, give up. This world isn't for you. The marine slumps in his seat as the people around him laugh. Shurororo. I get chills just seeing his power. Sanji and Chopper turn to look at the other person. The reindeer becomes enraged. What's so funny? The name of the gas is Koro. It's a weapon of mass destruction that I invented. Many recognize the man. Dr. Vegapunk looks at his rival, Caesar Clown, at his side. Have you joined the pirates? Of course not, the other scientist stammers. What did you say? Chopper lunges at Caesar to punch him in the face. Why the hell should I take the blame, he complains. I wasn't the one who used it. If you hadn't done that, no one would have fallen victim to it, the reindeer rages. I'm sure you can neutralize it with your skill. Do it, he commands. The gas works slowly, right? He nods. I did it that way, based on my own calculations. How long will it take for them to die after being exposed? Caesar's grin widens. Maybe. About 48 hours. Considering the current light, it's already been more than a day. Chopper launches himself at him again with another headbutt. Not again. It's adorable and scary at the same time, Princess Shirahoshi murmurs, looking curiously at the little animal. Hey, don't think the underdog is always good, Caesar warns. That? Caesar smiles. The mink tribe is known for their hatred of humans and their great fighting strength. Leave them alone, for your own good. They'll bite you to death once we save them. There is a group shudder in the place where the minks are gathered. So they're in Zou, Inuarashi mutters. Does that mean? We're the ones who will die from the poison. Carrot asks anxiously. Sanji and Caesar argue. The blonde man pulls something out of his backpack and shows it to the scientist, threateningly. It's his heart, someone says, terrified. So they're extorting him, Vice Admiral Mamanga spits out. Pirates. No, wait, how the hell do they have that guy's FING heart? Many eyes shift to Trafalgar Law, a rookie who's been lurking in the waters of the North Blue for some time. He looks at the group with interest. It's obvious that yes, that guy's heart is the work of the Opop no Mi. He wonders if it's an alliance with those pirates. Or perhaps he's the captain. Ace glances at the tattooed boy and then nudges his brother. Hey, Lou, stay away from creepy guys like him when you're out at sea, okay? Luffy doesn't answer, too busy rolling some booger he's picked into a ball. The scene changes. Chopper runs with a bunch of medical instruments in his hands. What are you doing? It's been over a day since the gas was released, we must give them the antidote. A dark blur asks, what is that? I'm going to make an antidote now. We can't waste a second, he says, agitated. Where's a hospital? I need more medical equipment. And bring everyone who can help. I'm a doctor. Do as I say. Some minks' faces are shown in disbelief at the little reindeer's words. Their appearance shows that they are exhausted, bruised, and bloody. I'm a nurse, let me help you, yells Tristan, a squirrel mink. That's fine thanks. Another mink's eyes fill with tears. Are you going to save us? Wanda asks in a choked voice. As Sanji, Chopper, and the other blurs nod, the canine mink cries more. I thought we were all going to die. Good heavens, Wanda's eyes turn crystal clear at the sight of herself in such distress. Chopper sets off, issuing orders everywhere. And, with the help of nurses and doctors, they finish preparing the antidote and distribute it to each and every one of those affected by the gas. The hardest part, however, is the moment when Chopper and the others arrive at a valley where two of the rulers of the Momoko Duchy, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, are crucified and mutilated. The minks aren't the only ones gasping. Various people in the room react to such an atrocity. 𝖯RTSN Kamurasaki buries her face in her hands. Samurai Kiku's eyes widen in horror. Momonosuke clutches Kinemon's kimono tightly. The older Whitebeard pirates also tremble at the sight. When it's over, Whitebeard leans slightly in his seat toward the little reindeer. "Thank you," he says. "I was once captain of Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. Even if that hasn't happened yet, I think I owe your crew a lot." Chopper peeks out from under Jinbe's legs. "You don't have to thank anyone," he murmurs. "It's only natural for a doctor to care for the wounded. If you want to thank us, old man," Zoro opens an eye from where he's semi-reclining. "When we meet at sea, you can give us your sake reserves." The people around him freeze at the boy's audacity. Whitebeard just laughs. "Guararara. What a bunch of cheeky brats, your captain is going to have a lot of trouble." Shanks glances at Luffy. "I'd say they're the ones who'll have trouble with the captain." Buggy looks at the crew suspiciously. "The only one of them who isn't a fighting monster is a physical monster," he says. "Who knows, Captain, maybe I can fight too," Kabeji says thoughtfully. "But he's so small, Richie wouldn't even have enough to start with," Moji murmurs. The screen turns on again. A man appears with very pale skin and long pink hair that seems to have a life of its own. If you concentrate all your senses and enhance them to their limits, complete control of any part of your body is possible. Califa snorts indignantly. "Another one of us," she complains, knowing how this will end. "Yoyoi!" Kamidori exclaims. "I'm not going to lose." His blonde companion looks at him as if he were an idiot. Another creature appears. It's a large, robust version of the crew's small doctor. "Is that him?" Luffy laughs. "You've eaten your fill, huh?" Chopper bursts out of hiding with an indignant squawk. "I'm not fat, you moron. That's one of my Rumble Ball." "Rumble Ball?" Haruta asks curiously. Chopper just hides again, still unable to cope with all the attention he's attracting. "Enhance our senses to the limit and control our hair?" he asks incredulously. "I think I've heard something like that. So, is that the reason why your hair moves like an octopus?" Jabra laughs. "An octopus?" Kamidori croaks indignantly. "An octopus, you say? How rude." Kamidori uses his hair to try to strangle Chopper. Chopper jumps to avoid it, turns into a reindeer, and trots around the room. "Now it's a reindeer," someone says. "I've always been a reindeer, you idiot." Law looks at the little doctor. "How interesting." Chopper does his best to dodge the attacks in his walk point form while Kamidori mercilessly smashes everything. The man continues attacking with his staff, and Chopper uses his heavy point to defend and counterattack. "Sheet," he exclaims as his fist meets his enemy's Tekai-infused body. On screen, Chopper looks suspiciously at a small yellow pill in his hand and seems to hesitate a little. "I'll have to finish this in 3 minutes, he says after eating the candy. "Take this, horn point." Chopper launches himself, but unfortunately, instead of his horns, it's his fur that grows. Apparently, his transformations have started to get out of control. "How cute," Nami says to her sister, looking at the little ball of fur on the screen. "Yoyoi. Burn. Burn. Jumping point." His transformation fails again, and he loses focus. "This isn't it." Kamidori attacks him with his fire staff and Chopper flies away, in a mess of blood and debris. Chopper says as he stands up. "I'm fighting to rescue my nakama." Marco looks back at the group with interest. They've already seen 2 of them fight to rescue the nakama they're talking about. Frankie also mentioned something about a woman. For him, it's a bit unthinkable to find people willing to take on a global organization like CP9 to rescue a comrade. He knows he and his crew would do it, which is why he can't help but be interested in this peculiar group. "You're a very tough animal," the man complains. "Sai Kikin." Chopper is shocked. Her hair has turned into hands. "I have to do this. I can't die in a place like this. I'm her last hope." Kamidori launches his attack, his hair lashing out at Chopper repeatedly until he ends up stabbing him. The reindeer's fur has turned almost completely red, and the poor animal falls onto his back, on the verge of unconsciousness. "Yoyoi. I won't show any mercy." The little reindeer bites his hooves in frustration. After seeing his future nakama always win their battles, all of them so powerful, he feels useless and ashamed. Chopper gets back up. "You're very resilient," Izo praises, seeing the little doctor's distress. He blushes but doesn't stop looking at the screen. "Arm point." Chopper shouts, but on the way, his transformation fails again and he enters his usual brain point. Kamidori's punch sends him flying across the room. He gets back up. "This is for my nakama." Arm point. The attempts continue, but Chopper is quite distracted. When he finally transforms into arm point, it takes him a while to realize it. I'll give it my all in this punch, he says. Kokudai Rosio Mikieri. The attack is powerful and manages to injure Kumadori even through Tekai. However, Chopper is already on his last legs, and a single hit isn't effective enough. The reindeer falls to the ground, and the government agent kneels, covered in blood. Wonderful, he exclaims. And a beautiful cherry blossom blizzard. Did I make it? Chopper asks himself hopefully. However, Kumadori rises and crushes the doctor's head with his foot. This is unforgivable. Now watch the lions roar. The pink-haired man begins to kick and punch the already motionless reindeer, throwing it into the air. Die already, BSTRD, a pirate shouts. Yeah. Don't you see that cute little reindeer is giving it his all, says Portia, one of Foxy's pirates, indignantly. Yeah, leave him alone, a marine complains. But he's one of us, his friend whispers. It doesn't matter. He has no heart. The boos towards Kumadori continue, he clenches his fist. I'm going to kill you all. Well, at least we know Chopper isn't going to die, Izo spoke again, reassuring the doctor. The swordsman lost to Mihawk too, remember? Chopper nods sadly, his eyes crystalline. Despite Izo's words, everyone watches as Kumadori continues to strike and attack the animal, which can no longer defend itself. The hare traps its hands, legs, and neck, and the man appears to be about to launch a final attack. Chopper escapes Kumadori's grasp by reverting to brain point mode. One of his hooves grabs a yellow candy and laboriously brings it to his mouth. No, Chopper. Kureha looks at the screen in distress. The doctor watches with wide eyes. The screen focuses on Kumadori's face, which begins to pale even through her white makeup, and her mouth opens in surprise, bewilderment, and fear. The shadow of what is supposed to be Chopper grows and grows. When the screen focuses on Chopper again, all there is a gigantic monster with glowing eyes and a shadowed face. Sheet. What's that? All you've done is grow a little. Kumadori says, trying not to look intimidated. However, the government agent's successive attacks don't so much as scratch the monster. In fact, a single scream from what appears to be Chopper is enough to make a trembling Kumadori retreat slightly. Despite everything, the latter refuses to give in and resumes the attack, which seems to greatly enrage the giant creature. With a single blow from his palm, Chopper renders his opponent nearly immobile. However, with his body and mind no longer in control, the young pirate continues to strike at his opponent, now unable to defend himself. The last thing seen on screen is the monster grabbing Kumadori by the head and then throwing him through a hole in the wall. What a monster, someone mutters. Chopper grabs Jinbe's leg with his paws, wishing to disappear. How scary, how can? The Straw Hat Boy jumps in his seat, his eyes shining with excitement. That's so cool, he looks at the little reindeer still hiding behind Chopper. You can transform into a lot of things. That last one looked super strong. A vein pops out on the animal's furry forehead, and it leaps out of hiding. Are you an idiot? I'm a monster, I can't even control it. Don't call me an idiot, he yells back. Don't whine like a weakling. If you can't control it, learn. Chopper stops, as if he's never before thought he has the chance to learn not to be a monster. Can that be learned? To not be a monster? You're not a monster, says Carrot, a mink rabbit, jumping on Chopper and biting his cheek. You saved the mink's lives without even knowing us. You're a hero. Luffy grimaces. Hey, don't be too hard on yourself, pirates aren't heroes, he complains, deeply offended by the insult. At least some accept it, Kizaru says in an amused voice, looking down on the pirates. But they saved us. We owe those pirates. They came when we needed help, they're heroes. I love heroes, but why would anyone want to be one, he asks Carrot, blankly. Do you even know what heroes do? This catches the attention of many, who are waiting for the serious words of this boy who seems to have the attention of some bigwigs. Carrot tilts his head curiously. Well, let's assume there's a lot of meat, Luffy explains, gesturing with his hands. Of course it's about meat, Ace rolls his eyes, almost predicting his next words. It always revolves around that. Pirates would feast on it, he continues, raising a finger as he approaches the mink, as if about to reveal the secrets of the Void Century. But heroes would share their meat with other people, he looks horrified at his own words. Who would want to be a hero? Everyone remains silent until a voice bursts out laughing, urging others to share their own laughter. Silver's Rayleigh has remained serious and aloof from all this chaos since it began. Even when Tom's boy was almost in danger, he simply left the task of taking care of him to his Nakama and Shanks, who is also nearby. The old man is genuinely curious about everything. Once he accepted that the mermaid was indeed showing him this peculiar group, he sat down to study the crew members. Of course, he accepted Jinbe immediately. He's a man of honor, strength, and a huge heart. Roronoa Zoro is a beast. You don't need to see much of him to know that with his personality and strength, he's a brilliant fit for the position of first mate, even if he doesn't see himself very well. The cook, Sanji, has proven to follow the same path. Great strength and a big heart, willing to risk everything for his crew. Frankie is special. Although she hasn't seen the ship the boy has built, she can't help but think it will be perfect and irrational, like the rest of the group. Chopper is quite intelligent, using his medical skills to fight as well. If he trains his strength and overcomes his insecurities, he will possibly go very far. There are still 4 other members and their captain missing. Rayleigh isn't going to accept just anyone. He and a few others know what One Piece really is and what discovering it will mean to them. The person who makes it to Laugh Tale will have the heaviest weight on their shoulders. That means they need to have strong shoulders, not just literally but metaphorically. So, at first glance, the boy Shanks chose wouldn't be suitable. He's small even for a normal human, making him look like nothing more than an ant next to a man like Shirohige. His arms and legs are thin, and from what he's been able to observe, he's still quite innocent and foolish for his age. Now, speaking as the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh is fascinated by that boy. It's incredible how much his personality reminds him of Roger, not to mention his charisma. Ever since they arrived here, the boy hasn't been able to stop unconsciously attracting attention, attracting everyone around him like a moth to a flame. And the hat. It's as if the boy was born to wear it. It suits him even better than it does Roger himself. He hasn't missed the glances Roronoa Zoro has started giving the boy at all. At first, he looked annoyed. Now, it's just curiosity and appreciation, as if he knows what the boy is going to do to the world. It's like going back to the days of old, when Roger arrived and turned the world upside down. Do you want to turn the world upside down with me? Roger spoke of fate the first time they met. Now, Rayleigh wants to see what fate will do to that boy. And somehow, he knows he won't be disappointed. And he laughs. He laughs because it's surreal that someone can conclude who will rise to the top simply by hearing some strange and absurd logic about heroes and meat. And the others start laughing when the first one does. Rayleigh laughs even more because all those laughing, those calling the boy stupid, are the ones who will be shocked when they find out what Monkey D. Luffy is going to do to the world. Carrot blinks and nods, easily accepting Luffy's logic. Sorry for calling you a hero, Chopper, she smiles. Idiot. You won't make me happy by not calling me a hero, he says blushing, doing a strange dance. He seems happy, Whitebeard laughs. Chopper pales when he sees the huge man staring at him and hides behind Jinbe again, accepting the oldest member of his crew as a safe haven. The world's strongest man's gaze shifts almost unconsciously to Luffy. He understands why Ace likes him so much. The boy could make the saddest person in the world smile. Unable to help himself, ignoring Ace's warnings, Whitebeard tries his luck. Hey, brat. Many tense up at the powerful man's voice. Luffy just turns to look at him, hands on his hips and head tilted slightly. Asen? I like you, he says. Would you like to join my crew? Shouts of "Ha!" echo throughout the room. No. How fast, the commanders complain as they watch the boy defeat their captain in 3 seconds. However, Luffy isn't done there. Without giving people time to faint from fear and surprise, the Straw Hat Boy asks seriously. You seem like a cool guy too. Wanna join my crew? The room freezes. By this point, even Crocodile has choked on his saliva in shock. Whitebeard's commanders stare at the boy, their mouths agape at the brat's blatant audacity in front of them. I'm sorry, but no, he replies as emphatically as the other. Oh, okay, he shrugs. Breaking the deathly silence, Shanks' tears spring to his eyes. Da ha ha ha. What an idiot. He was rejected. Ace, on the other hand, grabs his brother by the shoulders and shakes him. One day they're going to kill you, you idiot. And if not, I'll kill you. 9 people, 5 already gathered and the other 4 still scattered, breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that the boy didn't insist. Somehow they know that if Luffy had been set on a quest, he wouldn't have stopped trying to recruit Whitebeard until he succeeded. Some people want to laugh at the boy's audacity for proposing such a thing to a legend like Whitebeard. However, they aren't that stupid. The looks the Emperor is giving anyone who dares to utter a sound are deadly. Whitebeard respects that nameless boy, that's a fact. Apparently satisfied, Luffy returns to his seat when his brother stops scolding him. At that moment, the screen lights up. Zoro and Chopper are walking through a desert. Even through the layers of clothing to protect themselves from the threatening sun, their skin is beaded with sweat. Are you okay? Chopper asks, looking back with concern and tiredness. He's not the type to give up in a situation like this, Zoro declares. Understand? The doctor looks at the man on his right. Are pirates always like this? He asks. What are you talking about? Climbing snowy mountains, crossing deserts. Definitely not, the pirates in the room declare in their minds. Yeah, well, I guess we're a little different from other pirates, Zoro replies. Since we have a captain like him. Chopper pouts. He looks more mentally exhausted than physically. I wonder if I boarded the wrong ship. That's not a question to ask if you're loyal to your captain, someone mutters. What a coincidence. I was wondering the same thing a little while ago. Viewers stare at the screen with beads of sweat. What the hell did the captain do to make his crew think like that? Vista laughs. Hey, you're the one who's been on the crew the longest, right? There isn't much difference between the oldest and the newest. Why did you become his nakama? Why do you ask? I just joined this crew and everyone seems a bit wild and independent to me. Especially you, Zoro. That's true. In my case, things ended like this. Or something like that. He blackmailed you, Shanks mocks. The rest of the crew is like me too. Our true goals are different from yours. We try to accomplish our own objectives, Zoro snorts. Someone once said that from the outside, it didn't look like we were working well together, since we all acted independently of the captain. That's a problem. I think so too, Chopper says, looking back. But what does teamwork really mean, anyway? Is it just about rescuing and protecting each other? Some people believe that. But to me, it seems like child's play. The pirates most loyal to his crew are offended. How can he say that after seeing him hand over his head to a 𝖯𝗂𝖾ਦੀl for their captain? Everyone should do what they want with their lives and then tell the next person, I did what I could, now it's your turn. If you don't finish, I'll kick your butt, he smiles. Isn't that what teamwork is all about? When I think about it that way, I think it's okay to have wild, independent nakama. That's how I think about it. Guararara, Whitebeard sounds delighted. I'm liking these brats more and more. Chopper hums. Now I understand what our sniper meant when he said to do what I could. Zoro laughs. But when he says it, it sounds more like a lie. His giant smile turns solemn. Why are we still his nakama? They both look back. Since we've been together so long, another purpose has begun to emerge. Another purpose? I'm sorry, I really don't know what it is. The scene cuts to a stop. Zoro and Chopper are comically buried in the sand. I guess. After all, I did choose the wrong ship. Today we think the same. The scene ends leaving everyone confused. The captain? How disrespectful, says an indignant pirate. To doubt your captain like that. But instead, Zoro smiles. I like my captain, he declares. Huh? Chopper looks very surprised, as do the others. I thought you said he'd need to earn your respect, Jinbe says, confused. The swordsman's eyes linger on Luffy for a moment. He'll still have to do it, he says. But I like what we've seen so far. Buggy looks at him as if he were crazy. What we've seen so far is that he's an idiot. You don't seem convinced on screen, so how come you are now? Zoro shrugs. All I've seen is that the future me is still me. He grits his teeth slightly, not saying a stronger me. It seems my captain will be a fool, but you heard, another purpose began to emerge since he recruited me. You didn't even know what that purpose was. No, he admits. But when you look at it from the outside, it's not that hard to figure out. Chopper follows Zoro's gaze to the strange boy who first wanted to eat him and then said nice things to him. He doesn't understand whatever Zoro is thinking, but he knows he's right. Right now, they have a bounty hunter, a fishman working for us, a perverted cook, a cyborg even more perverted than the cook, and a talking reindeer. Sengoku looks at the mermaid. Please tell me this doesn't get worse. Bessie smiles delightedly. It always gets worse, Sengoku-san. The screen turns on. There's a large cliff. Behind the green bushes, dozens of black flags rise to reveal his skull. A boy with a very long nose stands at the top of the cliff, his arms crossed, and he lets out a small, haughty laugh. Yasopp's eyes bulge out of their sockets at the sight of the screen. No one around him notices his nakama's crisis until he speaks. Captain. That's my son. Shanks blinks. Luffy tilts his head. Then the red-haired pirates react. Ha! That's the DMN Usopp. I've heard so much about the boy, I don't know how I didn't recognize him before. And now he's a famous guy. Yasopp will never shut up about this. Meanwhile Yasopp. Lucky. That's my son. Dog. Ben. That's my son. Unanswered. Rockstar. That's the... Shut up already, shout those closest to us. A little further away, and unaware of the hatred he receives from the red-headed pirates, Usopp blinks in disbelief. It's not possible, is it? He was going to fulfill his dream of being a brave warrior on none other than the Pirate King's ship? Kaya is surprised at his side. Wow, Usopp-san. Captain Usopp, the children say, even more impressed, looking at him with adoration. I'm the great leader of the pirate gang that took over this village, Usopp, the young man gloats. Everyone praises me and addresses me as Captain Usopp, he points to himself. If you're thinking of taking over this village, you'd better not try. Otherwise, my 8,000 men will slaughter you. Amazing. Chopper and Luffy squeal, staring at the screen with starry eyes, the latter adding, Usopp, you never said your son was that cool. He actually did it, Lucky Roo clicks his teeth. He did it at least 1,000 times. Anyway, he's lying, Ace tells his brother with an unimpressed face. Of course he's lying, says a marine. God Usopp, Sogeking, sniper of the Pirate King, says Bessie. Impressive, Usopp smiles proudly. God Usopp? Shanks laughs at the young man's epithet. The scene suddenly changes. A young, pale-skinned blonde girl appears, leaning against her window, smiling at someone. In the background, a child's voice says, Miss Kaya lives in this mansion and is very weak. A year ago, her parents died of an illness, and she became very depressed. No matter how much money she has, nothing can erase her pain. For that reason, the captain makes her laugh with his lies. The captain's lying skills are top-notch. Usopp, you have a super heart. Frankie cries with 2 rivers of tears. Usopp-san, Kaya smiles at him gratefully, making Usopp's cheeks flush. What a good boy, some people praise. But he's a kid. It seems the average age of the crew is low, a pirate murmurs. We all start young, his friend nudges him. It hasn't been mentioned how many years were spent at sea before reaching Raftel. So what happened to that goldfish? Kaya asks with a smile. I killed him and gave his flesh to the dwarven city, which until then had been unable to defeat him, he gloats. The dwarves were very grateful, so much so that they began to call me Captain, she finishes with a giggle. Yes, Captain Usopp. The scene ends. Huh? Is that it? Usopp himself seems equally confused. That just seems like a glimpse into his daily routine as the town liar. Is that the most mind-blowing thing he's going to do in his pirate career? He looks like a normal boy. Unexpectedly normal, Sengoku is surprised looking suspiciously. Before viewers can complain further, the screen lights up. Usopp is terribly injured, nearly unconscious. A group of Tontatas, the dwarf tribe of Dressrosa, gather around him. Let's flee. Leo orders. We won't let them touch Usoland. The dwarves take Usopp in their tiny hands and begin their escape plan. As they run, a giant hand, which looks even larger than the tribe members, lifts the injured boy. Are you the little people? The giant asks. I'll borrow you for a moment. Usopp cries in fear. He's going to kill me, he's going to kill me. Don't be a coward, they shout at him. The giant places Usopp in the palm of his hand and studies his bloody body. He saved us despite all these wounds, he says, then his gaze shifts to the huge group in front of him. Fuckers, look. I'm going out there, says the king of Prudence in amazement. And that's Cavendish, the pirate prince. The aforementioned man silently observes himself, wanting to better understand the situation. Many others also lean in with interest at the sight of themselves, most of them curious at the sight of themselves in gladiator attire. When all this began, they never thought for a second that they too would play a role in the story of the Pirate King and his Nakama. Shanks nudges Usopp to get a good look at his son, apparently the savior of all those people. I heard some of you lived as toys for up to 10 years. Imagine the suffering. This sets off alarm bells in Doflamingo's head. The man slowly rises from his seat, staring at the screen in disbelief. A one-legged toy soldier approaches the pink-haired girl next to him. It seems that, at some point in the future, warriors will arrive to help them end a 10-year-long nightmare. Usopp's mouth moves slowly and mmms. It hurts. No. Move me, he seems to say. Hadrudin looks at the boy. If it weren't for you, we would have lived like toys forever. We owe you our lives. The rest of the people around the giant nod in shock. Watch carefully, warriors. The giant takes Usopp's arms in his large hands to lift him up for everyone to see. This man is the hero who broke our curse. Usopp moves his mouth again, uttering almost intelligible words. And his name is. Debris begins to fall from the ceiling. Captain Usopp, the giant shouts, earning cheers from all the warriors. Captain Usopp, they shout. Thank you. A marine gasps. It's not possible. He looks around at everyone, his eyes wide. I know why they showed that before. His 8,000 men and the dwarves calling him captain. Their lies will come true. Many pirates and marines look on in amazement, vividly remembering the lies the boy told the sick girl. Is he a seer? Does your observation haki allow you to see that far into the future? Or maybe it's omnipotent? Omnipotent, another gasps. Like. More debris begins to fall from the ceiling, and a hole forms above the giant and the injured boy. Light pours in, illuminating Usopp, giving him a heavenly appearance. The light of heaven. Is this man a messenger from heaven? Are we witnessing a miracle? The warriors weep before the image of their hero above them. Illuminated by divine light. Sent from the heavens to free them from the curse. It's heavenly. It's like a god. A god, many exclaim. No way. Sanji chuckles softly as he looks at the situation in front of him, which seems like nothing more than a joke. This is so beautiful, cries Frankie beside her. Chopper looks adoringly at his future nakama. Usopp moves his lips again. Wait. Everyone listen. God, Usopp wants to say something. You guys should go your way and leave me alone. Huh? What did he say? You guys should go your way and leave me alone, he repeats. BSTRDS. The warriors look even more surprised, if possible. You must follow the path he shows you, they interpret. Will he show us the way? You sons of beaches. Usopp yells at the screen, his face grim. I definitely didn't say that. Izo bursts out laughing, unable to contain it after all this time. Some of his siblings follow suit, and even his father tries not to laugh at his booming voice. People begin to fall to their knees. Their legs weaken with emotion at seeing a divine person like their hero standing before them. So, you are a heaven sent. You are our savior. Cheers and more cheers fill the room. God Usopp. God Usopp. God Usopp. Usoland. 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 The screen turns off. Silently, the crowd rises. The giant Hadrudin, the Chinjo family, Cavendish, or Lumbus. Everyone who has seen themselves on the screen looks up at their savior. God, Usopp, Hadrudin says. It doesn't matter that this hasn't happened yet. It doesn't matter if things change and this never happens. From now on, I swear my loyalty to you and your captain. Our heroes. God Usopp. God Usopp. I can't believe this, Shanks blinks with an incredulous smile. Yasopp's son just got a group of followers for his crew. Shishishi, Luffy laughs. What fun, guys. Just when I thought the crew couldn't get any weirder. Marco mutters. My head's starting to hurt, Yua. This has gotten out of hand, Sengoku cries, taking off his glasses. Usopp, Yasopp calls the boy. The young man turns his attention away from the strange, intimidating group of people he's gathered and looks at the owner of the voice. His eyes widen as he sees a blond man whose name is proudly written on his bandana. Dad? Dad? Usopp's fans ask in amazement. Come here, Usopp, the adult smiles at him. Come meet your crew. Usopp hesitates a little until Kaya gives him a gentle push and a smile. Mary and Calhador are with me, she smiles. Go with your dad. He doesn't think twice. He leaps forward and timidly approaches the group of dangerous pirates and their future nakamas. Hey Usopp, the Straw Hat Boy approaches him. I've heard 1,000 things about you, you know. Your dad gets really annoying when he's drunk. The long-nosed boy blushes when the rest of the pirates nod in agreement with a groan. The redhead approaches and places his only hand on his shoulder. It's only going to get worse from now on, the man sighs. If my men hate you, please forgive them. What am I supposed to say to that? Usopp thinks. Come on, Shanks, leave my son alone. The adult sniper walks over and smiles at the younger one. Usopp, I'm so proud of you. I've always admired you. Usopp says. And I'm not a pirate yet, but you've seen that, he points to the screen. I'm going out to sea to become a brave warrior. I'm sure you'll make it, Yasopp assures him. Come on, Usopp. Luffy begins tugging at the hand of the boy his age. Chopper wants to meet you, look at him there. Usopp looks at Chopper, half hidden behind Jinbe, who seems to want anything but to talk to another new member. Well, Chopper, I've seen what you can do, he begins. But that's certainly nothing. I once faced off against a giant over 20 meters tall. What? Luffy and Chopper exclaim simultaneously. He's lying, Sanji tells them, laughing. Usopp is so super. The screen turns on. They're in a desert. There's barely time to see anything else before Usopp appears, a baseball coming from behind him. The ball hits him. And it explodes. What the hell? Usopp complains. It started off interesting, Luffy laughs. I exploded, you idiot. In that same place, staring at the explosion, are a large, fat, blonde man and a shorter, brunette woman with a maroon afro. The woman, Miss Merry Christmas, is enraged to see that Usopp has been saved by a reindeer. Thanks, Chopper. Usopp rushes to a trembling Chopper and hugs him. Thank you. Thank you. I knew he wasn't a normal human, the woman says, referring to Chopper. Are you okay, Usopp? The animal asks. Thank you, he says, taking deep breaths. You saved me. That doesn't change the fact that they're at a disadvantage, Miss Merry Christmas points out. Come on, Mr. 4. Crocodile looks at the screen. He hasn't yet hired a Mr. 4 and a companion for himself, but it's clear that codename system is Baroque works. He clicks his teeth at the sight of these meddling pirates in what he now recognizes as Alabasta. Nefertari Vivi, who has been suspicious of what was happening in her country for some time, watches the battle with attention and bewilderment. The two enemies disappear into a hole dug in the ground. Usopp, remember, if you stop moving you're dead, Chopper warns. I understand. Usopp looks around carefully. If we stop moving, we might get bombed. A strange dog sneezes 3 times in a row, throwing 3 baseballs. Chopper and Usopp split up to avoid the threat. When Mr. 4 pops out of a hole, Chopper transforms into his heavy point and runs toward him. What a strange dog! Chopper exclaims, warming up to the 2 raven-haired teens. It's fun. It's terrifying. Ace observes with amusement the contrast between his brother's personality and that of Usopp, and that, despite that, they seem to have gotten along immediately. If I eliminate you. However, something unexpected on the ground holds him back. The mole woman has a hand wrapped around his ankle. Stop it. The game wouldn't be fun without its batter, would it? The ball reaches Mr. 4, who hits them with his baseball bat. They're about to hit Chopper until he returns to his brain point. I almost forgot I could do that, he says to himself with relief. He returns to his heavy point and attacks Mr. 4, but he disappears into the hole. Sheet. They keep hiding in the burrows. Even if I used my rumble ball, I'd run out of time. Then he realizes something and starts searching. His enemies are also trying to locate something. Where the hell did he go? That long nose. You're right, Usopp is gone. I didn't run away. I promise. Chopper and Luffy look at the boy with distrust. I have something to tell you too, a voice echoes. You did a good job digging these holes. Good work, he mocks. But there's a big flaw in your strategy. Where is it? He stares at a hole. It's not possible. Yes. These tunnels are perfect. And you're not the only ones who can use them. Unexpectedly, Usopp emerges from a hole just behind Mr. 4 and, carrying a huge hammer, lunges at his enemy, striking his head hard. After striking, Usopp maintains his balance and stands proudly with his new weapon in hand. A 5-ton hammer? Sugoi! Chopper and Luffy shout at the same time. What a powerful guy, a marine complimented. He doesn't look it, but being able to hold something that heavy. He's very strong. My son is amazing. Usopp exclaims. Marco the Phoenix looks at Ben Beckman. Should I tell him or should you? Ben shrugs, rolling his eyes. Where did that brat get the strength to use something like that? The woman exclaimed in surprise. Usopp gracefully swings the hammer in his hand as he walks towards his next target. Who the hell are you? I travel the seas of the world, destroying every enemy that crosses my path. I can't remember how many ships I've sunk. People call me in fear. The Lord of Destruction, he chuckles. Remember my name well, Captain Usopp. Great. Great. Chopper shouts excitedly. It's amazing. Chopper and Luffy cry, looking at the boy with adoration. What a charlatan. Thanks baby, autographs later, Usopp boasts. When the boy looks back, he's actually surprised that Mr. 4 has stopped moving. He shakes his head and looks at the woman. It's your turn, Penguin. Get ready to eat 5 tons of this hammer. Miss Merry Christmas squeals and squeezes through the hole. Usopp clicks his teeth. He's escaped. Where are you, Penguin? She pops out of another hole. I'm a mole, you DMN idiot. There. What kind of fight is this? Buggy mocks. The fight turns into a strange game of whack-a-mole. Both continue moving until they're exhausted, making no progress. Pay attention, he says. I'm sure you've heard that many Baroque Works employees have been defeated by us. But the one who defeated them all. It was me. That? And what's more? I have 8,000 allies. He never tires of that lie, someone laughs. Shut up, it turned out to be true. But in those moments it's a lie. Really? Chopper exclaims in surprise. Hi. Even Usopp seems unsure of how to react to the gullible, innocent reindeer. He raises and lowers the hammer as if lifting weights while reciting. 5 tons. 5 tons. Brilliant. Oh, brilliant. Out of nowhere, Mr. 4 stirs and rubs his head. It hurt, he complains in a lazy voice. So far? Usopp reacts. Chopper is horrified. But he was hit by a 5-ton hammer. He's a monster. He doesn't even have a scratch, the woman observes. The puppy sneezes, and the baseball conveniently lands on the gavel. When the smoke and gunpowder clear, the gavel is proven to be a hoax. Paper? Chopper wonders. Hey, was it fake? Of course it was. Usopp replies. How the hell could I lift 5 tons? I can't even lift 5 kilograms. This is just a portable model I made with 2 frying pans and a stick. Ahia. Luffy cries with laughter. You're the best, Usopp? Ahia. Huh? I thought so. Thatch exclaims. Shanks scratches the back of his neck. Hey, your son is very interesting, Usopp. What a clown, Akiji complains. What? You tricked me? Miss Merry Christmas looks deadly furious. I won't hold back now. He throws himself headlong into the burrow. Usopp searches everywhere, but the attack doesn't reach him. The woman laughs. The floor is like a swimming pool to me, she laughs. A pool? Usopp watches the sand move at his feet and the woman suddenly comes out after him, hitting his face with her claws. Mr. 4, Lasso, take care of the reindeer man, she orders. Miss Merry Christmas continues attacking Usopp while he does nothing but run. When he sees a wall, he heads straight for it, intending to make the mole woman crash into it. Unfortunately for him, she simply runs right through it. Magurazuka Highway. She grabs Usopp by the feet and drags him the whole way. Stop! It's dangerous. If you're going that fast in a place like this. Watch out, a wall. A wall. A wall ahead. Can't you see it? Stop. The mole woman slams Usopp hard into the wall, and together they crash through it. The impact leaves Usopp motionless on the ground. That looks like it hurts, Izo mutters. Usopp, can you get up? Chopper's voice comes. The burrows. Stay away from them. Chopper is then seen grabbing Lasso, the dog, and pointing his cannon at the burrows. You don't have to tell me twice. Usopp cries as he runs and Chopper joins him. Lights come out of the holes and all the baseballs Chopper has thrown hit at once, creating a huge explosion. You're very smart, Chopper-kun, Jinbe compliments. Telling me things like that won't make me happy, UBSTRD, the reindeer dances with flushed cheeks. He seems happy to me. Haruta murmurs. The two enemies survive the explosion and Usopp cowers. No. They're going to kill me, he runs away. Are you kidding? We can't beat them. Those monsters are still alive after all this, he cries. Finally, someone with common sense who knows when to back off, says Jewelry Bonnie. Don't be ashamed, kid, you're less of an idiot than your green-haired nakama. The words don't reassure Usopp at all. He flinches a little as he watches himself flee. Chopper scolds him and tells him they can't run away. The mole woman's voice stops Usopp from fleeing. You need to listen to your friend, she grabs his foot. That little trick has angered me. There's no way you two can escape after this. Usopp screams in terror, the woman smiles. The captain is weak, so I'm not surprised the rest are too. The boy's screams are cut short. The captain? What's wrong with him? He's been killed, the woman mocks. The chief killed him, and the rebellion has already begun. Well, his opponent was simply too strong. Huh? Usopp's eyes widen, and instead of crying or continuing to run away, his face fills with fury. Don't give me that sheet, you horrible old mole, he shouts. He can't be dead. He wouldn't lose to that shitty sand crocodile. The leader of Baroque Works is. The Shichibukai crocodile? Miss Valentine jumps in surprise. What the hell is wrong with this crew and the Shichibukai? Ace laughs. First Moria, then Doflamingo, and now Crocodile. You should only say something like that if you have evidence to back it up, don't you think? The woman reasons. He's the man who will become the Pirate King. That's why he can't die so easily. Tisk, Kaido looks frustrated. They keep saying it over and over again, those conceited brats. You're just upset because someone came to One Piece and it wasn't you, old man, Eustace Kid mocks. DMN. The mole woman laughs. Pirate King. Don't make me laugh, she cries with laughter. Usopp bites his lip hard, causing a trickle of blood to run down his mouth. No one says that kind of thing on the Grand Line and escapes unscathed. Idiots like him who don't know their place are better off dead. He gets even more furious. He throws his head back and shouts. Listen, Chopper. For a man. The mole woman doesn't let him finish. She grabs his legs and drags him again. It's time for you to die, Long Nose. Even if I have to die. Facing off against my enemies. Usopp cries as the woman hits him with everything in her path. Even if. There's no way to beat them. Mr. 4, use your 4-ton bat, she orders. Here I come. Mr. 4 prepares when he sees his target approaching, and when he arrives, he hits Usopp like a ball. Ah? Usopp is horrified and runs around in circles. I'm killed. I'm dead. Usopp. Chopper cries as he trots towards him. No matter what weak people do, they'll always be weak. Just look at them. Miss Merry Christmas laughs. Chopper confronts the two enemies to avenge his nakama. Then, the young sniper stands up. His nose is crooked and his entire face is covered in blood. A man. Whatever he may be. There comes a time when he must fight. What? Are you still? How the hell is he alive? Asks a pink-haired girl, Perona. That moment, Usopp continues. That's when they make fun of your nakama's dreams. It can't be. If the 4-ton bat hit him in the head, he can't be alive. He shouldn't be able to get up. He won't die, Usopp says. I know he'll be the Pirate King. I know he will be. And besides, I won't let anyone make fun of it. Usopp looks at himself. He's been pathetic and weak throughout the battle and even tried to run away, but he looks back at himself with great pride, admiring the man he can become. That was awesome, Usopp. Frankie strikes the pose, and Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy follow suit. Yes. Great God Usopp-sama, his followers cheer. Thank you, thank you. Everything was fine, but isn't he supposed to be the sniper, a marine mutters. All he did was fight with 2 pans and a stick. As if prepared, the screen turns on again. On a plateau, Usopp stands next to a giant slingshot seemingly aimed into space. Next to him are a woman, Viola, an older man in gladiator gear, and 2 samurai. Kinemon, Kanjuro, Izo looks at the screen in surprise. What's wrong, son? Whitebeard asks. I thought they were dead, he whispers. When they said he was a sniper, I thought he had a gun, says a pirate, making his crew laugh. Tell me every move Sugar makes, Usopp orders. On my DMN territory again, Doflamingo twists his fingers. I'm going to kill him. A chill runs through Usopp. Viola nods. Kinemon looks a little unsure. Will your clairvoyance really be enough? I have no choice. Sugar's already on the move, Usopp sighs as he readies his ammunition. I'm a sniper. Providing support is my specialty, he smiles proudly, putting on his goggles. Shooting an enemy without being seen to protect a friend. You're awesome, Usopp. Chopper squeals. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, when you're not being pathetic you're pretty cool, Usopp. Luffy compliments. Thanks, hey. Viola seems to be seeing something the others can't. Sugar's heading for those 2, she announces. Well, keep your eyes on her. Sugar has gone out into the yard. It's time. Usopp loads the ammo into the slingshot and pulls the elastics back. Behind them, there seems to be a huge commotion. The voices of hundreds of angry men can be heard trying to get to Usopp. Focus. Usopp orders the woman when he sees her getting distracted. Tell me the exact location of the courtyard. It is then that the spectators realize where the sniper is aiming. To that distant castle that you can barely see? It's impossible. What the hell, does everything this DMN crew does have to be so extreme? Do you see the windows on top of Rampart Tower? And I see your captain and Law at the first window on the right in the middle. There are iron bars on the window. Law's attention, which had wandered off the moment Doflamingo spoke, returns to the screen. It seems he has to rule himself out as captain, but at least he seems to be an ally. One to defeat Doflamingo, nothing more and nothing less. How many bars are there? 1 vertical and 3 horizontal. The length from the patio floor to the back of the window is about 1.2 meters. That's Sugar's height. I'm even getting nervous, Usopp murmurs, watching his son concentrate. Usopp steps on the slingshot's pole to secure it in place. How big is the bottom of the window? 50 wide and 40 high. The boy sweats a little. That's the size of the ammunition. Where is Sugar right now? He's still behind the post, he continues, his eyes closed, using his clairvoyance. Sugar will get between them any moment. Usopp ignores noise, threats and distance. The target is behind the wall. If I miss, we'll lose the captain. He sweats even more at the difficulty of his target and squints his eyes. She's getting closer to them. Viola opens her eyes when she hears the boy groan with exertion. Usopp-kun? I can't. Stop shaking. He shudders as if he's seen himself miss his target and shakes his head to clear the image. I'll hit him no matter what. Come on, Usopp. Chopper and Luffy shout simultaneously. Hey, Cap. The sea without you. I don't want to see that. Who will save this country? What are you saying? Save a country? You're pirates. Why do you talk about saving countries like you have the right? The Marines nod angrily. Bessie pauses for a moment to smile at the onlookers. In this scene, the pirates are fighting to save the country of Dressrosa. In the previous scene, the pirates fought to save the country of Alabasta, he simply states before continuing. What strange pirates? Sabo mutters. You'll see, sugar. I won't let you. Do whatever you want. Then the screen displays what the boy is seeing. Through the castle walls, he can see the aura of his target's presence. He's developed observation haki. Usopp exclaims delightedly. Long-range special attack. Bagworm. Aim. And shoot. The wind is blowing from west to east. Wind force scale, a light wind. 2. 1. The munition explodes in midair, propelling forward. The first booster, exploding star. Slight ascent, clears the rear section. 2 seconds later, the second booster ignites. The outer casing comes off and the munition goes horizontally. It'll go through the left side of the rampart tower window. It goes through the wall and straight on. Straight to the target. Awesome. Then they see it. There's a girl offering grapes to a man, and a blur. The special ammo, a strange drawing of Usopp's face with bulging eyes and a curling tongue, lands in front of Sugar and scares her to the point of fainting. Ah? What a strange attack. Whatever. He did it. Luffy cheers. Good, Usopp. You saved our captain. Chopper exclaims. What a super sniper. Rebecca stares in awe at the crew being assembled. They are pirates, but they will risk their lives to save their country. Vivi trembles as she watches them, while Karoo strokes her arm with his beak. All she wants to do is get up and thank them all. They're a strange crew, but more and more, the people around them are giving into the aura of confidence they all exude. Luffy smiles as Usopp begins to tell a story about one of his battles. He doesn't know if he's the captain, he has no way of finding out other than to wait. But if these people are really his nakama, he knows he can accomplish even the impossible. Who's coming next? Thatch asks excitedly. Easy, take a look around the room and the weirdest one you find will be next, Marco mumbles. Hey, hey! Chopper and Usopp exclaim, offended. There are 3 left besides the captain, right? Frankie strikes a thoughtful pose. What positions are left? I can't think of any other than the navigators, says Jinbe. Luffy shouts from his seat. The musician, please, the musician. Musician? Could it be? A beautiful lady with an angelic voice. Sanji exclaims excitedly. DMN pervert, Zoro yawns. Luffy cheers as the screen turns on. Califa, the only woman in CP9, appears. Oh, she resigns herself. What bad luck. Beat those devils, says Jabra, still reeling from his defeat. Idiot, I'm going to lose, the blonde rolls her eyes. Haven't you noticed anything the whole time we've been here? I'm going to get my butt kicked. And many agree with her. They're beginning to fear that they might appear simply because they're humiliated by the crew. Califa smiles. Looks like things are getting complicated. She creates a bubble and fills it. It seems if we stay in this tower any longer, we'll die. Her opponent is a girl with orange hair and a blue staff in her hands. Her legs are polished and shiny, undoubtedly the work of Califa's Akuma no Mi. Huh? Nojiko's eyes widen. Nami. Genzo gasps. The girl is so shocked that she can't react. Nami, the cat burglar, Bessie says. Crew navigator. Yes. Sanji's shout startles the spectators. Yes. Yes. He dances happily and kneels before nothing. My dear lady. Ah. How wonderful it is to be a pirate. Usopp blinks and pulls Chopper away from the cook like a mother would pull her son away from a pervert. Nami. Nojiko punches her arm. Nami, aren't you happy? No, she exclaims suddenly. How could I be? I hate pirates. You're a pirate, a nearby marine notes when he sees the tattoo on her arm. Nami bites her lip but Nojiko doesn't shut up. Shut up, idiot, she snaps. My sister is a SLV, forced to join Arlong's crew. Arlong's laughter echoes around the room. Jinbe opens and closes his mouth like a fish, in disbelief. She's not my SLV, Arlong says. She's my little navigator. And as you say, she's a member of my crew. He stands up, smiling. That just finally reveals the identity of the Pirate King. The room falls completely silent before Ace starts laughing. And here I was thinking that Luffy is too imaginative. When he says it, it sounds adorable, but on you, it comes off as pathetic. Dude, he mocks, ignoring a complaint from his younger brother and looks at the blue-haired girl who's been talking. What has he done to your island? She swallows before answering. He came to Kokoyashi Island 9 years ago and imposed a tribute on every inhabitant of the island. When our mother couldn't pay, he murdered her. Shut up, Nojiko, Nami says, covering her sister's mouth. He made a deal with Nami that he would free our village when he collected a sum of 100 million berries, Genzo chimes in, speaking quickly and glaring daggers at Sengoku. A captain of your corrupt navy made deals with 𝖯RЛdyL, which is why our village will never be liberated. You knew that? Nami asks in surprise. We all know it, Nami, says another villager. It's not fair that you suffer for us. That. Ace gives his captain puppy dog eyes. Whitebeard laughs and speaks over the voices of the Kokoyashi residents. Seeing as the Marine's justice system is muddied, I'll take care of this, he says, his voice echoing throughout the room. And I'll claim Kokoyashi Island as my territory. Thatch cheers. A vacation island in the East Blue. Idiot, the first commander hits him. Sengoku grits his teeth. He can't do anything because, as commander, he's responsible for the actions of his soldiers. Thank you, sir, Nojiko smiles. Come on, Nami, she grabs her arm and drags her toward the group. You have our savior to thank. I still hate pirates, she fumes. And I won't be one. Whitebeard nods solemnly. Of course, child, that's for you to decide. Jinbe continues to stare at 𝖯RLdyL, thinking about his supposed crewmate. After this revelation, he can't look at her or his other nakama in the face. If you're going to run away, give me your key first, the navigator says. 𝖯disappears and reappears behind Nami. I'm sorry, she says in a honeyed voice. I can't stay and play with you any longer. He grabs the girl from behind and runs his hands all over her body, polishing her completely. Nami falls to the ground, depressed for not having managed to escape the attack. What did he do to me? The girl is frightened when she sees herself on the bright screen. I can't hold my climb attacked. My whole body is so smooth I can't stand. She sits, holding her cane as best she can, and frowns. What have you done to me? Unfortunately, it also smooths the curves of your body, but it makes your skin more beautiful. I envy you, she mocks. On the other hand, your strength is reduced by half. You'd better give up trying to get my key. I can't do that. Nami stumbles to her feet, using her cane to steady herself. She points at 𝖯and launches an attack. It's no use, our time to play is over, she says before attacking. However, the attack passes through Nami. A mirage? Usopp exclaims in surprise. How did you do that? The girl looks at him suspiciously before answering. I don't know. That's my bow staff, but I'm sure it can't do all that. The boy smiles. Then it must be my work. I'll help you improve it. She tilts her head slightly but crosses her arms and looks back at the screen, unsure whether to trust those boys or not. Mirage tempo, Nami smiles, appearing behind 𝖯. When have you? What does this mean? The blonde attacks the younger woman again, once again without success. She repeats her attack again and again, only to be met with mirage after mirage. Out of nowhere, Chopper's monster form appears and distracts the two. Oh! Chopper flinches in fear. Please, Nami, get out of there, he speaks to the screen. I'll hurt you. Nami melts at the sight of the poor, frightened animal. She approaches him from behind and hugs him, taking him in her arms. I'll be fine, Chopper, she assures him. He relaxes in the girl's arms. How lucky. Sanji MMMMS, looking at the doctor with envy. In the confusion, Nami's leg gets wet and she returns to normal. You can remove the power from soap by washing it with water. Nami discovers and runs to the water fountain, but 𝖯intercepts her. Don't you think you're underestimating me? Now that you know how to neutralize the effects of the golden awa, do you really think I'd let you do it? 𝖯attacks again and Nami tries to get rid of the bubbles but the staff slips from her hands. My strength, she falls to the ground. 𝖯takes the opportunity to attack the defenseless girl and throw her against a closet, breaking it. I'm saved, Nami sighs in relief. Bran? It doesn't look very safe to me, laughs one of Buggy's pirates. When you threw me into the air, you yourself removed a few bubbles from me. If you wish, I will continue to throw you through the air until I die, 𝖯pleases. Nami stands up panting and points her climb attack at the ceiling. Cloudy tempo, a column of smoke rises from the cane. This isn't your usual magic show. Clouds? More lightning? 𝖯wonders. Lightning never comes from clouds like that, Nami says, rolling her eyes as if it were obvious. Lightning never comes from clouds like these, Nami informs, smiling, and bends her staff. Something else will come out instead. 𝖯's eyes widen. You're not going to. The climb attack spins. The weather is rainy. Cool ball. 𝖯attacks her, but it's too late. Raindrops begin to fall from the roof, washing away all the foam. Sugoi! Luffy exclaims. I'm not understanding anything about the fight, but you're super smart. Marco nods. For you to be able to control the weather like that, you must be a great navigator. Nami blushes. This isn't very pleasant, after having made you so beautiful. If being beautiful means I can't defend myself, then I have to being so, she boasts with a smile and sticks out her tongue at him. What a wise thought, Izo smiles approvingly. Nami-san is so beautiful and smart. Sanji sings with heart-shaped eyes. He uses his climb attack again for a mirage tempo and disappears. Khalifa is surprised by the sight, looking around the room. Now I understand your powers. And the strength of CP9. What is this? 5 Namis appear, all with different sizes and bodies. Amazing! Chopper exclaims in surprise. Illusions? How mysterious and beautiful. But if you think about it, illusions won't be able to hurt me with their attacks. Therefore, your plan is to deceive me. Exactly. She's become serious, Khalifa smiles. She's not as pretty as she used to be. The boys get offended. Khalifa-chan is pretty but my Nami-san is the most beautiful. Don't call my Nakama ugly. Usopp shouts. The navigator is super beautiful. Thunder charge, at one end of the 5 climb attacks, electricity begins to charge. My authentic self is between these 5. And what about that? This. Thunderball. A barrage of lightning ball flies straight toward Khalifa. Nami smiles. Only 20% of the attack is real. Can you dodge it? The woman does not react in time enough to avoid the lightning and is electrocuted. But he's at 100% power. Didn't I tell you? Nami hums. You're too careless. Khalifa falls to her knees. The climb attack is different from before, it has much more power in a simple thunderball. With my next attack, I will defeat you. Khalifa stands up, enraged. Why are you having these premonitions now? You're so conceited. It's not a premonition, it's a forecast. I have all the humidity and temperature under control, the weather in this room belongs to me. Cat burglar? They should call her the weather witch or something, Koala opines, seeing the girl's abilities. So what if you control the weather? The Rokushiki surpasses the limits of human abilities. With impressive speed, Khalifa appears behind Nami and kicks her. However, it was only a mirage. Wasn't that the real one? The probability of you finding the real one is 20%. The woman attacks another mirage, then another. Nami splits her staff in half. The sky has stable pressure today. There will be violent currents and some storm clouds. Soon, lightning and thunder may pierce your chest. 5 new mirages appear. Be careful not to let your heart stop. I've already shown you that I can protect myself from your rays. I just have to prepare myself. But with a guard like that, you have the disadvantage that you can't move. Don't underestimate me. Are you saying you can defeat me with such a simple attack? In that case, a mountain of foam appears above her. All I need to do is hit the real thing. I'll engulf you with a wave of relax awa. A wave of foam completely fills the room. If he hits me now, it'll all be over, Nami snaps her teeth. All I have to do is gobble up the real thing. Nami releases half of her climb attack. Do you think I'll let that happen? She causes a cyclone to create a breach in the foam wave, and the clones pass through. Khalifa manages to trap the mirages, leaving only the real one. Nami is left alone in the room, Khalifa nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, she appears in front of her and uses a shurgan to stab her shoulder with a finger. Nami, exclama Chopper. Gosh, why do I get involved in such dangerous things, she laments. Shouldn't you be more worried? Nojiko murmurs. He's going to defeat you. The youngest girl rolls her eyes. Didn't you hear what I said before? I'll defeat her in one fell swoop. The moment I said that, the fate of this battle was sealed. Usopp and Nojiko exchange a puzzled look before returning to the screen. Nami recoils in pain and her legs buckle, bringing her to the ground. Now I won't let you escape, the blonde warns. I'll fill your body with holes. The navigator gasps. Have you already forgotten? You need to listen to the navigator's weather report. The sound of sparks fills the room, and Khalifa turns around in surprise. There's a charged cloud of electricity right behind her. The lightning will come from the climb-attacked storm cloud. She stands up to pick up her staff again. Come! Shanks whistles when he sees that she has everything ready. Beside him, Ben nods approvingly. The cloud explodes and the lightning bolt shoots directly at Khalifa, passing through her. No matter how strong you may be, my predictions are always correct. Amazing, Nami-san, flattered Sanji. Khalifa falls motionless to the ground. The battle is over. That was great, says Nojiko. I didn't know I could do all that. Nami looks at her staff with interest and then at Usopp. Will you help me? The dark-haired man lights up. Of course. All for a nakama. I'm not your nakama, she complains. Besides, there's no way I'm joining a crew full of men. Aren't there any other girls? That's it. Long live women. Sanji cheers. Not like that, pervert, she hits him. TSK, you DMN noisy witch. You want one too, she shows him her fist. Don't call my Nami-san a witch. UFING Marimo. What the hell? Izo blinks at the pitched battle that's formed in a matter of seconds, with Zoro and Sanji as the main warriors, an enraged Nami as backup, and a poor Usopp caught between the blows of the first two, and the cheers of Chopper and Frankie. He raises an eyebrow when he sees Ace's little brother pop out of nowhere, his face being pulled out by the swordsman and the cook as they hurl insults at each other. This is intense. Thatch murmurs. Shouldn't they? I don't know, get along, for example. Haruta says. No matter what they say, a crew like that is destined to fail, Perospero opines from his mother's side. They can't even stand each other. Ah, here it is. Luffy exclaims almost incoherently due to the stretched state of his face in the hands of the blonde and the green-haired man. It's a bar on the 𝖯𝗂ЛਦੀL archipelago. All the tables are occupied, and the atmosphere is pleasant. At the bar, the bartender is serving a glass of wine to an orange-haired woman. Did you know that the headquarters was relocated? Oh. Really? Exclaims a Marine. We finally have information about the world in the future. She is surprised. Huh? Really? Yes. It switched places with the G1 on the other side of the red line. They did it after the Sengoku retreat, he explains, showing his interest in the subject. They were supposed to place the headquarters at sea in the New World, where the Yonko are deployed. But because of the headquarters move, this place became a lawless island. The girl, who's supposed to be Nami, hums. I see a lot has happened in these 2 years. 2 years? How can you go 2 years without hearing the news of the world? Asks a horrified revolutionary. Hey, a voice shouts over the others in the room. Did you see this? Yeah, I was surprised too, another replies. I can't believe that crew showed up again. DMN, after not hearing from them for 2 years I thought they were dead. It's incredible they're recruiting Nakama. Apparently the crew was missing for 2 years, Shanks says. Well, that's not so strange. But recruiting? There were only 10 of them, right? All the pirates who survived the first half of the Grand Line come to this island. It seems they want to gather a large crew and head to the New World. This is exciting, says the man holding the sign. Maybe I should join. Don't be an idiot. There are a lot of guys on this island with bounties over 100 million. I don't think they'll take you into account. Why do you say that? The door bursts open, and all the customers tense. Escorting a rather large dark blur, 3 people enter. One of them has blue hair, another wears a gold mask, and the only woman has orange hair. Who the hell are those? Usopp asks. The dark blur. Could it be a crew member? Maybe the captain? Kabeji opines. No, Moji scratches his beard. It's literally 3 times bigger than the blob we've been looking at this whole time. People grow up, idiot. Dohahaha, the dark blur laughs. Hey, old man, bring sake and the best food you have. Why, yes, right away, the bartender stammers. Hey, are you? A man mutters. There's no doubt, it's them. That crew. Nami glances at the newcomers and sighs, returning to her wine. A shot rings out in the bar, and the victim collapses to the floor, groaning. Did I hear wrong? Asks the dark blur presumed to be the captain. A bounty of 55 million berries? Check the sign again. It says only bounties over 70 million are accepted. What a horrible guy. Shoot him for that. Princess Vivi says. We don't accept captains with pathetic rewards. How the hell did you make it this far alive? He sneers. Go away, scum. Don't you know who my father is? Suddenly, Luffy slumps into his seat as if he'd just received the worst news in the world. Ace looks at him curiously. What's wrong, Lou? She asks, seeing him pout. That's impossible, Ace, this is wrong. The older man sighs at his brother's dramatic behavior and tries to be patient in order to understand what is going through the boy's head. What's wrong? I don't have a father. But I'm going to be the Pirate King. Thatch chuckles and ruffles the younger boy's hair. Too bad, kid, he says. Don't worry, all that isn't happening yet, you know? The future can change. Luffy lets out a long, pained groan. Ace opens his mouth and snaps it shut. Of course he has a father. His grandfather once told him who Luffy's father was. Why doesn't he remember? Even if he did, he wouldn't tell his little brother. It's better for him to think it's not him so he won't be disappointed when he finds out. The orange-haired woman chuckles. We don't need trash, says the blue-haired one. We are the chosen pirates. We're on another level, the masked man gloats. Don't think just anyone can join us. Get out, the blur says before firing again. That guy is ruthless, says a man, avoiding looking at him. There's nothing to do, it's very powerful. Hey, Frankie. How many people have we gathered? Frankie chokes. That's not me. Ah, I get it now, Usopp says. They're pretending to be the crew. Luffy perks up in a matter of seconds and jumps up to join the boys. Oh, who's that guy in the mask? That's so cool. Yeah. Great, says Chopper. The blue-haired man calculates. 3 full gangs have joined us. About 100 pirates. 10 of them with a large bounty. Sounds good to me. 2 of them are high-level rookies, he laughs. Get more followers. Old man, bring more sake. The bartender rushes to fulfill the order. The dark blur makes a sound of interest. Woman, he calls to the girl at the bar. You've had my attention for a while. The crowd tenses and looks at the poor woman. Stop drinking alone and come with us. You're a beauty, he laughs, but trails off when he sees he's being ignored. Hey, woman, are you listening to me? He's calling you, the bartender says worriedly. The girl sighs. I'm fine this way. I'm waiting for a man. I bet it's me. Sanji exclaims. Nami sighs in frustration at the blonde and looks at the screen. With interest, having seen in passing that he has long hair. The people around him start. The bartender trembles and leans over the bar to whisper to him. You'd better accept. That man is the pirate who caused a disaster in the war against the Navy 2 years ago, he says hurriedly. Don't you know him? That BSTRD. Vice Admiral Mamanga exclaims. Getting involved in a war. He won't get away this time. You don't even know who he is yet, a pirate mutters. The masked man laughs. Are you waiting for a man? He must be someone pathetic who'll cry and apologize upon hearing my captain's name. Come here at once. The woman finally turns around, and we can get a good look. Her hair is waist length. Her outfit consists of skinny jeans and a bikini. I'll put it another way. You're not my type, so I won't be drinking with you. How beautiful, Nami-san, cries Sanji. I think I look good too, she agrees. The bar freezes completely. She gives him one last look before returning to her drink. Hey, you better apologize. It's dangerous, says the bartender. A gun safety clicks as the door creaks and someone enters, ignoring the tension. You have a lot of guts. The woman with short orange hair stops the blur and takes the gun from him. I'll take care of it, she says as she walks to the bar. Hey, you're a funny woman. She puts an arm around his shoulder and points the gun in his face. I'll make this easier for you. Will you drink with the captain, or will you die? She laughs, sounding like a mouse. For your information, I have a bounty on me too. I'm Nami, the cat burglar. Don't underestimate me. The crowd laughs. Poor woman, says a pirate. She doesn't realize she's got the real one right in front of her. Nami also laughs as she imagines herself in that situation. Hizatsu Midori Bashi. Fake Nami blinks and looks up just as someone shoots her. Devil. It happened so fast. A carnivorous plant appears out of nowhere and traps the woman. Nami turns around in surprise to watch in amazement as the plant moves and traps the rest of the fake crew as well. What? They all exclaim in surprise. What's that? What kind of plant is that? The girl asks in amazement. Miss, someone speaks behind her. Would you drink with me? Nami cheers at the voice, and when she sees the speaker, she runs over, squashing him against her chest. Usopp, it's been a long time. Wow, your muscles have grown. There's no doubt you've grown too. Sanji looks with fury and envy at Usopp, who shrinks before the blonde's fearsome face. Is that yours? He points to the plant. That's right. My new weapon, Pop Green, he boasts proudly. I wasn't just floating around in the sea for 2 years doing nothing. I'm sorry, but I'm no longer part of the weak trio I used to be with you and Chopper. Now I'm a brave warrior who fears nothing. Hey! Chopper exclaims, offended. Wow, I really am cool, Usopp mutters, open-mouthed. I seem so reliable. I'm sure you're still a coward, Luffy laughs. Understand. Brat. Did you do this? The masked man says. Usopp's eyes pop out at the man. What? Sogeking? Why? Sogeking. Sogeking. Bessie introduced Usopp as Sogeking before, right? Frankie recalled. Chopper and Luffy gasp and look at the raven-haired boy with excitement. He becomes nervous. Me? Sogeking, he mocks. He's the king of marksmen, one of my best friends. I'm not at his level yet, but I'll let him have the honor of training me when I go out to sea. The 2 youngest ones squeal with excitement. He's such a liar. Ace laughs. Usopp, ignore them. Nami rolls her eyes and takes the boy's hand to drag him out. Let's get out of here. There's something I need to ask you. Wait, DMN it, the blur shouts. Ha! Captain, forget them. Hey, miss, the bartender shouts. You haven't paid. Usopp throws him a sack of coins. Keep the rest. Small bubbles with dark clouds drift into the bar, filling it completely as the 2 young men leave. From outside the bar, a powerful lightning bolt can be seen striking, leaving the entire establishment charred. I feel so sorry for the bar owner. What a powerful beam. How the hell can you do that without an Akuma no Mi? Usopp asks. It's called a brain, Ben helpfully adds. Usopp, why did you throw away that whole sack of money? Nami scolds him. From now on, I'm the crew's treasurer. I won't let you waste our money. Ha! Usopp complains. But just a few seconds ago you didn't even want to be part of the crew. She looks away in embarrassment. Shut up. I'll do whatever I want. Of course, Nami-san. Nami rolls her eyes just as Sanji and Zoro start fighting. She's not sure what she thinks of these people, but on screen she looks so happy that she can't help but give in to her strange nakama. Nami, I'm going to need money for the medicine, I'm the doctor, Chopper informs. I'll give you your share, she agrees. And you need to set aside a lot of money for meat too. Luffy exclaims. Of course, Sanji-kun will take care of the food. I eat a lot, the boy reports. Well, don't eat so much, she yells, then exchanges a glance with Chopper before looking back at Luffy. You're not even on the crew. Luffy grows a little discouraged and shrugs. Even if I'm not the person who appears there, it doesn't matter. I'll be the Pirate King in the end, his smile quickly returns. And I'll convince you all to be my crew? Why? Chopper asks. We're not very strong right now. It seems you're friends with a lot of strong people, he points to where Shanks and Whitebeard are. You could probably find some very powerful people. I don't need you to be powerful from the start, I'm not either, he admits. But I really like you guys. I know you're the best at what you do, so I'll have to be the best captain to convince you. He gives them one last smile and joins Usopp in an attempt to stop Zoro and Sanji. Chopper continues to stare at the boy for a while until he speaks. I like him too, the doctor admits. I hope he's our captain. Nami is surprised and then pets Chopper. We'll see in time, she replies, a little uncertain. The screen turns on again. There's a very diverse group running through a forest. Among them are the still-blurred captain, Sanji in a neat suit, two minks, Jinbe, and Nami. That forest is, Broly is surprised. We have to do something about this situation or we won't get to the sunny, Nami laments. Isn't there any way? Sanji asks. Lola's Vivre card won't help us anymore. Yeah, since Mom's after us, Jinbe nods. That's all the more reason to keep feeding him, Nami. It's Big Mom. She's chasing them. Buggy squeals in fear. They are lost. Yes, she turns with her enhanced climb attack and throws up small storm clouds as she calls, Zeus. The little cloud smiles happily, following them as he eats the marshmallows. Delicious. Delicious. If we let Zeus return to Mother, we won't have a chance to escape her. You're right. The Yonko gasps at the sight of Zeus being robbed. She roars. Who the hell do you think you are, you DMN cat burglar? Ah, I get the epithet now, Koala nods, earning a chuckle from Sabo. Big Mom follows them from a considerable distance. Her eyes are blank and her expression crazed. She stomps furiously while screaming. Come back, Zeus. I've rarely seen Mom so angry. Smoothie mutters. This is bad, the cloud is terrified. I'll be scolded. Understand. Zeus looks in surprise at the sun next to him. Prometheus. Why do you disobey Mom's orders, Zeus? Nami turns her face again to wink. Zeus. Look at me. An egg appears on the end of her staff. The exquisite weather egg filled with juicy storm clouds. She's great, Shanks laughs. I want a thief on my crew, too. Zeus's mouth waters. Wow. That looks delicious. Hey. Wait, Zeus. I'll be back, but I want to eat one more juicy storm cloud, says the cloud. How adorable, Shirahoshi smiles, oblivious to the danger of the pirates. Big Mom slashes with her sword, and everyone falls to the ground. Between Prometheus and the Yonka's attacks, it's becoming impossible for them to escape. Cake, the woman shouts. Oh, yeah, Morgans reads his first notes from when Jinbe first appeared. When Jinbe quit the crew, Big Mom talked about some cake the captain destroyed. It must have been delicious, Luffy nods seriously. Is this as far as we go? Nami gasps. Itadaki, Zeus takes advantage of Nami's distraction to eat the climb-attacked egg. It's a delicious cloud, his eyes widen. That is. What is it? Zeus's color darkens as he ascends into the sky above Prometheus and the others. How delightful, the cloud fills with storm sparks as it grows in size. My weather egg is inside Zeus. Nami realizes. What are you doing? Asks the blazing sun, turning to the cloud. Hey, Zeus. Nami makes a decision. Sanji-kun, take me and run. Of course, Melorine. Okay, Nami-san. As Sanji takes her in his arms, she addresses the others. Run as far as you can. Do you have a plan? Jinbe asks as he carries out her order. She nods. I'm counting on you, Zeus. The climb attack charges with electricity, and a wave of wind rushes through the forest. Zeus breeze tempo. The huge dark cloud plummets towards Big Mom, causing a huge explosion. The spectators gasp as the screen fades to black. Regardless of whether the attack has injured Big Mom or not, using your own weapon against yourself is extremely humiliating. For people as proud as the 4 emperors. I'm going to exterminate you. Big Mom shouts furiously. We're going to die. We're going to die. Usopp and Nami hug each other. No one can die in this place, Bessie informs, calming the young people. Well, they can, but I won't allow it. Please calm down. I mean, it's pointless getting angry over something as trivial as stealing a living weapon when you know that in the future its captain will defeat you even more humiliatingly, she concludes with a kind smile. Do you want us to get killed or what? Nami and Usopp shout in unison. Luffy laughs. That cloud looked like cotton candy. Hey, fat lady. Is it edible? That's it, Luffy, buddy, keep distracting her. Usopp gives a thumbs up, moving further and further away from his new friend. Like that, keep getting her attention. The screen suddenly turns on. Jinbe sits cross-legged in front of Nami. The fishman tenses because he knows what's coming. I'm very grateful to the people who stopped Arlong's pirates in the East Blue. It was you, right? Thank you. Allow me to express my gratitude, he bows slightly. And I also want to apologize. The one responsible for letting Arlong wreak havoc in the East Blue 11 years ago is me. Nami's eyes widen and her hand goes to her shoulder, where her tattoo is. Nami freezes. The entire room silently watches the two involved in the conversation. Arlong, who did those horrible things to your home, was like my little brother, he says. If he caused trouble, it was our duty to go stop him. But he always bribed the Navy to keep his actions secret. And because of that, I indirectly made you and many other people suffer. He places his hands on the ground to bow. I feel responsible. Sanji takes his cigarette out of his mouth, exhales the smoke and stands up. I see, he points at the fishman with his cigar. So why don't you just kill yourself? Nami gasps at the boy's words. Sanji, exclama Chopper. Pay her with your life, he continues. I may not forgive you, but that would ease Nami-san's suffering a little. Enough, Sanji-kun, the girl interrupts. But Nami-san. If you think about everything they did to you. That's a different story, he didn't do anything to me, he says. I'll accept any punishment. If it makes you feel better. Jinbe. Whitebeard murmurs, hurt to see his son suffer. Stop, she interrupts. Stop. It's Arlong I hate, she sighs. Anyway, I'm glad you weren't the one ordering the Arlong pirates around. After all, you're our captain's friend, aren't you? It's true that I suffered a lot because of the Arlong pirates, but through that suffering, I met some good nakama. That made me who I am today. I'm not going to hate you for being a fishman, she smiles. So stop apologizing for what happened. It wasn't all that bad. Now I can enjoy the present. Jinbe's eyes widen and fill with tears. I don't deserve those words. Thank you so much. It takes a big heart to forgive, Whitebeard says. Jinbe, you have a good crew. Nami trembles a little and looks at the fishman. Jinbe is staring at the ground, tears blurring his eyes. She sighs. I don't know you, she says. So I can't forgive you. Izo opens his mouth to complain but Marco stops him. But if all this is real, then I know you're a good person. I know those are the words I would say, so. Please stop blaming yourself, she smiles. It wouldn't be right to cause trouble for the crew so soon. Jinbe sobs. Thank you. Thank you, Nami-san. Now another lady. A dancer, exclaims Sanji. Now the musician. Luffy says at once. Ballerina. Musician. Ballerina. Drink. Silence. Idiots. Nami hits them. They seem to get along quickly, Nojiko laughs. My little brother is a JRK, Ace complains. Yeah, the blue-haired girl looks at the straw hat boy curiously. He may be a little dim, but he seems like a very conscientious person to me. The second-in-command raises an eyebrow in confusion. He becomes distracted when the screen lights up. What the hell, they shout when they see the image shown. It's a very pink room. On a giant bed, Big Mom sleeps peacefully. Floating above her are Zeus and Prometheus, also sleeping. In Big Mom's hand, like a stuffed animal, is a bag of bones with a skull and an afro sticking out. Interesting choice, Sabo mutters, referring to the skeleton. What the hell are we going to see here? Thatch asks, a little disturbed. I don't know what to expect anymore, Marco admits. Those BSTRDS. In the mirror world, exclaims Broly. Spying on Mom. The captain of the crew herself looks incredibly furious upon seeing anything related to her again. The bag of bones slips from the Yonko's half-open hand and falls to the floor with a crunch. Watching the scene in a strange place filled with mirrors are 2 minks and 3 pirates. Did he wake up? Asks Pedro, the mink, carrying another bag of bones on his back. No, Nami replies. But that's good for us, Jinbe says. It's out of Big Mom's hands. No. I don't understand this situation, Izo says suddenly. I think they're trying to recover the skeleton, Ace says. Maybe one of their companions died, and they want to give him a proper burial? No, going more along the lines of events, I'd say they have the skeleton as a pet, Haruta muses. I mean, the reindeer is the doctor. So maybe they want a skeleton as a pet or decoration. I don't know, they'll be fond of it. Fine, I'll go. Nami slings her green jacket over her shoulder and steps through a giant mirror. Nami runs across the room and crouches in front of the skeleton. Brook, wake up, she begins to shake it. The skeleton's head moves and looks at the girl. It's me, Brook. Brook's empty eye sockets focus on the skeleton on the navigator's back. When the lifeless skull creaks slightly from the girl's movements, the sockets fill with tears and her jaw drops open. Ghost. That? Sheet, Marco blinks. Tell me I just imagined that. Footsteps head towards them until they stop next to Ace. You didn't imagine it, Marco-san, I got a real scare too. Yo-ho-ho-ho. All eyes turn to the skeleton with an afro and a cane. A second later, the screams are deafening. Please don't take me. Usopp begs through tears. I'm too young. We're going to die. How does it move? And he speaks. Who the hell are you? Ah, the skeleton raises a hand to his head and takes off his top hat. Every movement elicits shrieks and shudders. Forgive my rudeness. My name is Brook, and to punctuate his introduction, he lets out a fart at the end. You pig. Nami and Sanji shout simultaneously. Brook's head turns to look at Nami. What a lovely lady, he compliments. Would you be so kind as to show me your panties? Look at them. Nami kicks him to the ground. Yo-ho-ho-ho. How violent. Okay, calm down a bit, Izo asks. Brook-san, have you been here the whole time? Of course, since Bessie-san showed up. Well, where were you? You're a bit conspicuous, we would have noticed you a long time ago. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I've been sitting here quietly, maybe that's why you all haven't noticed me. When I first appeared here, I was so surprised. My heart feels incredibly warm from being surrounded by people for the first time in 50 years, the skeleton says calmly. Ah, even though I don't have a heart. Yo-ho-ho, skull joke. Luffy flops on the ground. What a funny skeleton, he laughs. It's great. So, Bessie says with a smile. Soul King, Brook. Crew musician. Luffy's laughter cuts off as he stares at the starry-eyed skeleton. Finally. Musician? He doesn't even have vocal cords, Usopp stutters. Haruta nudges Marco. I hope I never run into these guys again for the rest of my life. Also. Big Mom opens her eyes slightly, still half asleep. Again, she says sleepily, grabbing Prometheus. You pesky fly. Big Mom launches an attack and brutally crushes Prometheus to the ground. Brook and Nami are only saved by Jinbe's quick reaction, which takes them back to the mirror world. That was close, Nami sighs in relief. Thanks, Jinbe. Nojiko watches happily as her sister speaks naturally to Jinbe. Chopper and Carrot cheer and jump for joy. In her room, Big Mom continues sleeping happily. Brook manages to get her arms out of the sleeping bag to use it as a dress while chatting with her nakama. I thought I was going to die, yo-ho-ho. Pedro grits his teeth. When they tightened security, we were unable to obtain a copy of the road poneglyph. But I pushed it and put your life in danger. I'm sorry. My road poneglyph? Big Mom roars angrily. When we get out of here, I'll kill all of you worms. I won't leave a single one alive. I don't want to die. Brook exclaims. Ah, but I'm already dead. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Ah-ya-hi-ya-hi. That's great. Luffy squeals, twisting with laughter. Brook stands up to face the mink. What are you saying? Everything you did was for us. Like you said, it was just the two of us invading. We had a 1 in a million chance, he explains. If we tried to steal the road poneglyph from Big Mom another time, an all-out war between pirates would be inevitable. That's why we had to try, even if it was impossible. As if nothing had happened, Brook opens his skull and takes out some papers. What the F dash? Did he just split his head open? Here, this is the copy. Brook gently hands the papers to Nami. But anyway, Pedro-san, I can't believe you escaped with that confidence. Isn't that? Copy. Nami stares at the rolled-up papers. What? She throws them on the floor and begins to unfold them. I was desperate at the time too, so I couldn't think of anything else to ask but you not to be the bait, the skeleton continues, closing its skull again. Wait a minute, Brook. Don't tell me this is. Nami, Carrot, and Chopper stare at the papers with wide eyes. It's a copy of the poneglyph, he replies casually. That was close. Just as I finished copying the third item, Big Mom arrived, believe it or not. What? Big Mom shouts alongside her children, stunned. A copy of my poneglyph? Pedro screams in surprise and rushes to where Jinbe and the others are looking at the papers. You got them? There was even a sweet general? You defeated all those guards? Big Mom's poneglyph is something other Yonko are eager to have. Ah, yes. Kaido is also speechless. Not even he has managed it after all these years. That skeleton managed to get through a sweet general? Pudding asks, as if it were unthinkable that one of her older brothers would be defeated. We'll have to look for them all when we get out of here, Flamp hums with amusement. I'd love to see them slowly die at Mom's hands. So, Usopp looks at the slightly trembling skeleton. Will you sail with us? It looks like it, yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook exclaims happily. Lucky me. Lucky me. Lucky me. Luffy throws a tantrum. I want them to be my nakama. They're the coolest. And what would they gain by having a brat like you as captain? Shanks mocks. Luffy stops pouting and looks at him seriously. One Piece. Da ha ha ha. You're as funny as ever. Shanks, you bstrd. I'm going to beat you up. You wouldn't even be able to make me blink, the redhead laughs. Why the hell is he so laid back and stupid? Marco complains. And Ace's brother is the same. Let's see if he decides, does he think he's the captain or not? Luffy stops his fight with the Yonko to look at the blonde with the fruity hairstyle. I don't believe anything, she says, looking into his eyes with her giant, dark orbs. I just know that I'm going to be the pirate king. If I'm captain of these people, then fine. If I'm not, then I'll have to face them. Vista hums with interest and sees her moment to ask. You know, I've been thinking. When you talk about being the pirate king, you say it as a given, he comments. Is it because you think you were born destined to be one? The boy in the straw hat blinks and then looks at him silently. And he remains silent, thinking. And he thinks even more. His face turns red and smoke comes out of his ears. That's why we don't usually make him think, Ace comments to Thatch casually. I don't care about destiny, he decides. I don't want anyone to decide for me but myself. If I say I'm going to be the pirate king, it's because I'll give everything I have to be. I'll gather a great crew, I'll fight against all my obstacles, and we'll grow together. A huge smile spreads across his face. There's no point in talking about destiny. If that were the case, the rest of the adventures I'll experience along the Grand Line would be pointless, because I'd always be destined to win, right? Adventures aren't fun if they're already written. That's unexpectedly mature for a kid who talks so much nonsense, Akiji mutters. He's just a dreamer, Bellamy the hyena mocks. And what's wrong with dreaming? Brook says to himself. The screen turns on. There's a crowded venue. SK Brook, World Tour is written across the stage. The audience is clamoring for another song. Soul King. Come on now, one of his fans demands. A concert? Oh, how cool. I see, so the Navy is here. Understood, the skeleton holds a den mushi. Its empty eye sockets are hidden behind sunglasses with rose-colored lenses. I need more time. Yes. My fans ask for more. I can't keep them waiting, I'll return to the stage. Aren't we talking about a pirate? Did he abandon his ship? Brook walks onto the stage and the lights come up. He's wearing a suit with a yellow feather scarf, and a crown sits atop his top hat. He approaches the microphone and speaks. Thank you all for waiting, the audience cheers. Brook runs a bony finger along a guitar string, and the audience fades away as the room goes dark. Actually, there's something I want to tell you, the bewildered audience begins to murmur, and Brook continues. Today, the King of Soul. Whatever Brook was about to say was interrupted by the thunderous sound of gunfire. The stage lights came on, and a handful of Marines pointed their weapons at the musician. As much of a killjoy as ever, exclaims Thatch. Hey, a Marine complains. Enough. The concert is over. The Navy, the audience becomes agitated. Why? One of the officers holds up a bounty poster. It features a lively man with an afro, sunglasses, and a cheerful smile. Last captain of the Rumbar Pirates, Hanayuta, Brook. With a bounty of 33 million berries. Luffy leans forward in confusion. Brook, you're a little different from your poster, she tilts her head. You're so thin now. Have you stopped eating? Why would you do something like that? Oh, gosh. I don't know if he's innocent or just an idiot, Izo mutters. No. He's just. Luffy, Ace informs. We've suspected you're a pirate for some time, the man announces. Furthermore, we have information that you're that man's nakama. The news further upsets the frightened public. Soul King, Brook. No, Pirate Brook. You're under arrest. Impossible. Brook-sama. Soul King is a criminal? A pirate? But I heard that man had died. A man walks onto the stage, escorted by 2 armed men. It's over, Brook. So it was you, manager. Learning about your retirement hit me hard, he admits. Thanks to your popularity, we managed to make a lot of money. You betrayed us. And now the company is finished. He pulls out a pistol. We'll die together, Soul King. What a bad guy. Chopper boos. Look at him calling in the Marines. Pirate Brook. Put your guitar down and your hands up. Brook takes his guitar pick out of his pocket. Musicians, backup singers, dancers. I want you to join me for one last song. The musicians look at each other, uncertain. Don't worry, my music will empower you. I don't think this is the time, you should run away, suggests a pirate. Pirates are always so dramatic, they have to make a scene every time, complains one revolutionary. Are you crazy? The manager asks. It's all over, Brook. Manager, thank you so much for everything these past 2 years, he takes off his glasses. And thank you for bringing me to this island, he says in a solemn voice. This island brings back sad memories of a lost fight. But it will be the island where we start over. I am a musician. My job is to make the crew happy during our journey. That's it. Luffy cheers. A losing fight. Zoro clenches his fists, remembering the promise his future self will make to his captain. So you separated for 2 years after a defeat, Marco strikes a thoughtful pose. My captain is dead? What nonsense. Tell this to the world. My captain is alive. The reporters rush out of the room, all rushing to announce the shocking news. One day he will become the king of the world seas. And his appearance will not be silent, baby. Amazing, Izo murmurs. They're all terribly strange. They're so different, they don't even seem like the kind of people who would follow their captain's orders. Thatch stares at the screen in awe. The one constant among them all is their faith and their unwavering conviction about their captain's destiny. It's not destiny, Shanks murmurs, audible only to those closest to him, looking at Luffy with that smile that hasn't faded since this all began. He said so, right? It's not destiny. It's just that they'll strive in their adventures to make it happen. So you're already convinced it's that boy, Whitebeard says, keeping his tone very low and gentle. Well, the redhead laughs. I didn't leave an arm in the East Blue to doubt him now. Soul King. Love me to the bone, the audience enthuses. Listen to my last soul. I said the concert's over, says a Marine. A civilian throws himself on top of him and covers his mouth. Silence, Marine. We want to hear one more song. Sing one more time for us, cries a fan. We don't care who Soul King really is. Why? Sengoku exclaims in frustration, earning odd looks. Why the hell do people seem to support these pirates? Well, you heard what Dracul Mihawk said at the beginning, Kizaru says, his tone rather bored in contrast to his interested gaze. He turns everyone around him into an ally. It's terrifying. It is, Akiji admits at his side. New world. Amidst cheers and shouts of excitement, the music begins. This is the story of a hero. This is the story of a man who wants to be king. Brook watches his on-screen self, very happy and proud to have found a new family after so many years of solitude. His heart warms as he sees so many people in the room enjoying his song. Even though I don't have a chest. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Usopp, at his side, looks at him in terror at the unexpected joke and moves away from him a little. Who does not seek spoils of war? But he stands firm and upright on his sandals. The musician looks at the straw boy with amusement. Of all the spectators, he is undoubtedly the one enjoying the show the most. It's gratifying to see the almost childlike excitement that the boy has as he bounces on his feet, clad only in a pair of sandals. With a pair of sandals. His eyes bulge out of their sockets. Even though he doesn't have eyes. Yo-ho. Sheet. That kid. Brook silently looks around and wonders who else might have noticed. Now that he thinks about it, it's not like it wasn't DMN obvious. Even a blind person could see it. Or someone with no eyes like him. Oh, yeah. Chopper, why Luffy Korean? Oh, yeah. Dreamers always strive. Because sometimes their dreams are beyond their reach. In order to live day to day you have to face your own demons. It's a big dream that seems hard to believe. But when he says it, you can see it will come true. Ace smiles slightly. Even if he's skeptical now that his brother could be the captain of this ridiculously strange crew, he knows he's always felt that way. Whenever Luffy shouts his usual catchphrase out loud, there's a part of him that just accepts it, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Next to Koala, Sabo nods. He doesn't know exactly who the song is referring to, but it's obvious it's going to come true, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. Today is the day. We're tired of waiting. Our excitement is so great that we don't need to sleep. Today is the day. It's the big day. Kick the clock that stopped. For the new world. For the new world. For the new world. The world will change. This is super exciting. Frankie shouts, obviously overly excited by everything the song's lyrics convey. One more time. Brook shouts. The Marines fire their weapons as the stage explodes in a mountain of smoke and fireworks. The golden microphone lies abandoned on the stage floor. Above it, there is a large hole in the ceiling. Yo-ho-ho-ho is the last thing anyone hears. That was great. Usopp exclaims. Even if that happens in the future, I felt a lot of connection with the lyrics. Strangely. Me too, Nami mentions, her eyes wide. But what is the new world? Sanji asks curiously. Jinbe patiently explains to his future comrades some of the things they don't know about the Grand Line. He notices that everyone stops listening the moment Luffy plays a little prank on Usopp, resulting in a showdown between Zoro and Sanji, with Frankie as referee and Brook for special effects. Their new family isn't complete, but it's beginning to take shape. And it's ridiculous how well they all blend together. If Jinbe weren't more concerned about Whitebeard's fate, he'd be endlessly enjoying the joy that all those young people, and Brook, because we can't call him young anymore, radiate. Brook also immediately melts for his nakama. Jokes about his lack of skin, heart, or practically any requirement for a living being aside, except maybe his bones, though he's not sure if everything is in place, his body feels lighter than ever. All the weight he's been holding onto, the last song with his crew, and Laboon's promise shift a little, making a small but necessary space for this new, nameless crew. The screen turns on. Brook stands on the deck of a ship. In front of him, above Zeus, a very furious Big Mom wields her sword. Again and again, the woman roars. You won't rest until I kill you, will you? I'm already. Oh? You want to fight me, Soul King, she sneers. I remember you couldn't even scratch me with your sword. You're right, Brook admits solemnly, his cane, which doubles as his sword, still sheathed. So, could I at least see your panties? Silence. Whitebeard coughs uncomfortably. Many scream, scared, hysterical, and all its synonyms. You've got nerve, you rat. Saying something so indecent to our mother. Perospero shouts when he recovers from the shock, followed by the indignant cries of his younger brothers. I mean, there's nothing that could surprise me more than this, Marco says, taking a deep breath after a coughing fit caused by choking on his saliva. But I know if I do this, I'll regret it. I promise I won't make fun of musicians again, Ace mutters under his breath. This is so disturbing. First he sleeps with her, then he asks to see her panties. Thatch says, dismayed. It's usually the other way around. Is that what you're worried about, a-hole? Izo punches him, a well-deserved punch. It's only natural that these pirates are the ones who will rise to the top, they're full of surprises, Dragon whispers. Brook coughs and the room quiets. The skeleton looks directly at the Yonko. I'm sorry for making such an indecent proposition, young lady. Young lady? That's all I've yet to hear, Usopp sighs, exhausted. I'm getting off the ship. Ha! The moment of distraction is enough. When they realize it, Brook is behind the Yonko. Well, it's done, he says, resheathing his sword. Hanayuta Sancho Soul, Yahazugiri. Brook's attack cuts a very surprised Zeus in half. Our only target was you, Zeus. Wow. It makes sense, using a distraction like that to throw Big Mom off track. It's a relief to know there was an ulterior motive behind all of that, Yasopp says with a relieved smile. Of course, the skeleton's voice is also relaxed. My goal is the cloud, apparently. Seeing Miss Big Mom's panties is just an added bonus. How's that an advantage? Buggy exclaims a little too loudly for his liking. Ow, ow, ow. DMN, I let my guard down. Thanks to this, Nami manages to electrocute Big Mom again and Zeus disappears. So, great, we've got the weirdest weirdo, Haruta says optimistically. I can't wait to see what surprises come next. I say the next one is going to be super normal, Thatch says cheerfully. Honestly, I think seeing a normal person in this group is what would surprise me the most, Ace says. Apart from, he looks at Luffy, a little uncomfortably. The whole Captain mystery, of course. This is so fun. Luffy says, speaking at an impressive speed. Do you have any more songs? Do you know any party songs? What's your favorite? As previously mentioned, with the world-changing reunion of the crew, fate begins to change. It's Nico Robin, one of the most rational people in the room, who first realizes how dangerous all this is for the crew. Everyone is too excited to notice, but there's only one member left besides the captain. Bessie, the person who brought them here, hasn't specified which side she's on, but considering it was at the government's request, it's obvious they should expect bad news. Everything we've seen in this room so far, and what we'll see in the future, leaves many gaps in the original story. The requirements that must be met for each crew member to meet the captain for the first time won't happen. The crew won't grow either. Aside from a premature reunion and a big hug to their egos, there's nothing positive about being here for them. As soon as they leave this place, they will be hunted down and executed at best, or it will cause a war between all these pirates and marines at worst. Robin shouldn't care about that. She has to admit that she finds the crew members truly endearing. Watching their exploits on a screen has been enough to nudge those people into her cold heart a little. However, it all ends here. She won't know them any more than this, and they'll die when they leave the room. This is the occasion when the "but" always appears. Sure enough, when she sees herself on the screen a while later, Robin doesn't know what to think. She just wishes the moment would last a little longer, that it wouldn't end so soon. And if, after all this, she dies, at least she'll have gotten nakamas like Saul promised her. If the last person isn't a woman, I'll leave the crew. Nami crosses her arms. Same as Nami-san. Sanji exclaims. You can leave whenever you want, Zoro invites. Me alone is enough. DMN Marimo. Sengoku looks around the room nervously, hoping his bad feeling doesn't mean what he thinks it means. The screen turns on. Brook, Nami, and another person enter a cave. The rest of the pirates are also there, along with 3 samurai, a child, and 2 minks. It's easy to guess that it's a scene from their time in Zou, like in the scene with Chopper, since the 2 minks are covered in bandages. One of them is missing a leg, while the other has a cast on his arm. A female voice gasps as she sees a symbol painted on the stone wall and stops. That's the Kazuki family crest. The same one Kinemon has. That ridge has existed for centuries, Inuarashi explains. And that stone is. I've never seen that color before. Deep red, the girl says. Unroad Poneglyph, exclama Big Mom. We know you, Gara. Nico Robin, the dog says. We heard people from O'Hara can read those letters. The audience goes crazy. He said. Nico Robin. Exactly, Bessie raises her voice over the murmurs. The so-called demon girl, Nico Robin, is the crew's archaeologist, the last member I have left to show you. Sengoku freezes. The worst possible outcome has happened. Robin shivered with an almost imperceptible chill. Being on the Pirate King's crew? The crew members didn't seem all that bad, no, but she was different. The only reason a captain would want to recruit her is because of her ability to read poneglyphs. Even if they seem like a family, she could never be in a place like this. She's just a tool, as she has been since she became a fugitive. Nico Robin. Big Mom smiles. It's a good thing her crew is going to die soon. I'll spare her alone. Crocodile clicks his teeth as he looks at the woman next to him. Hey, Mango, who is this Robin person? Luffy asks curiously. Mango. Thatch and Ace burst out laughing. Marco sighs, not knowing what he did so wrong as to attract the boys' attention. Nico Robin has been a bounty hunter since she was 8 years old. The dark-haired man tilts his head. And what did he do? She's the only survivor of the O'Hara demons. The Navy accuses her of sinking 6 ships. But it's obviously false. I mean, the government always lies. Luffy hums, looking at the screen with interest. O'Hara demon survivor sounds as bad as son of 𝖯RЛD Roger. That girl could very well be what Ace would have been if her existence hadn't been hidden from the world. Usopp shudders a little. A criminal, he mutters to himself. Wasn't a bloody bounty hunter, a couple of perverts, and a skeleton enough? So you know about O'Hara. Neither of them responds, they just look at her seriously. Silence sometimes says more than 1,000 words, sighs Whitebeard. Shanks frowns and nods. Why is that poneglyph red? No poneglyph I've ever seen was that color. It has a different purpose. Can you read it? Robin immediately perks up and looks at Inuarashi with eyes full of anticipation. Yes, may I? She asks excitedly. How cute! Izo exclaims. And this girl is the person the government calls a demon? Robin herself blinks, slightly confused. While she gets excited every time she gets the chance to read a poneglyph, she can't remember the last time she looked this happy. Why are you smiling so much? Of course. She runs to the stone with a smile to read it. As she does so, she writes down everything she finds. What do you think, Nami? Sanji, with hard eyes seeing the 2 ladies together, puts a hand to his chest and says, so this is love? Nami tilts her head slightly, her emotions mixed. She was quite excited to see another girl in the crew because she obviously isn't willing to spend her days with a bunch of brainless men. She also hesitated a little when she heard she was a criminal. We don't need more weirdos, but now that she sees herself with the girl, she can see her as a great friend. They both look radiant and confident, it's as if nothing bad could happen. She picks up the paper to read it. Is this what's written on the poneglyph? Yes, I can draw a nautical chart based on this. We can get the location of something, Robin. That red stone is called the road poneglyph, Inuarashi says. All the strong men in the sea are looking for the end of the Grand Line. That stone is a guide to get there. The last island of the Grand Line? Eustace Kid blinks. The whale forest is considered sacred for that reason. Nekomamushi explains. That's why it must be protected by us, the Guardians. The end of the Grand Line. Brooke murmurs. Then Robin gasps. You mean, a guide to the last island? Raftel? Exact. All those who had been ignorant of such information remained silent until they finally let out a squawk of surprise. Raftel? Ha! The pirates shout in surprise. However. Raftel, the pirates interrupt. That's the goal, the captain goes wild. To become the pirate king. Usopp squeals. We can finally get there. The last island, Raftel. What lively young people, Rayleigh laughs. That's the island the old man with the flower mentioned, the captain exclaims. Shanks laughs wondering if that old man with the flower could be Crocus. The captain shouts again while Usopp freaks out in the background. Does it say where Raftel is? Wait, don't jump to conclusions, Inuarashi tries. Listen to me, you'll see. There are 4 road poneglyphs in the world. The captain jumps. Does that mean there are 4 Raftels? Laughter fills the room. What a fool he is, Thatch laughs. I like that guy. I like fools like him too, Whitebeard agrees with a laugh. A foolish captain. Ace mutters, his gaze flying to Luffy. No. Usopp punches him. There aren't any. Let me finish first. That stone must indicate the location of some unknown place, but it's not Raftel, the pirates gulp. The other 3 road poneglyph indicate different places in the same way. When you know where these locations are and connect those 4 dots on a map, those lines will intersect in the center. That's where the last island is. Only the Pirate King and his crew have made it there in all these centuries. And that's Raftel. A surge of emotion and determination fills the room. Sengoku sees the exact moment Roger's last words resonate in the pirates' hearts, the moment everyone who mocked them seems to reconsider. Why can't anything go right? The surprise on the pirates' expressions turns to excitement. A smile spreads across their faces, and sweat drips from their foreheads in nervousness. The captain laughs. The last island. Raftel. As the pirates stare at the stone almost in awe, the only thing keeping the captain from running away is Usopp. Good. Let's go find it, the captain exclaims excitedly. Where do we start? The world is so big. Usopp yells. Shanks and Yasopp laugh at the unintentionally comical duo. Usopp also smiles in amusement at seeing himself treat his captain with such trust. It's a relief that he isn't a stern person. He doesn't know what he would do if his captain were a mean or strict person. The conversation jumps, and while the captain and Usopp argue while rolling on the floor, Nekomamushi addresses Robin. I'm more worried about you, Gaara. Nico Robin. Those interested in the 100-year void are gathering copies all over the world, but no one can read them. The big names around the world. They'll try to kidnap you when they're ready to read them. The people who were thinking of kidnapping the woman innocently look away. Robin cringes, knowing it's true. As long as she's on the crew, none of them will be safe. Robin? The captain asks with concern. That? No problem, Robin says calmly and smiles. I have strong friends who will protect me. She blinks, but the others in the room also look confused. The conviction and certainty of her words are impressive. The pirate's cheeks turn a more or less evident pink in each of them. Hey, did you say strong? That makes me blush, the captain exclaims. I'll take down anyone for you. You shouldn't count on me like that. Chopper jumps in. I'm going to protect Robin-san no matter what. Brooke declares. I'll do anything for Robin too. Great. I won't let anyone touch Robin, says Usopp. Nami, with fiery determination, says, if you do, I'll take your lives and your money. Zoro just smiles. You're so stupid, Shanks slaps his knee, laughing as he sees the pirates off-screen blushing as well, trying not to look flattered by the words. Guararara. These brats are getting funnier and funnier. I won't appear there, but I'll go to the ends of the earth to protect Robin-chan. Sanji exclaims. That's easy to say, Vinsmoke Niji laughs. The question is, where's the limit of what you do for her? I think the same, Perispero smirks. We're not talking about a crew of rookie pirates. Nico Robin has the entire world government behind her, not to mention us veterans, who will undoubtedly acquire her skills. You guys are so sad. Luffy says out of nowhere. Ace rolls his eyes to see what strange logic his brother has come up with now and asks. The boy replies. If any of them had real nakamas, they'd know perfectly well that nothing could make a real crew abandon one of their own to their fate, he explains, still staring at the now dark screen. See the guy with the weird tongue over there? He points to the Charlotte eldest son. Well, it's sad to know that if someone much more powerful than him caught him, no one would go looking for him. The Whitebeard pirates burst out laughing at the boy's audacity. Big Mom and her sons, on the other hand, become increasingly furious. Luffy is saved when the screen lights up. A smiling, older, blonde woman stands right in front of a building proudly displaying the government flag. It's old Kokoro, Frankie says in surprise. Everything they do is most interesting. A sane person wouldn't do anything against this island. She laughs and turns to a blonde girl playing with a rabbit. Look closely, Chimney. It doesn't matter whether these kids live or die in the end. Striving to achieve their goal is something no one in recent years has been able to do. This incident will reverberate throughout the world. As soon as this battle is over, that boy's name. It will reach every corner of this world. This is, in fact, one of the most fearsome aspects of the crew in the eyes of the Marines. A woman is simply talking to a little girl about pirates as if they were people to be admired. Civilians and pirates alike are falling for this crew as if they weren't ruffians. Wait, this can't be right, a Marine stands up, pale. I work there. Others look at him like he's an idiot. Yeah? Do you want a round of applause or something? The man looks at his companions who nod with the same surprise. That place is Enies Lobby. Sure enough, the perspective shifts, revealing the Tower of Justice. It has Enies Lobby written in block capitals, and the world government flag flutters furiously above it. Now that you see it clearly, the location has been shown before. It's where Frankie burned the Pluto plans. That? What the hell are the pirates doing there? Growls Vice Admiral Dalmatian. Something interesting for sure. Luffy says laughing. The rest of the room is tense, no one knows what to expect from a situation like this. Then the building opposite, the Palace of Justice, appears. On the pillars of the roof, there are 6 figures. Nami and Zoro are on the right, and Chopper and Sanji are on the left. On the middle pillar, there are 2 people. One of them is a masked man, the other a blur who, by now, is obviously the captain. DMN, they look so cool even in such a dangerous moment, Bartolomeo says, still unsure how to feel about the strange emotion that's starting to emerge every time he sees something new from these pirates. From the Tower of Justice, Spandam laughs. Pirates. Even if you try with all your might, you will ultimately achieve nothing. He points to his left. Here is this group of assassins, the mighty CP9. We wield the weight of the gates of justice, impossible to open with human strength. And most importantly, right now, I have the authority to use this golden Den Mushi, he shows it and smiles dangerously. And summon the Buster Call. I think I'm starting to imagine what's going on here, Marco sighs. Robin tenses at the last 2 words. Behind him, a female voice gasps. Buster Call? Indeed, just like 20 years ago, Spandam looks back. The same power that devastated your homeland, Nico Robin. What's a butter cool? Luffy asks. Ace shrugs. Sounds like some kind of food. The so-called O'Hara, Spandam continues. Which disappeared from the maps the following year. Stop. Anything but that, she demands. That's a good reaction, it gives me the creeps, the man mocks. What's wrong? Are you asking me to press the button and activate Buster Call? Robin is trembling. Her hand is balled into a fist, bleeding from digging her own nails in. The Robin on the screen bites her lip. Do you really understand what will happen if you press that button? Naturally. The probability of these pirates leaving this island will drop to 0. Just press this button. It's really simple. It's not as simple as that. Robin shouts. Does it bring back old memories? He laughs. Sanji takes the cigarette from his lips. I'm going to cook this guy. Not if I cut it first, Zoro mutters to himself. Spandam's finger gets dangerously close to the snail. Should I press this little button? Robin, still handcuffed, jumps up. What are you doing? Stop right now. Spandam's face turns menacing. Don't be conceited with me. You said O'Hara disappeared from the maps, didn't you? You can see human beings when you look at a map? Because of that way of seeing the world. You're capable of such horrible things, she trembles. Buster Call is a power that loses sight of its own purpose. Her legs go weak and she falls to her knees. You mustn't use it. Anything but. What the hell happened in O'Hara to make someone like Nico Robin react like that? A pirate asks loudly, earning nothing but silence. She takes a breath to steady her trembling. Her voice firm, she continues. If you summon Buster Call, they'll destroy all of Enies Lobby. Along with all of you. I think that speaks volumes about what happened, says Trafalgar Law. The buster call killed everyone on their island, including the Marines who were there. That's ridiculous, exclaims a soldier. The government wouldn't wipe out an entire island, much less one with innocent people on it. The guy gets a lot of idiot detected looks while the wiser ones remain silent. Law lets out a bitter laugh. You're an idiot if you think the government doesn't kill innocent people for convenience. 𝖯 takes a step back. What? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? How could we be hurt by an allied attack? What are you talking about? 20 years ago, they took everything from me. They took the lives of so many. With a single attack. The buster call. She stands and looks at the pirates. And this attack will be directed against my beloved Nakama. Robin's heart aches as she hears herself call these people Nakama. To go so far as to recount her past and care so deeply for these people. It's almost painful how much she wants to feel that warmth the Robin on screen is crying for. The more I wish to remain by your side, the tighter the grip of my destiny tightens. No matter how far I flee into the sea, I will always have enemies I cannot stop. Because my enemy is the world itself and this darkness. Ace tenses and out of the corner of his eye he sees Luffy do the same, both remembering Dayton's words after Sabo's death. First Akiji, and now this. This is the second time it's happened to me. The way you're here, this will repeat itself forever. She clenches her fists tightly. They might see me as a burden. They'll betray me and leave me behind. And that's what I fear most in this life. That's why I didn't want you to come save me. One day, I'll die. And I want that day to be here and now. The room is deathly silent. The pirates' faces are rigid. Robin. So that was it? 𝖯 throws his head back and bursts out laughing. Now I get it. It all makes sense. You're absolutely right. No one is stupid enough to carry you around and not get fed up, he mocks with laughter. Robin, Chopper, tears in his eyes, looks for the woman on the screen. She must be suffering. He wants to hold her close so he can hug her. Chopper, Sanji's voice is almost a whisper. We'll find her when this is over, he promises. Watch the screen. Look at that symbol, you filthy pirates. He raises an arm to point at the flag of the world government. That symbol represents the union of over 170 nations divided across the 4 seas and the Grand Line. That's the world itself. Do you understand how insignificant you are compared to that? Don't you understand how terrible and powerful the organization after this woman is? That's it. 𝖯 flinches slightly when he sees that no one else is shouting to encourage his words. Judicial Island falls silent. The background noise is a few distant voices, the murmur of the waterfalls beneath the island, the whispers of the wind against the flag, and Robin's labored breathing. The pirates don't move, nor do they take their eyes off the flag, unintimidated by it. Then the captain's voice speaks. It's still slightly distorted, but unlike the squeaky, cheerful voice they've grown accustomed to, it sounds solemn and calm. It's more like a murmur, but it still resonates in the room. I understand perfectly who Robin's enemy is. He doesn't take his eyes off his target as he speaks to the person next to him. Sogeking. The Sogeking, who is obviously a poorly disguised Usopp, hums to indicate that he is paying attention. The voice still doesn't flinch. Almost lazily, he says, I want you to burn that flag. That? Sogeking doesn't hesitate for a second. Understood. My new weapon, the Great Slingshot. Its name is Kabuto. Observe this powerful shot. No. Robin gasps. Hisatsu Firebird Star. Even though it happens in a matter of seconds, the image appears to move slowly. Usopp's shot turns into a firebird in the air, like a phoenix. From a distance and with a not-so-intimidating slingshot, it's quite a feat to comment on the boy's impressive aim, whose attack passes right through the center circle of the insignia drawn on the flag. Heat shocks those nearby as the flag bursts into flames. And along with the heat, comes the shock. It can't be! Robin exclaims. Even if you can't see them, you can hear a lot of murmuring in the background. There are many cries of disbelief and indignation. They did it. Do you have any idea what attacking that flag means? The pirates have. They have declared war on the world government. What the hell, someone blurts out, and finally the room fills with excited whispers or incredulous shouts. I love you, Koala declares. My new best friend starting today. Sabo grimaces in offense but withdraws it when he looks at his leader. Dragon-san, can we recruit them? Dragon laughs. If you succeed, I'll leave you the position of leader of the Revolutionary Army. You're crazy, Usopp says with a proud smile, earning an amused nod from Ben. Bartolomeo stares wide-eyed at the burning flag. The crew's actions, determination, and strength have astounded him, but more than that, their loyalty and willpower surpass anything he's ever seen. He doesn't want to sound too fanboyish, but he'd give his life to see more of these pirates. Generally, the atmosphere of disbelief and shock separates, leaving only room for anger or respect. The latter is the most common, although most won't admit it. 𝖯RYah is horrified, nearly falling on his feet. He turns to look at the pirates and shouts at them. Are you crazy? Do you think you can survive if you take on the whole world? The captain roars. Wanna bet? Incredible, says Izo, dazzled by the scene. The scream scares 𝖯RYah more than necessary. He takes a few steps back, screaming. Robin. I haven't heard it from your own mouth yet. Tears gather in the woman's large, dark blue eyes. The captain's voice rises even higher, if possible. Say you want to live. Robin freezes. Jinbe stares in shock at the brutal scene before him. Tears stream down Robin's tanned face. She bites her trembling lip and lifts her head to look at her nakama. I want to live, she says in a heartbreaking tone, her voice breaking with tears. Take me to the sea with you. The last thing you see are some very satisfied pirates, all holding their weapons, showing that they would go to war for their own nakama. That was brutal. Bartolomeo interrupts. Please, mermaid woman, show us more scenes of this glorious crew. I need to know the name of my senpai, who will be the future pirate king. What the hell, kid? Buggy looks at the guy with the mohawk like he's crazy. Nico Robin, Whitebeard's ever-commanding voice silences the room. The girl raises her tear-stained face to look at the Yonko. He smiles. Come meet your crew. Crocodile growls as the woman stands up. The dead old man has taken matters into his own hands because he knows no one will dare try to take Robin while he's on the lookout. Oyaji's acting like the daddy to all these brats, Thatch murmurs to Vista with a chuckle. Before seeing this, Robin would have hesitated. Now? She springs up and doesn't even notice when she reaches the spot where the future pirates are waiting for her, smiling. Chopper jumps into her arms with a squeal of Robin, and Nami comes over, wiping away tears. Frankie is a little more expressive about it. Guys. I love you, he wipes away the waterfalls of tears with a finger. Robin chuckles. The weight she's been carrying inside her has lifted a little. Luffy, who can't stop thinking about Ace while looking at her, approaches the girl with a wide, gummy smile. Welcome, Robin, his smile widens, if possible. I'm glad you're alive. Robin's eyes widen and tears fall again. Luffy laughs while Nami scolds him for making the new member cry. It's a bit hasty to say it, but from the outside, they look like a big family. The captain, many exclaim with excitement. No, Bessie smiles. I mean, what would be the point of revealing the captain after everything we've seen? That would make a lot of sense, Buggy mutters under his breath. Akainu roars, the temperature in the room rising. You're going to show it now. No, the mermaid repeats. Because if I'm going to reveal something as big as that, you must first value the crew for who they are. I remind you once again, they are not a threat for being pirates. They are a threat for accomplishing the impossible. So, what are we going to watch then? Ace asks. Patiently. Let's see, she invites, pointing to the screen that lights up. A small caravel is visible. The figurehead is a ram, the Jolly Roger is distorted, and the ship is downright wrecked. The wood is splintered, and the mast and figurehead, as well as a few random spots, are patched with metal. It's Mary. Kaya exclaims in surprise. Indeed, Bessie nods. The first ship of the Pirate King's crew, the Going Mary. What? Are you showing us the ship? Eustace Kid asks, astonished. This is too much. We've been keeping quiet about all these guys because they're important for the future, but... a boat? Hody Jones complains. Understanding, murmured Buggy. No, he's right this time. What the F, do I care? Another follows. Silence. Iceberg stands up, arms crossed. Without a ship, these pirates wouldn't have gotten anywhere. A ship is more than you think. Yeah, now you're going to tell us we're hurting his feelings, a marine mocks. Thank you, Mary, says the single, blurry figure on the figurehead. We got out of there thanks to you. On deck, the pirates are looking at the captain with a smile. Judging by their clothes, their wounds, and all the grime on their bodies, it's a scene from what happens after Eni's lobby. I never imagined Mary would save us, the captain continues. But now that I think about it, you've always protected us. I'm so glad you're our nakama. Thank you, Mary. Izo cries. He's so pure. You don't even know him, Izo. Thatch exclaims, calming his brother. Nami returns to the deck after an intensive search of the entire ship. There's no one, really. It's very strange, says Sanji. I wonder who was on board. I could hear someone calling us, Zoro adds. Yeah. Someone actually called us, Robin says. That's exactly what I told you, exclaims the captain, sitting on Chopper. That was Mary's voice. Well, we just confirmed that the captain is officially an idiot, Diamante mocks, laughing with the other executives. A talking ship? But no one responds. Many people are genuinely interested in seeing what comes out of all this. Hey, Mary. Say something, the captain demands. What an idiot, chuckles one of 𝖯𝗂ЛDIL's pirates. Idiot, ships don't talk, Zoro says wearily. Soon they see a galley-la ship with a crowd of carpenters cheering and congratulating them on their victory. The pirates themselves smile and happily wave at everyone who comes to meet them. When the ship is close enough, Mary can't hold on. The caravel literally splits in half before the pirates' incredulous and anguished gaze. Mary. Oh no. Nami gasps, inevitably sad. Wow, Kaku grimaces. Even if they're his enemies, he spent years as a carpenter and can't help but suffer at the sight. No wonder. Sanji says. This is what they told us would happen. They told us Mary would never be able to sail again. Kalhador shrugs. Pirates. If they'd taken better care of Miss Kaya's gift, it wouldn't be broken. Usopp's three little friends glare at him. Things break, Kalhador, Kaya says sadly. But. The captain runs to the figurehead. Asen, he's in bad shape. Mary is in trouble, please do something, he shouts to Iceberg. You're carpenters, aren't you? I'm begging you. Do something. He's our nakama who's been with us on all our voyages. And he just saved us. I'm begging you, Asen. Begging like that for a simple ship, Crocodile says. What a shame. The mayor of Water 7 responds. His words come out in a low, solemn tone, but to the pirates, they sound like a sentence. This time. Let him go. I've done everything in my power for him, he closes his eyes as if remembering something in particular. Right now I'm witnessing a miracle. This ship has long since surpassed its limits. I've been a carpenter for many years. But I've never seen such an incredible ship before. It's a magnificent thing. I see it as very normal, says Urich without understanding. I understand, the captain says after a moment of silence. Even if the captain himself isn't shown, the surprised and dismayed expressions on his nakama's faces are sufficient to explain how difficult this decision is for everyone. The carpenter's ship lowers two boats into the sea. One of them is for the pirates. The other sails to stay right next to the ship with the captain himself on it. How dramatic, laughs Bellamy. So, are you all ready? There are vague statements. The captain proceeds to bid farewell to his precious nakama with a Viking funeral. Mary. The bottom of the sea is dark and lonely. So we'll say goodbye to you here, the captain holds the fire close to the ship's wood. It's probably for the best that Usopp isn't here. He wouldn't have been able to bear this. Kaya sobs, appreciating how much those pirates love Mary. Thatch joins Izo in crying. Usopp bites his lip, having heard his captain's words. What do you think? Zoro asks the same masked Usopp. That's not true. Goodbyes always have to come. There's no room for tears here. He's already prepared for this. My boy is a man, Yasopp whispers. The fire begins to spread throughout the ship, and the pirates can do nothing but remain silent as their most loyal nakama burns. Seeing the blue sky and sunny day at such a gloomy moment seems almost anticlimactic. The captain's boat moves away a little. We've been together a long time. Thank you, Mary. And suddenly, it starts to snow. For viewers, this is more accurate, yes. It wouldn't feel good if the world were sunny and happy upon the death of a nakama, but a sad, rainy day wouldn't feel good either. The snow? It's beautiful, perfect. Nami's eyes fill with tears that fall along with the snowflakes. The scene changes to show memories. The audience is startled because they've never seen anything like this before. A memory within what could be called a memory, of the future, yes, but a memory nonetheless. Zoro, Nami and the captain see the ship for the first time, delighted. Usopp and the captain playing with the cannon. Straight to the Grand Line. Let me be your nakama. I have nowhere to go and nowhere to return. Who is the navigator of this ship? We're flying. Amazing, Luffy murmurs in the silent room, his voice full of devotion. It looks like fun, smiles Bon Clay through tears as he watches the wonderful crew and their adventures. The pirates are reduced to tears, some to stony expressions, others to stony eyes, but their eyes are equally crystalline. The ship burns on the surface of the sea, the orange fire reflected in both the water and the surrounding snow. The mast breaks and falls. The ship lists to one side. The only sounds are the crackling of the flames and the sobs of the most sensitive. And then, I'm sorry. Everyone's eyes widen at once. Those once disinterested in the scene lean back in their seats, in disbelief, as if they had imagined that voice. I would have liked to take you all a little longer. Is it? Nami gasps, her eyes filling with tears. Is the ship talking? Is that even possible? Sanji asks, mouth agape, dropping his cigarette. Sorry, the ship repeats. Sogeking has been reduced to a mess of tears and snot under his golden mask. I would have liked to always be on adventures with all of you. The carpenters look confused. Nami falls to her knees in the boat. Chopper shouts, Mary. This is impossible. Vice Admiral Momonga stands up. It's already clear to me that this is all a setup, he tells the mermaid. The rest may have been more or less believable, but this? It's not a setup, Iceberg says, staring at the screen with wide eyes. He was interested when his future self talked about how incredible this ship was, but he never imagined something like this. This ship has been so loved. It's a 𝖯₠. That doesn't exist. It's an old legend. What's a 𝖯₠? 𝖯₠? Luffy asks, stumbling over the word. 𝖯₠, Frankie says, also very surprised. He's a goblin who lives on ships where they are truly cared for. That ship was incredibly happy. That's great. My ship will also have a 𝖯₠, it will be the most beloved ship in the world. Luffy exclaims. I bet it will be, Ace laughs, ruffling his hair. The rest of the pirates in the mysterious crew watch the scene in silence. It's so mind-blowing and sad at the same time that they're speechless. But if anyone needs to apologize, it's us, Mary, the captain says with a heart-rending cry. I'm handling you terribly. That's why I've made you crash into so many icebergs. I've also ripped your sail. Zoro and Sanji are idiots, they're always breaking something. And Usopp is always fixing things, but he can never fully repair you, he sobs. Usopp starts to cry, feeling like he himself is on the screen too. If anyone needs to apologize, the captain breaks down. But I've been very happy. You've always treated me very well. Thank you very much, the flames rise. Mary. Chopper sobs, hugging Robin. I have always been very happy. Thanks to all of you. The scene ends leaving many viewers with tears in their eyes and a heavy heart. There are so many loving people in this world, Whitebeard smiles, seeing the tearful mess that is his children. Do you think Moby feels loved too? Ace asks in a low, childlike voice. There's no doubt about it, the captain agrees. It's incredible, Frankie smiles. There's no doubt that joining this crew was the best choice. Their future nakamas glow at the carpenter's words. At some point, they too have begun to give in. The ship is finished, says Iceberg. Another ship. I'll show it to you instead. The result was magnificent. I was amazed when I saw the plans. It will be able to cross any sea you sail. With this boat, sailing to the ends of the earth will not be a dream. I feel sad for Mary Senpai, but I'm looking forward to seeing this new ship, Bartolomeo comments to the person next to him. Me too, the other man agrees. This crew deserves an unbreakable ship. I'm Gambian, by the way. The green-haired man nods, moved. My name is Bartolomeo, founder of the Pirate King's Crew Fan Club. Gambia's eyes widen. Is there a fan club? I founded it 3 minutes ago, Bartolomeo nods. Bardo Club. Let me join. Quick, show us. Please. Frankie left a message for you. If you're ever going to be king of the pirates, he uncovers the ship. You have to sail with the king of the beasts. They've already seen the ship in other scenes, but this is the first time it's been shown in its entirety. It's a good-sized ship, considerably larger than Mary. The figurehead is a kind of sun-kissed lion and is full of vibrant, warm colors. How beautiful! Nami exclaims. Looks like a nice ship, Zoro agrees. Luffy and Chopper look at him with starry eyes. Incredible. It's beautiful. Everyone is eager to get on board. Sanji's first stop is the galley, while the rest wander around the deck, all like a bunch of excited children. There's grass on the deck. How nice, the captain rolls onto the grass. Grass on the deck? A slide. A slide? There is also a vegetable garden to grow. What kind of ship is this? Considering most of them are kids, I think a playground on the ship is a perfect fit for them, laughs one pirate. It's true. Luffy and Chopper exclaim excitedly. It wasn't a compliment, they shout at them. Da ha ha ha. Shanks laughs. It creates a very relaxing atmosphere. It must be very mobile with that big central sail, Nami enthuses. This sail is called a brigantine, explains the carpenter. The scene changes to show the ship. It looks like a normal day on the pirate ship, everything is domestic. Nami bathes in a huge jacuzzi. How do you show that? The navigator complains, hitting Sanji as he is the closest person. Then there's Chopper in the infirmary, wheeling around in the desk chair and playing doctor. What's wrong with you? He says in a serious voice. Nothing at all, he answers himself happily. It's so adorable I could cry, Izo says. Usopp and the captain are on deck. The latter catches a large shark. Throw it at the tank, throw it, the sniper encourages. The shark tries to bite the captain, but he punches it into the tank. Get in there, he says in a cheerful voice. Robin is then shown in a round room. She's drinking coffee while looking at the supposed tank the shark has entered, which is actually an aquarium. An aquarium, they exclaim in amazement. How beautiful, the archaeologist smiles. We have another one, this time it's a shark. It's a shark, idiots, says Sanji. The shark is going to. Marco doesn't even deign to finish the sentence. The captain and Usopp run to the aquarium with excitement. Hey, is the shark here yet? It's huge and has horns. Yes, it's arrived, but it ate the rest of the fish you caught, Robin says kindly. The comic duo squeals. Usopp has bulging eyes and probably his captain too. People laugh at the two pirates' nonsense. It was obvious this was going to happen, think about it, the cook scolds. How the hell were they going to live together? Sheet. You asked for this. We're eating you tonight. Sanji, cook that JRK. Again, the room fills with laughter. They are so stupid. How fun. Can't you be more serious? Nami sighs between laughs, sensing that she won't have a single second of peace in this crew. Again, the scene changes. There's a marine ship with a dog-shaped figurehead. On the deck, surrounded by cannonballs, an old man cracks his knuckles. Grandpa! Ace and Luffy exclaim. Oh! Vice Admiral Garp walks across the room to get closer to the screen and the group of young pirates-to-be. Grandpa is coming! Luffy yells. Ace jumps at the scream and looks at his brother in horror. They both look around before finally hiding behind Whitebeard's leg. Marco laughs. You don't have to be scared. The mermaid said nothing's going to hurt you in here. We're not scared. Ace blushes without peeking out from under his captain's leg. HM? Then why are you hiding? Because we're scared, Luffy admits without any shame. Bwahahaha. You don't have to worry, Luffy. With all my love fists you'll be the greatest marine ever seen. I'm going to be a pirate, Grandpa. As? Well, he's a strong man but not enough to be scared that much, Zoro says, looking at the boy hiding behind the Yonko. I wouldn't say that, Usopp trembles, pointing at the screen. Garp grabs a cannonball in his hands and throws it with amazing force, almost hitting the ship. What? Nami exclaims in horror. Don't damage the ship. Frankie complains. It's a DMN monster, many exclaim in terror. Bwahahaha. The pirates successfully avoid all the bullets. The captain somehow repels them, Frankie shoots them, Sanji kicks them, Zoro slashes them. Well, if they fell for something so simple it would be disappointing. In the background, civilians from Water 7 scream. Come on, you have to do it. Don't get caught by the Marines. Supporting criminals, Akainu mutters. The pirates suddenly furl the sail and the Marines are skeptical about this. Have they given up? Given up, you say? Garp laughs. They won't give up for anything. What do you have in mind? He speaks to nothing. Garp seems to know pirates, doesn't he? Garp's and Ace's eyes involuntarily travel to Luffy. They both shake their heads. No, it can't be, impossible. Quick, put away the sails, shouts Frankie. Hey, are you sure about this, Frankie? Zoro asks curiously. What are they thinking now? Thatch asks curiously. Idiot. Trust our ship, the cyborg complains while Usopp, Chopper, and the captain fool around in the background. What are they thinking in a situation like this, the cook says, sighing helplessly. I understand why the crew members sometimes don't seem very happy to be there, a pirate murmurs, pitying the blonde on the screen. Frankie, I've already put away the candle so hurry up or we'll get caught. Not yet. We haven't decided on a name for this ship yet. Is that what you're thinking at a time like this? They shout at him. Of course, the cyborg growls. A ship without a name can't sail. That's stupid. Your name? Sanji bristles. In a situation like this? That's right. We can't travel on a ship without a name. Nami sighs, it seems she'll have to get used to this kind of thing. Iceberg decided on a name right away, Frankie says. Thousand Sunny. Thousand Sunny, Luffy tries. Sounds great. Sunny Senpai. Bartolomeo, Gambia, and a small group that has gathered around them at some point cry. The pirates' eyes narrow with happiness and they smile. Doesn't it sound wonderful to cross 1,000 seas? Robin says. Sunny, the sun sounds great too. Ice-Asen. Thanks for the ship name. We loved it, shouts the captain. Thank you all very much. We're leaving now. Have you forgotten that Garp is about to destroy you or what? Bastille asks with a laugh. Adam's giant wooden air cannon is built for unprecedented emergency acceleration, Frankie says. Garp becomes enraged at being ignored by the pirates and takes out a giant cannonball. He's going to kill us. Nami and Usopp shout in fear. He's going to kill us. Usopp shouts. It's impossible to return that monstrosity. Don't you dare underestimate me. Or it will cost you dearly. Garp threatens before firing the bullet. The giant ball is just inches away from the Sunny. Just as it's about to crush it, Frankie's voice is heard over the pirates' anguished cries. I can't believe these pirates are going to die because of Grandpa, Ace laments. Luffy looks at his brother with that, "Are you an idiot?" look that, coming from Luffy, is always very offensive. Burst coup! And the Thousand Sunny literally flies through the sky. What? The surprised spectators exclaim. It's flying! Luffy exclaims. Amazing, Nami says with a smile. Frankie smiles proudly at his amazing work. There's nothing the Going Merry did that this ship can't. It's superior in every way. But the soul of that ship now resides in the Thousand Sunny. Usopp, Luffy y Chopper Vitorian. Mary Senpai. Bartolomeo cries delightedly. Sunny Senpai. The ship I will build for the future Pirate King, Frankie says with devotion. We should have killed him, Spandam points out. Just like we did with his mentor. The pirates turn around and frown at the idiot who ruined the emotional moment. Tom-san never regretted building the Oro Jackson, Frankie says, chin high. I won't regret it when I build the Thousand Sunny either. Before others can say offensive things, another man finally speaks. The boat Tom made was the best ever, Roger loved it more than anyone, the old man says. I'm sure his apprentice's boat will go far. Rayleigh-san, exclama Shanks. Rayleigh. The Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh? Rayleigh-san, says Buggy. I've been watching, he tells the young pirates. I have no doubt you're a great crew. However, no matter what you've seen, destiny is unwritten and can change. Don't get complacent. You may have reached the top sometime in the future, but that doesn't mean it will happen. Of course it's not going to happen, Sengoku mutters. That's why we're here. Wait, a pirate stands up, staring at the first mate of the true and only Pirate King. Does that mean that One Piece is real? The question makes everything freeze. No one moves as they wait for an answer. Rayleigh raises an eyebrow and opens his mouth to speak, but whatever he was about to say is interrupted by a booming voice. Usopp. The aforementioned is startled by the unexpected scream, and everyone gives him accusing looks. Poor Usopp squirms at the attention and points at the screen with a trembling finger. Sure enough, the screen has lit up. It shows a room, with some of the pirate crew members appearing in the background. Usopp falls onto his but as he receives the scream, and the voice's owner continues. I don't want to hear anything about the treasure, he exclaims. And I don't want to hear whether it's a treasure or not. Another view of the place is shown. It's a bar. There's a dark-haired woman with her hair cut below her ears smoking, and an older man, Rayleigh. The Blur, the captain, is standing at the bar. I don't want any of that. We all went out to sea to find it for ourselves, the voice sounds angry, more like a child's tantrum. If you answer that, I'll stop being a pirate right now. Everything goes silent except for Rayleigh, who bursts out laughing. Well, you heard the guy, he says happily. I can't answer that. Whitebeard laughs too, especially when Luffy uncovers his ears in relief. Unexpectedly, the screen lights up again. The man Roger was waiting for. I can assure you it's not you, Teach. Everyone flinches and turns to look at the screen. The Whitebeard pirates flinch when they see their father, bloodied, wounded, and on his last legs. Even worse is seeing Teach standing before his captain, because without context, the image is deeply confusing. Just as there are those who inherited Roger's will, there are those who will inherit my son's will one day. Even if you have ended his bloodline, you will never extinguish the flame of his will. This is how the ages continually change. Whitebeard frowns. Even if his words can be interpreted in several ways. The only obvious fact is that one of his sons will die before him, and from his words, he has reason to believe it's Ace. Not only that, but it's one of his brothers who killed him. His blood boils with anger. And one day in the future, after hundreds of years of history, someone will appear who will decide to fight for this world. Sengoku, you, and the world government, you will tremble at the sight of the great battle that will engulf the entire world. I don't care, but... The fleet admiral's eyes widen. When someone finds that treasure, the whole world will be amazed. I'm sure someone will find it. That day will come. Whitebeard smiles. No, Greta Sengoku. One Piece is real. A wave of shock ripples through the room, but the Whitebeard pirates have no time for nonsense. They all turn to look at Teach, ready to attack him. Enough, my children, the captain stops them. We can't do anything here. Internal problems will be dealt with on our ship. A trembling Teach narrows his eyes and walks away from the large crew. The pirates are still quite stunned by all the information they've learned in this last scene. Meanwhile, Luffy hits his forehead against Frankie's shoulder as if that would make him forget. Oh, shit, as a last resort, he looks at his grandfather, almost desperate. Grandpa. Hit me. Garp doesn't even ask for a reason. He doesn't look away from the dark screen as he gives his grandson a good love punch. Oath of father and son, the Pirate King's fleet. I want to go now, Luffy sighs dejectedly. I thought you were interested in all this, 𝖯 says. That's interesting, Luffy nods. But I'm starving. Bessie laughs. You can't get hungry in this place. Luffy challenges her. I'm always hungry. Of course, she says pleasantly. Then let's start with the next scene right away. While you're distracted, you won't think about your stomach. Luffy mutters a complaint under his breath as the screen turns on. There's an inexplicable shower of debris falling from the sky onto a pile of ships lined up in a harbor. The pirates all look out to see whatever is happening on the largest ship. Sometimes I wish these scenes had some context, Akiji says. 𝖯ＲЛdyl, the captain of the great Yanta Maria fleet, appears. Now we will exchange sake cups like father and son, the pirate says. That's right, exclaims a man with a green coxcomb. I'm out there. Am I related to this wonderful crew? Bartolomeo enthuses. The man fills 7 small cups with sake, keeping one for himself and giving the rest to Cavendish, Sai, Idio, Leo, Hadrudin, and 𝖯RLdyl. Finally, he fills the largest cup in front of the captain. Wow, many of the people who swore loyalty to God Usopp are on those captain's ships. The drinks and all that. Are you going to have a? Whitebeard smiles. The captain is standing in front of the cup and behind him are Zoro, Usopp and 2 samurai. Kin and Kenjuro again. Izo exclaims. I don't understand. What connection do they have with those pirates? Those are. Kaido leans in for a better look. Impossible. Momonosuke looks at Kinemon curiously. Okay, everything's ready, Bartolomeo says. Now we'll exchange father-son vows to inaugurate my senpai as chief, he beams. And the 7 of us as his followers. In some ways, it's not surprising, Appu says. The Pirate King must have a lot more than 7 captains under his command. Yes, any of the big ones do it. The dark blur doesn't move. Bartolomeo makes a questioning sound. Please take the cup, senpai. The captain does as ordered. He takes the cup and says in a cheerful voice, I won't drink this. The spectators are overwhelmed by the surprise. Have they just been rejected? People laugh. The 7 captains are surprised. Ha! Some of the pirate crew members scattered around the ship, Robin and Frankie for example, smile as if they knew it was going to happen all along. I thought so, Zoro says. Well, it says a lot about a captain if his own crew members know he won't accept subordinates. Considering they're a crew of 10, it's no surprise, Marco agrees. The captain puts his cup down again. I don't really like sake, he explains, ignoring the surprised pirates in the background. Once again, the room fills with giggles. Who would think of rejecting 7 captains just because they don't like sake? What kind of pirate doesn't like to drink? Shanks mocks. Al Rey, exclama Luffy. Lie. Captain Roger loved sake. Luffy covers his ears. I can't hear you. The redheads burst out laughing. It's a boy. No, it's not the taste. It's the vote. Bartolomeo complains with a drop of sweat. Poor guy, the spectators sympathize. From now on, you'll be the target of the big names for the incident on this island. When that happens, no matter how strong they are, it'll be a tough battle, the 7 captains nod. But since you saved us, we can help you in times like this. Yes, yes, says Leo. But if I drink this I'll become the captain of this great fleet, right? That's right. With 5,600 subordinates in total, you'll finally be one of the great pirates. Usopp spits out, 5,600? What the hell? Nami exclaims in horror. You're going to turn away 5,600 men? Buggy says, astonished. That's a lot of people, Carrot gulps in surprise. Bartolomeo continues. And eventually you'll be king of the pirates. If you want to conquer the world, this won't be hard enough. You'd better stop, Zoro suggests with an amused expression. That line of thinking won't work on him. Zoro smiles a little, pleased to know that he at least knows the man he has sworn loyalty to well. Well, it seems our captain is no ordinary man, Robin nods, amused. It's super special. Frankie offers. Anyway, pour this into a mug of beer. I'll drink it. In the end, they're all the same. People laugh when they see the first officer playing along with the captain. Like I said, it's not the taste. Bartolomeo repeats nervously. Why? 𝖯RLdyl asks. Why aren't you happy about amassing a large military force? No matter how strong your enemy is, they won't be able to compete against this number. I'm sure you'll need our help someday, just as we need yours. The captain sounds like an angry child when he says, I need my space. What kind of excuse is that? Gururarara. What a silly boy. Whitebeard laughs delightedly. Ha! He looks so set off, the pirates exclaim in surprise. There's a sniffing noise, and the captain jumps forward. By the way, aren't they preparing a banquet over there? Ace crosses his arms. Luffy, you idiot. Always thinking about eating. Marco and Thatch exchange a look. Are you aware that you said? Izo shrugs. He doesn't want to accept it, but he seems to be subconsciously convinced that his brother is. You know. Are you interested in eating right now? Idio asks in offense. Stop messing around. Cavendish yells at him. I'm a more experienced star than you, and I'm saying I'll fly under your flag. I'd be offended too if I were in his shoes, a pirate agrees. The pirates prepare as if they're going to fight. We have to force him to drink it. You don't know how strong we are, DMN Liberator. What kind of solution is that? Shanks and Whitebeard laugh even more. You can't talk to him like that if you're his followers. Usopp exclaims. And? Stop joking around. I'm sorry. Like I said, the captain shouts. I just want to be the pirate king. I don't want to be someone important. The spectators look at each other. He? Nami blinks. He's an idiot? Zoro laughs, almost the only voice heard in the shocked silence. I think we had that figured out. Rayleigh laughs too, increasingly charmed by this boy. Katakuri frowns, inevitably interested in this capricious and foolish man. The ship falls silent, and the captains tilt their heads in confusion. Trafalgar Law looks at the captain as if he were an idiot. Hey, what are you saying? The captain looks like he's reconsidering his life choices. Penguin laughs. Law glares at his friend and sighs in frustration. Zoro takes advantage of the disagreement between his captain and his future subordinates to try the sake. This is very good, he smiles. You don't have to drink it, the spectators shout at him. Use a cup. Usopp shouts. How rude. Let's see, give me some, says Frankie. I'd like some too, Robin asks with a smile. Then me too, Usopp exclaims with a smile. Why are they like that? God creates them and they come together, Izo laughs. Senpai, what do you mean by that? Bartolomeo asks. The captain jumps above everyone, giving him an overview of the ship and the pirates. Guys, when we think we're in danger, we'll yell for you to come save us. I don't have to be the boss or a great pirate, do I? He asks, his voice sounding like he's smiling. When you're in trouble, call us. We'll come help you no matter what. I'll never forget fighting Mingo together. Mingo, the spectators laugh, earning death glares from the Don Quixote pirates. We have to eliminate the captain as soon as we discover his identity, Treble fumes. Senpai. Bartolomeo cries over all the voices. I'm starting to understand your point. I like the way he thinks, Marco smiles. You do too, don't you, Oyaji? The Yonko nods. The way he's going, it seems he doesn't have much time left. However, he rests at ease knowing that the leader of the new era will be someone like that. The pirates look amazed. Bartolomeo looks up as if he were seeing God himself. I'm starting to understand what he's saying, her eyes fill with tears. And what being Pirate King means to him. He thinks freedom is the most important thing. The touching moment is ruined when a cannonball crashes into a ship. What's going on? They're shooting at us. Is it the Navy? It can't be. We sabotaged all their ships. Leo exclaims. The Marines look offended at little Tontata. Let Columbus take command, we're busy here, or Lumbus orders. No matter who it is, destroy them. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo remains on the floor crying. Freedom. Freedom. That's what my senpai wants. In that case, I admire you even more, senpai. Same here. Hajrudin laughs. Hey, Bartolomeo. Take the oath. He doesn't have to drink his cup. I've never seen such a messy and disorganized oath, Vista says with a smile. How interesting, Fujitora chuckles. That's true, Cavendish smiles. You can do whatever you want, but we can do the same, says Idio. You can't take away our freedom either. Sai mocks. Leo looks up. That's right. People laugh when they see the captain get a taste of his own medicine. The 7 captains sit on the deck of the ship with their legs crossed and cups in their hands. Bartolomeo points his cup at the captain. Let me take a brief oath. Huh? A vow? In the background, the pirate crew members look at the captain's cup with knowing smiles. Here we go, senpai. We now become your followers and will be your shield or spear in all weathers. To repay what you have done for us this time, the 7 of us take these cups of children of our own free will, giving our lives and souls. Son's cups? Asks the captain. Behind him, Usopp and Zoro fight over the cup. Hey, are the pirate hunter and the god? The captain lets out a sound of surprise as the 7 captains take their own drinks. Bartolomeo sobs, and the rest of the pirates cheer. We have a fleet of 5,600 men, Usopp says. Still motionless and incredulous. Now we are formally. Get the banquet ready quickly. Celebrating the formation of the 5,600 crew fleet, they exclaim, bringing out several plates of food. They just do what they want, Robin laughs. Frankie bursts out laughing. Sun's cups? What the hell is that? Chief. Thank you very much, the pirates exclaim. What? The captain sees the empty giant cup and rages. I didn't drink this. It's empty, though, for some reason. That was good, Zoro licks his lips. Once again, the room bursts into laughter at the small ambush they've set up for the poor captain. Between the 7 captains and his own nakama, they've forced him to take command of a large fleet. For some reason, he doesn't even seem to realize what's really happened. They're very nice, Kureha nods with satisfaction knowing Chopper is in good hands. What a funny boy, Sabo laughs. The humor of the situation seems to have eased the tense atmosphere that developed when the last nakama was revealed. Many people have already accepted that, whoever the captain is, he deserves respect and acceptance. His goofy, charismatic personality has already won many hearts. Of course, it goes without saying that there are a lot of people upset about this. The Marines, for the most part, are completely frustrated. Sengoku watches the situation worsen without being able to do anything to improve it, and Akainu is unconsciously creating a pool of lava at his feet. Looks like you enjoyed this scene, Ben comments, looking at a beaming Luffy. Yeah. It's like the oath we made, Ace. Not exactly the same, the eldest laughs. We're brothers, not father and sons. 2. Brotherly oath, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. So you're sworn brothers, Thatch nods understandingly. I figured as much because you said Ace tried to kill you when he met you, but you two look so alike, I didn't think it was true. We don't look that much alike. Ace exclaims, offended. Our other brother didn't look anything like him, Luffy laughs. Another brother? We had another brother. Luffy chirps. Ace is a little discouraged at the mention of Sabo but his face is painted with a loving smile. He died, he says, looking at Luffy. He was your favorite, wasn't he? Luffy laughs. I don't have favorites, then seems to think about it. Well, Sabo was much nicer than Ace. Some people in the Revolutionary Army freeze. Dragon's eyes widen, knowing where he picked up his Sabo and where his son has lived his entire life. Sabo himself takes a step forward, wanting to hear better. What happened to your brother? Koala asks loudly, drawing the attention of the black-haired siblings. It exploded, Ace sums up. That? Luffy snorts and pushes his brother away, his expression weary and more like mockery. He looks at the short-haired girl and explains. Sabo was looking for freedom and went out to sea a little bit before us, he says peacefully. But he crossed paths with a Tenri burrito, and his ship exploded. Ace chokes upon hearing the name Luffy has given to the Tenryubitos and bursts out laughing, which many people join in with. However, the revolutionaries, who would have joined in the laughter on any other occasion, just stare at Sabo, convinced that their chief of staff has just discovered his past. Before the blonde can think of what to do, Bessie speaks. Yeah, speaking of which, why don't I show you that oath? Luffy tilts his head in confusion. What for? Bessie smiles. I want to and I can. There are some complaints that no one is interested in seeing the Straw Hat Brat's life, but many remain silent. So far, nothing has been shown without a specific reason, so this scene must be important in some way. Zoro signals to his future nakama to pay attention. Sanji and Jinbe exchange a puzzled look at the slacker vice-captain's sudden interest. A lush forest panorama is shown. There are animals quite large for an island not part of the Grand Line. At the edge of the forest is a landfill. Terminal Gray. Luffy exclaims in amazement and claps his hands with excitement. Sweet home, Ace murmurs. The Whitebeard pirates cast incredulous glances at the two brothers. You lived in a landfill? No, we lived with Dayton and the others, Luffy corrects. Dayton and the others are the mountain bandits, Ace explains. Luffy nods. I don't know why I'm asking, Marco rubs the bridge of his nose. Thatch leans in, interested. Mountain bandits? Ace frowns, not knowing how to explain it to his friend so he would understand. Yes, they looked out for us. Their leader, Dayton, was like, he pauses, searching for the word in his vocabulary. Ah, yes. Dayton was like our mother. From a corner of the room, the bandits, who have gone completely unnoticed along with the rest of the civilians, are choking. Mom? Makino laughs softly at the sight of the female bandit crying. Dayton-san is very happy. Of course I'm not happy. Dayton cries. The interior of a filthy, nearly wrecked, and empty shack is shown. 3 men stand to one side. In the center of the room, a large man stands in front of a tied-up child. The boy is easily recognizable as Monkey D. Luffy. He looks practically the same, even with his straw hat tied around his neck. Let me go, he shouts. I won't tell you anything. Ace jumps up, startling the people around him, and looks at the mermaid. Take this away, he orders her. I don't want to, she replies. What the hell? There's nothing interesting to see here. I don't want to see my little brother being tortured. Torture? Asks Shanks, who had been looking fondly at the 7-year-old boy he adores so much. Ace looks down, slightly embarrassed, before turning back to the mermaid. I told you there's nothing interesting here. No one wants to see a kid get hit. Well, speak for yourself, Don Krieg mutters. I want to torture that brat, says Big Mom, still not forgetting the boy's audacity. Bessie smiles at the freckled boy. I run this place. Nothing you say will convince me, so sit back and enjoy. Ace looks like he's about to set the woman on fire, but Luffy grabs his hand and gives him a loving smile. Let's see it, Ace. We'll see Sabo again. Aren't you excited? The commander of the 2nd Division's heart melts at his brother's words. He sighs and allows himself to be dragged back to his seat. DMN brat. The man drags a giant hammer and, without any reservation, crushes the child. Oh my god, it's a boy, someone shouts. What the hell did Luffy do to upset the guy so much, asks one of the red-haired pirates. Makino Jidea. Luffy. The hammer bounces off Luffy's head, which doesn't have a scratch. I ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi, so I'm a rubber man, he informs him. Luffy. Don't tell that to your enemies. Shanks scolds. Luffy ignores him. Give me my gloves, the older one orders one of his henchmen. The scene changes to the forest. Hurry up. We'll be finished if they come back. 2 children are shown perched on the branch of a large tree. One is a raven-haired boy with freckled cheeks, the other is wearing a top hat and slightly dirty noble clothes. His hair is short and blonde, and he is missing a tooth. How adorable. Sabo stares at the screen with even more disbelief as he sees an exact copy of himself on it. He can't believe what he's seeing. Koala gasps and knows that many revolutionaries are the same. They both pack piles of money into boxes in a hurry. We have to take the treasure somewhere else, Ace says. It's only a matter of time before Luffy talks. Hey! Luffy gets offended. Izo looks at his brother with a frown. Ace crosses his arms. Don't look at me. We weren't brothers back then, and Luffy was the most annoying kid I've ever seen. They'll not only take what we stole, they'll also take our savings from these past 5 years. There are so many things wrong with that statement, says a Marine, watching a young boy admit he's been stealing for 5 years. Luffy reappears. He's been tied to a rope and left hanging. Listen, brat, that money your friend Ace stole from us is very important to our gang. He puts on spiked gloves and grabs the boy's head. You know where it is, so you'll tell me. Wait, are they pirates? Of course, Ace says. It's Porchamy, from the Blue Jam Pirates. An East Blue Marine chokes. Blue Jam, he shouts. I remember, I had a bounty of almost 15 million. No. Luffy spits out fearlessly. Porchamy pushes Luffy back and brutally punches him in the face, leaving the spikes bloody. Even Blue Jam's men are terrified when they see the wounded boy hanging. Luffy, with blood running down his face, begins to cry and writhe. It hurts. I'm scared. Help. Ace flinches at the sight of his brother in pain. Sabo takes a step back, not understanding why the sight of the boy hurts him so much. Poor boy, Nami laments. How could they do something like that? The other pirates on the crew grit their teeth in rage at the sight. My brat, Dayton clenches his fists in fury. Porchamy continues hitting the boy again and again. Find Ace and Sabo, we don't have time to waste, he orders his men. They accept, grateful to be able to escape witnessing the child's torture. They begin searching the entire landfill for the children. Ace and Sabo, a homeless man says with a smile. You better give up, you can't handle those guys. Don't underestimate them just because they're just kids. They're crazy enough to even kill a tiger. It's only natural that Fire Fist is a DMN pirate. He was a criminal since he was little, curses a Marine. I don't like watching the torture of a child, but it's quite interesting to see the childhood of a chief of staff, murmurs a revolutionary. Hidden, Sabo watches the men searching for him. His eyes widen, and he runs away when he realizes the reason. It's getting dark, Ace says from his new treasure hiding place. He turns around when he sees a very alarmed Sabo approaching. Sabo, what's going on? Have you gone to get the money yet? No. Thatch exclaims, suffering for the poor child. They didn't do it, the blonde man says, his breath coming in short bursts. They can't do it. What are you talking about? That Luffy guy. He didn't tell you anything. Ace turned pale at his friend's words. Of course he didn't, Ace smiles slightly fondly. They're probably torturing him. I thought he was a whiny idiot and would talk right away. I don't understand why he hasn't. If this keeps up, he'll... Ace's eyes widen and he clenches his fists, his complexion paler than usual. Kids your age shouldn't be worrying about that kind of thing. Tashigi sighs with a trembling voice. Returning to the old, ramshackle shack, the only sound is the blows. The child no longer mmmms or cries, even Portuguese men avert their eyes to avoid such cruelty. People gasp at the child's condition, and many are secretly grateful that they didn't see the full torture. Portuguese-san, one of them stammers. It won't work. He doesn't even have the energy to scream anymore. I don't think he'll talk, and I really can't stand watching this anymore. Have some mercy. Portuguese doesn't hesitate to strike the insolent man. He grits his teeth and says, "If you have time to talk, go find Ace and Sabo. Our lives are in danger, don't you understand? We've already taken too long to give the money to Captain Blue Jam." "I actually understand the guy," says a Don Krieg pirate, wincing in sympathy. "Imagine if your captain were to kill you because of a couple of brats." With that, he turns around again and starts hitting the boy. "Answer. I won't speak. I won't speak. I won't speak. I don't understand. Why are you so stubborn? I should have said so." Yasopp protests. The pirate gets angry. "Fine, that's enough." He takes off his gloves and picks up his sword. "Die." Several people gasp at once. "No." Sabo almost threw himself at the screen. At that very moment, someone bursts into the hut through the wall. "Stop!" Ace and Sabo shout simultaneously. "Thank God," Kobe sighs with relief. "Ace," little Luffy sobs when he sees the older boy. The little boy who is now Fire Fist knocks out a couple of men and attacks Portuguese, who easily grabs him by the neck. "I was starting to get worried, your DMN friend doesn't want to talk." "Ace. Let me go." "Sabo." The blonde boy jumps up and hits the pirate on the back of the head with a pipe. "So that's where your choice of weapon comes from," Koala realizes. "It's interesting." With admirable teamwork, Ace fights Portuguese and Sabo takes care of the others, freeing Luffy in turn. "Good job," they exclaim. "Ace, let's go." "Go first," Ace orders. "You idiot. Hurry up. If it comes to a fight, I won't run away." "Ace, you idiot," his brothers yell at him. "He's a DMN brat, what's this about not running away?" a Marine mutters under his breath. Garp and Whitebeard know exactly where the boy inherited his tenacity. Meanwhile, those who don't know what he inherited, like Shanks, Rayleigh, and even Buggy, can't help but remember the man they loved so much. "Stop. This guy isn't like the city bums." Ace doesn't seem at all intimidated by the large man in front of him. Sabo lets go of Luffy and grumbles under his breath as he reaches the other boy to fight. "Let it go more carefully." Sabo shouts to himself from off-screen. "Stop talking nonsense." Portuguese attacks him. "If I lost to brats like you, I'd stop being a pirate. We'll take care of that." And they did, Dayton says proudly. The scene changes. Luffy, bandaged and clean, is crying his eyes out while the two older boys chat. "Looks like they did it," another pirate says in amazement. "I was scared," the boy cries. "I thought I was going to die." "He's a crybaby," Shanks says, loud enough for the child to hear. "Shut up, you idiot." Luffy yells. Ace yells. "You're such a pain. Shut up already. You're always crying. What I hate most are FING crybaby brats." The effect is instantaneous, the crying stops. "How effective?" Vista laughs. "It won't take long," Ace assures him with his own smile. "It's incredible to believe you were such a grumpy brat," Haruta says. "Though it does look a lot like when Ace was trying to kill Oyaji," Marco mutters. The boy bows his head and torso. "Thank you. For saving me." Tears stream down his face again. "Hey!" Ace shouts. "Calm down," Sabo chimes in. "He's just saying thank you." "I bet he was the sensible one of the trio," Thatch says, looking fondly at the children on the screen. "Yes," Luffy exclaims. "Sabo was the best." The heart of the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army twists. Ace snaps his teeth. "Besides, why didn't you speak up? That guy doesn't care about murdering women or children." "If I talked, we couldn't be friends," Luffy says. "Oh, that's better than dying. Why do you insist on being my friend? The thing is, do you understand the trouble you caused us? All because you started following me. It's just, I have no one else," the younger one says. "I can't go back to Fusha village. I hate the mountain bandits. If I hadn't followed you, I'd be alone. Being alone is the most painful thing." Ace can't help it, he pulls on his brother's arm and embraces him in a tight hug. Luffy smiles against his older brother's chest, feeling all of Ace's love and affection. Sabo unconsciously advances to where his black brothers are. The scene changes again. There's a clearing in the middle of the forest. The three children are standing around a tree stump, which has 3 sake cups on it. "Well, we'll decide things in the future," Ace says. Most likely, the three of us will end up on different ships. 𝖯𝗂ΛਦੀЛ pregunta Luffy. Ace. Brat. Firefist blinks and looks at his brother. Don't you feel like Dayton is cursing us? Luffy shrugs. Ace smiles and opens the bottle. Did you know? When men toast, they become brothers. Men, Thatch mocks. And they were still in diapers. Hey, the brothers complain. Children shouldn't drink, a marine scolds. Brothers? Really? We may not end up on the same pirate ship, but we'll be united by our bond of brothers. No matter what we do or where we are, no one will break that bond. The three children take the glasses. From now on, we are brothers. This is so cute, Vivi smiles. Luffy bro. I'm so happy you're not alone anymore, cries Frankie, wiping his face with a handkerchief. How beautiful is brotherhood, dances Bon Clay. This has been nice, admits one marine. But what was the point of? A blonde boy stops in front of the D brothers. His skin is tanned, and his left eye is marked by a burn scar. His attire is a nod to nobility, with an open black trench coat, a blue shirt, a white scarf around his neck, and a top hat. Some people gasp as they recognize the boy on the screen. Ace crosses his arms. Who the hell are you? Idiot, Thatch says. That's your. Izo stops him. Leave them alone. Luffy looks curiously and tilts his head questioningly. I don't really remember, but now that I've seen this, I can understand more about my past, her voice echoes in the quiet room. That I went out to sea because of my father and wanted to escape from him, but I also wanted to get away from you all so you could be safe. Ace's mouth opens in surprise, Luffy frowns and tilts his head further as only a rubber neck can. I know not remembering isn't an excuse, but I'd like to apologize for making you worry, Sabo smiles. And if you ever take me back. Ace watches. Luffy crosses his arms. I don't understand it, he admits. Don't you understand? The spectators shout in surprise. Sabo laughs and opens his mouth to explain, but Ace speaks slowly. New. The blonde smiles embarrassedly and looks at Ace. Yes. Luffy blinks. His eyes and mouth slowly open, as his arms rise. He stumbles backward and falls into one of the chairs. Sabo, he shouts in surprise. Ace blinks too. Then his eyes widen and he shouts. Sabo? Why is it so hard for you to understand? They shout. Luffy and Ace jump at the same time and launch themselves at the blonde. Sabo. The three of them fall to the ground in a pile of tears, snot, and rubbery limbs. Sabo manages to pull his head out from under his brother's bodies and laughs. Sorry, Ace, Luffy, he says. I'm back. From afar, Makino, Dayton, and the bandits weep profusely as they look at their children with affection. Sabo isn't a pirate. Do you want to join my crew? Luffy asks excitedly. Ace pushes his younger brother and smiles haughtily. No way, he should join Oyaji's crew, right guys? He points to his shipmates. No, Sabo laughs. Dragon-san saved my life, I became a revolutionary. Dragon? Ace says thoughtfully. Isn't that the Pa? A dragon saved your life? Can we meet him? No, Luffy. Dragon-san is a man, Dragon is his name. Ow, the miner whimpers. Whitebeard's second-in-command and the second-in-command of the revolutionaries. What monstrous brothers, exclaims a man. Charlotte Cracker laughs with a vengeance. Oh, Mom, that just means the Straw Hat Brat will be a second fiddle too. Of course I will be, Luffy nods. The whole room stops for a moment just to stare at the annoying brat who has been yelling about being king for half his life. Luffy? Ace asks, expecting the typical explanation of what's going on in that rubber brain. Luffy smiles. There's no point in trying to be first. Roger was already the first pirate king, I'll be the second. Gururarara. That's how you talk, brat. This kid. Ben laughs, looking at a gaping Shanks. He has a knack for surprising us. Sabo also bursts out laughing. You're very funny, Luffy. I'm dying to know what the future holds for you. Out of nowhere, Ace and Luffy jump on Sabo, confusing the latter. Meanwhile, the screen turns on. The pirates are spread out on the deck of the Going Merry. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, and the captain are all staring at a person in front of them. He's wearing a blue ballerina costume, a long pink coat with swans on his shoulders, and his face is covered in makeup. It's me. What a queen. Bon Clay applauds excitedly, looking at himself on the screen. Mr. 2, Crocodile mutters under his breath. Oh, wow. It could get worse, a marine mutters. What the hell are you guys doing? The Okama exclaims. Let's escape. If we go south, we can escape with minimal damage, the pirates exchange glances. If we stay here, we'll definitely be finished. If you want to leave, then do it. We can't, the captain tells him. What do you mean you can't? Bon Clay-sama, Please hurry, his men call. Let's escape on our own. We promised to be at the eastern port by noon. We can't go back, we have to go forward, Nami says. A promise. The 𝖯 becomes enraged. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What kind of treasure could there be worth your lives? Then go ahead and die. Let's go see a 𝖯, the captain says with a smiling voice. Risking his life. For a 𝖯, the 𝖯 jumps, eyes wide. Bon Clay freezes. For a friend? His men shout at him again to hurry up, but the 𝖯 remains still. Fleeing now would challenge Bon Clay's path. Friends risking their lives to see another friend, the 𝖯 does a strange dance. Knowing they've been abandoned. Would you enjoy your breakfast tomorrow? How ridiculous, a man mutters. The 𝖯as of 𝖯 land gasp in surprise and are moved by Bon Clay's heart. The scene changes to a fight between Bon Clay's men and the Marines. The pirates look on in shock as the 𝖯 sacrifices itself for them. Bonchan, the captain sobs. We will never forget you. It's touching, Ace admits. But it's not that bad, Luffy. Stop crying. Shut up, his brother complains, wiping his tears with the handkerchief hanging around Sabo's neck. While they fight themselves against the Marines, a female voice echoes throughout the place. I've had a little adventure, the voice sounds amplified, as if speaking through a loudspeaker. It began as a journey across a dark sea, in search of despair. Whose voice is that? Nami asks. In the midst of a dark storm, I suddenly came across a small boat. The ship pushed against my back, saying, "Don't you see that light?" Without losing its course in the darkness, that mysterious little boat rode the mighty waves as if dancing upon them. It never opposed the sea. Chopper and the captain mope on the side of the ship. Vivi, cries the reindeer. You heard that speech, right? Zoro asks. That was Vivi's voice. It's the broadcast of that ceremony in 𝖯barna. Then it's decided, he won't come, Sanji mutters. Princess Vivi. Igaram exclaims in surprise. She gasps when she hears them talking about her. She knows from the scenes that the pirates will be in Alabasta, but she never imagined she'd be involved. The murmur of the Princess of Alabasta travels throughout the room. A princess? Sanji perks up. On a scale from 1 to 10, how beautiful is she? No. That just sounded like Vivi's voice, the captain complains. She'll be where we promised, right? Yes, it will be, the swordsman assures. Usopp's agitated voice interrupts the conversation. We're in trouble. The Marines are coming again. How many DMN ships do they have? I always wonder that. They're a pain, complains Buggy. Surrender, Sanji tells his captain. She's from a different world. Then a voice shouts, guys. All the pirates jump at the sight of the girl. The Princess of Alabasta, with her jewels and silk clothes and beautiful, long, shiny blue hair. Beside her, a duck also waves. Sanji's eyes turn into hearts. She's so cute. It's actually her, Koza says in surprise. She just looks at herself, not knowing what to say. You live. Look. Come, she's here. Come on. Turn the ship around. She smiles sadly and shouts again, I'm here to say goodbye. The pirates look confused. Another rejection, Thatch gasps dramatically, his hand on his chest. The cruelty of people toward pirates. Shut up, idiot, Haruta hits him. The princess picks up the receiver of a Den Mushi and speaks while looking at the small ship. I can't go with you. Thanks for everything. Oh my god, I think we're going to cry over this, Izo mutters. Some people around here are already crying. Marco points out to Luffy who, faced with his brother's cruelty, has approached Frankie and Chopper to cry with them and Sanji, who has been too affected by the princess's rejection. I'd like to have more adventures, but I can't. I love my country. Princess, the inhabitants of Alabasta in the room are moved. That's why I can't go with you. I see, says the captain. The princess's eyes fill with tears and she sobs. I'll stay here. But if we meet again, will you still call me your nakama? Of course. Usopp joins his new friends in the tears, and Nami is moved by the princess. Also, do you think he's given us parting treasures? I mean, imagine the riches of a country like Alabasta. The captain shouts, whenever you want. Nami throws him to the ground covering his mouth. Idiot. Don't answer. The sailors have already seen Vivi. If they have any proof of Vivi's relationship with us, she'll become a criminal. Let's do this as a silent farewell. I can't get used to the rudeness with which these pirates treat their captain, says an Alvida pirate with a shudder. The princess cries even more when she sees the pirates turning their backs on her. From the stern of the ship, showing their backs, they all raise an arm and roll down their sleeves, revealing an X drawn on the upper part of their forearms. It must have a special meaning because the princess gasps at the sight, and both she and the duck raise their arms, also with an X. The captain's voice rings out in the background. From now on, no matter what happens, this left arm is proof that we're nakama. Shirahoshi accepts a handkerchief from her father to wipe away her tears. She's seen that he also had ties to pirates, so she somewhat identifies with Princess Vivi. She wonders if the two could be friends. Vivi happily hugs Karu. We have nakamas, she tells him. That was pretty nice, Robin smiles. It's not that strange, really, Vista says. They have a talking reindeer, a robot, a skeleton. What are a princess and a duck against that? And the Okama, someone asks. Why did they show it? It was quite unnecessary. To counter his point, the scene changes. On a naval vessel, a handful of men dressed as prisoners and others in Okama clothing watch the gates of justice close. The captain's ever-distorted voice rings out above the others. But he was with us at the entrance just now. Did he stay alone in Impel Down? Impel Down, roared Akainu. It's a massive leak, Akiji frowns. DMN criminals. The captain yells at Jinbe. After everything we've been through together. Why did Bonchan do it? After we met Ivachan and managed to escape. Sounds like you've had a lot of fun adventures in prison, Sabo chuckles. Bonchan again? Chopper and Usopp exclaim, still in tears from the opening scenes. What happened to him now? Luffy asks worriedly, as if he were talking about a lifelong friend. We can't leave without him. The captain and Jinbe argue. Jinbe yells at him in disgust and then hands him a Den Den Mushi. There's still communication. Den Den Mushi's coverage is limited, it will stop working when the door closes. The scene changes to Bon Clay standing before Magellan, laughing victoriously at having managed to deceive him. Bonchan, exclaims Luffy, Usopp why Chopper? Hey, a snail chirps. Can you hear me, Bonchan? Why did you do something like that? Just like last time, the Okama doesn't respond. We're supposed to escape together. How many times do you have to save me? I understand, Jinbe says. Someone needed to open the gates of justice, so they stayed behind. This is so sad, cries Frankie. What a faithful friend. To stay behind for a nakama. The situation on the ship is shown again. If you're there, say something, Bonchan. An Okama stares in horror. Is that what happened? That Okama stayed there just for us. Bonchan. Bon Aniki. Dialgo. Why don't you answer? Mr. 2, exclama Mr. 3. Mr. 2, you BSTRD, cries Buggy. Forgive us for everything. Sheet. Buggy shrieks in inexplicable fear. I was in Impel Down? Despite the drama of the moment, Shanks can't help but burst out laughing for his old friend. Bon Clay's eyes widen as he sees all those people shouting his name and crying for him. The ships continue firing their cannons, and the gates of justice begin to close. In a solemn voice, the captain speaks again. Bonchan, the door is closing. We're leaving. Thank you. Bon Aniki. Gracias. Thank you. The snail, filled with tears, finally answers, Muji-chan. We have a name, a marine stands up. We have it. We have a name. A sobbing pirate draws his sword. Shut up, you idiot, this isn't the time. Make sure you rescue him. I have no doubt you can save him. The captain's voice sounds broken, as if he were also crying his eyes out. Bonchan. The prisoners all stand at the side of the ship, watching the doors close with rivers of tears. In the background, Bon Clay's voice says. We Okamas. We don't like goodbyes. No. Bonchan, shout the more sensitive spectators. Bon Clay smiles proudly. The Okamas nod approvingly. These pirates have such good friends, cries a marine. I wish we had nakamas like that. Sengoku is horrified. What are you talking about? A marine can't be a nakama of criminals. The screen lights up, distracting viewers from the fleet admiral's words. A cloud of dust and smoke rises over a battlefield. The few visible bodies lie sprawled on the ground, only one standing. It's a pink-haired marine with a scar on his forehead. Who is that? Many ask curiously, surprised that no one has identified him yet. Finally, one of our own, exclaims an excited marine. That day, says the boy. A flashback is shown. In it, the captain says, I've decided to be the Pirate King. That's fine by me. A little pink-haired boy squatting on the floor answers with a shaky question. Will I be able to do it too? Will I be prepared to die? It's Kobe, exclaims Popoko, one of the triplets in Alvida's crew. It's me, the pink-haired boy is horrified. Is that him? Many ask, making the comparison to the tall, thin pink-haired man who appeared before the flashback. Growth spurt, Thatch agrees. That's why you need to eat more vegetables, Ace. You need the right protein. I don't need to grow anymore, complains the youngest of the Whitebeards. Will I be able to join the Navy? The Navy? That's right. My dream is to catch criminals. It's been my dream since I was little. That's the way to talk, kid, applauds a vice admiral. We should use the guy for our Navy propaganda posters, opines another. You know, put up before and after pictures. A lot of teenagers are obsessed with their appearance these days. It's about creating powerful soldiers, not teenagers with no self-esteem. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't be who I am today. That's right, if I want to live as a Marine, I have no choice but to fight. Because this is the battlefield. Let me get this straight. They meet, the idiot pirate tells him he's going to be Pirate King, and the idiot Marine tells him he's going to become a Marine. And they become friends? And then the pirate does something to help the Marine become a Marine? What the hell? They're just friends, Izo says, looking at the guy like he's an idiot. They're supposed to be showing us important people for the future Pirate King. You've missed the point. As the fleet admiral said, a Marine and a pirate can't be friends. Haven't you seen that? They're supposedly friends, but now they must face each other. So? Friends fight too. Not at that level. Shut up, you're annoying, the ASL brothers tell the guy. I'll fight like I want to kill him. Then another figure, the captain, appears running in front of Kobe. The two stare at each other, ready for a fight to the death. When the captain is about to attack, Kobe uses the Saru. And receives a brutal punch in the face. Another flashback. Kobe, this time all grown up, says, someday I'll become a naval admiral. After saying it, he freaks out and falls to the ground. No. I'm sorry. I got carried away. How embarrassing. I shouldn't have said something like that. After meeting you, I plucked up my courage and... Kobe, the captain calls. You'll fight me, right? Then you'll have to get really strong. The Marine's eyes widen. Do you think I can do it? In the background, Chopper, Sanji, and Zoro smile. Next time we meet, we'll be much stronger. Much stronger. It's a very nice friendship, says Makino. I want a puppy dog Marine friend too, Thatch says fondly. We have Garp, Marco says with an impassive face. His brothers and even Whitebeard look at the first commander in horror because the old Marine hero is the first person who came to mind when he heard a puppy dog Marine friend. The flashback ends and the pirate continues running without looking back. Kobe wails, his face covered in blood. He's gotten so strong. It's useless, I still have to get stronger and stronger. It started out pretty well, but now the poor kid looks pitiful. Kid, don't get discouraged, it's the thought that counts, Vice Admiral Maynard tells him uncomfortably. Wahahaha. They tore his face off. Garp. Sengoku scolds. Don't laugh at our future soldiers. At least he knows who to attack. Even if I don't approve of them being friends, he grumbles. Come on, Sengoku, don't be a toxic mother, Doflamingo laughs. The scene changes again with the man's voice. Don Quixote Doflamingo is leaning over the bloodied and dying figure of Trafalgar Law. The young man is missing an arm and has a pistol pointed at his chest. Captain, his nakamas are horrified. Law patiently folds his arms. That crew supposedly helped him defeat Doflamingo, right? So he shouldn't worry. Your death is inevitable. But if you're going to die anyway, don't you want to make something meaningful out of it? The Shichibukai smiles and leans closer to the Raven's ear. It's meaningful to both of us. I'll only say it once, so listen carefully, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. D. The Shichibukai gasps. D. Sengoku complained. What's so surprising about that? Ace asks, bored. Grandpa, Luffy, and I also have a D in our names. And Teach, Thatch mutters angrily. Whitebeard sighs. He performs the surgery for eternal youth with the best op technique and dies. Eternal youth? There's a skill that can do that? We can't allow a pirate to get such a thing. In return, I will grant your wish, no matter what it is. Oh. That's great, sings Treble. Law looks at the man carefully and sighs. No matter which one it is. That's how it is. That's a good idea, the boy gasps with a smile. It's meaningful for both of us. Okay, I'm in. What? Many exclaim. Law frowns, staring at the screen patiently. Doflamingo is visibly satisfied and steps away with a smile, lowering his weapon. Law smiles even wider. Then bring Khorasan back to life. Now, Doflamingo and his executive's smiles fell in seconds. When you're done, go lick the feet of the people of this country. People laugh when they see Doflamingo's smile dramatically disappear. The rookie has given him a big beating. Am I no match for you? Is it pointless to pin my hopes on him? Don't joke around. It's you who's not seeing everything, Doflamingo. They've achieved so many miracles so far. You won't be able to defeat them. You won't be able to get Caesar back from him either. He's talking about that crew. For Law to speak like that, he's so proud. 𝖯𝖺té디뚜 says. Law. Treble scolds. How can you say such a thing to Luffy? It's your future that hangs in the balance. Visibly angry, Doflamingo aims and pulls the trigger more times than necessary to kill the young pirate. No. Captain, they gasp. Spotty hat guy, Luffy mutters with a pout. The scene changes. They're in the same place, but now Law is lying face up. He's alive. 𝖯𝖺tédi뚜 and Penguin cheer. Of course you do, idiots. Not for long, it seems, Kid notes with a smile. Doflamingo smiles. At least I'll stop your breathing. The 𝖯𝖺tédi뚜 raises his long leg to stomp on the boy. Motionless, Law can only close his eyes and accept his fate. DMN, he shouts desperately. Just as the sole of the blonde shoe is inches from Law's face, another foot steps in his way. It's blurry, but its shape can still be made out. Our captain finally arrives, Usopp sighs in relief. DMN. Law repeats, covering his face in frustration. The height difference between the two figures, Doflamingo's and the captain's, is almost comical. Despite this, the 𝖯𝖺tédi뚜's strength can't move the other foot. How dare you stop me? He lifts his foot again. I just wanted to crush Law's head. This time, as he descends furiously, Doflamingo's foot darkens. Hockey, exclaimant. What is hockey? Luffy asks. It's. Whatever, figure it out yourself, Ace complains. Sabo rolls his eyes with a smile. The other foot moves and stops it with a kick. The hockey-tinged skin isn't clearly visible, but it's obvious he's used it. The impact sends out shock waves that make the entire room rumble. What? Treble exclaims. Conqueror's hockey collided? He used it too? DMN. Izo gasps. What power? Our captain is a monster. Nami laments. Even from here we could see the extent of the power of both wills, Shanks murmurs with a smile. The captain is powerful. He has powerful allies. And they would all go to great lengths for him. What a danger. The scene changes again. The Thousand Sunny sails under the moonlight. A fleet of Yonko Big Mom's ships pursues it. The young mink who has been helping the pirates stands on the lookout post and takes off her cap, leaving her blonde hair bare. Her chocolate-brown eyes stare up at the full moon. Carrot! Wanda exclaims. The minks pay attention, knowing exactly what is going to happen. Carrot's body emits electric sparks. His pupils shrink, and his eyes begin to turn blood red. His fur turns even whiter, along with his mane and tail, which grow wildly. What the hell is that? Sugoi! Luffy exclaims, his eyes wide open. It's the Sulong form, Jinbe explains. A transformation unique to the mink tribe. She's beautiful, Nami gasps. We have a problem, Daifuku-sama, exclaims the lookout on the third male Charlotte's ship. It's a full moon tonight. The enemy group's mink girl. She's turned into Sulong. The Charlotte family clicks their teeth in real annoyance. The blonde man clicks his teeth. Guys, prepare for a close-quarters battle. Carrot jumps and Chopper looks out in alarm. It's going to fall into the sea, he exclaims. Carrot. Don't worry, the helmsman reassures them. You can see the mink gliding over the surface of the water and flying towards enemy ships. Amazing. I didn't know minks could do that, says one pirate. The heart pirates all look at Bepo at once. He blushes under the attention. Sorry, he mutters. With incredibly fast attacks and enviable agility, Carrot dispatches Big Mom's men one after another. Biting, scratching, electrocuting. The pirates have no time to defend themselves. How powerful. Pedro smiles proudly. Carrot blushes at her friend's praise. Are you going to stop our ships by defeating every soldier in the fleet? Daifuku asks. While you're at it, your ship will sink. So there's no point in fighting. His eyes widen when he sees the object in the mink's hands. The rudder? Smart move, Koala smiles amusedly. One of the soldiers shouts, he broke the rudder. No. Where is this boat going? Another asks as the boat begins to drift. That DMN woman. Carrot smiles with her cheeks flushed. How cute. DMN Beach, the man rubs his belt. Come on, genius. A genie breaks free from his leash. What can I do for you, master? How cool. Luffy and Chopper start rubbing their stomachs to summon a genie. The genie advances with his bicento to attack the mink. I'll teach you a thing or two. Carrot dodges the attack without problems and the genius's slash cuts 3 allied ships in half. The mink laughs. Where are you aiming, genius? She's so cool. Oh, it's over, Chopper says disappointedly. We have some super allies. Frankie exclaims excitedly. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Out of nowhere, Brook uses Whitebeard's leg as a wall, butts his forehead against it and says, 45 degrees. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper are rolling on the floor laughing. Marco blinks and sighs. They've been so calm that I'd forgotten how stupid they are. Luffy isn't stupid, Ace says, offended. I mean, he is, but only I can say that. I hope the captain shows up soon, Shanks smiles as he watches Luffy fool around with the crew. I want to have a laugh too.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.